Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me.
2 NITC 17% Chapter 51 Konkuro. That guy can kick me to death. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Damn it, let me go. A sudden voice interrupted Naruhina Sakura's warm scene. Naruto looked in the direction of the voice, and found that it was a kid in a green tights who was grabbed by the collar by Konkuro from Tsunade. Huh? Konohamaru? Naruto was surprised when he saw Konohamaru's face. How could he be dressed like this? Kid, don't you have eyes when you walk? Konkuro grabbed Konohamaru's collar and yelled angrily. Hey, Konkuro, don't kill this brat, after all, this is Konoha. Temari said with a sneer, not caring about Konohamaru's life at all. But if she knew that Konkuro was grabbing the grandson of the contemporary Hokage, she would definitely not be so coldly mocking there. Mangwang and Udon hugged each other and shivered. When they were hesitating what to do, they saw Naruto walking towards them. It's that ninja big brother. The two didn't know Uzumaki Naruto's name, but that didn't stop them from calling for help. Big brother, can you save Konohamaru? Mangwang said in front of Naruto. Why are you everywhere? Naruto rubbed Mangwang's head helplessly. When Ebisu came to look for him not long ago, these two little guys were watching a play not far away. Advertisement. Now Naruto has been shopping with Hina Sakura for a few hours, and I can still meet these two small pits. You can bully Mang Huang if you want, but can you please save Konohamaru, big brother? Naruto was stunned by Mangwang's sudden sentence. Looking at Mangwang's pitiful eyes, Naruto sighed. Well, you little devils do nothing all day long and cause trouble every day. In fact, even if Mo Huang didn't say anything, Naruto would save Konohamaru. After all, he is the grandson of the third generation. If he was killed by Konkuro, he might be an accomplice. And the reason why he didn't make a move immediately was because he wanted to teach this brat a lesson. It was all because this idiot kid followed him that he was blocked by Ebisu. What, you want to meddle in your own business? Yellow-haired boy. Konkuro sneered as he watched Naruto bring the two women over. So handsome. Temari looked at Naruto and thought, it's a pity that he already has two female companions by his side. Thinking of this, Temari is inexplicably delicious. Naruto didn't want to talk nonsense with Konkuro, so he stepped in front of Konkuro and kicked his leg. So fast. Konkuro only came to exclaim in his heart, and his whole body was kicked away by Naruto. Konohamaru fell from his hands and was grabbed by Naruto and dropped to the ground. Advertisement. Konohamaru coughed presumptuously as he landed, as if he was about to die. Are you alright, kid? Naruto asked, patting Konohamaru on the back. Konohamaru. Mo Huang and Udon ran forward, surrounded Konohamaru, and looked at him worriedly. Fortunately, Konohamaru recovered after coughing for a while. Thank you, big brother. Konohamaru thanked. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto reminded. Thank you, Naruto big brother. Konohamaru thanked again. Naruto nodded and asked, why are you dressed like this? I learned taijutsu from senior guy, but now. Konohamaru was a little depressed when he said this. Apparently third generation has warned Guy not to influence Konohamaru and will not teach him taijutsu anymore. Naruto didn't know what Konohamaru was disappointed about, but Konkuro, who was knocked flying on the other side, stood up. His body was in severe pain at this time, obviously Naruto's kick was not light. Are you alright, Konkuro? Temari asked as he approached Konkuro. It's okay. Konkuro gritted his teeth and said, clutching his stomach. Advertisement. Naruto just kicked him in the stomach, and now his stomach hurts. Do you want me to help you avenge? Temari picked up his fan and asked. Although she likes Naruto's face, if Naruto hurts her brother, she won't stand idly by. No, forget it. Konkuro rarely suppressed his hostility. This guy is on the same level as Gaara, we'd better not mess with him. On the same level as Gaara? Temari looked at Konjuro in surprise. Isn't it possible? That guy has such strength? You don't understand, Temari. If that guy wanted to, he could have kicked me to death. Konkuro said with lingering fear. Kick you to death? Temari looked at Konkuro's mind suspiciously. The one who can kick you to death must be at least Jonin, right? And it has to be Jonin who is good at taijutsu. She looked at Naruto, looking him up and down. I found that Naruto is not like the kind of Jonin man who is good at gymnastics, except he is handsome and has a good figure. And looking at Naruto's face, he should be about the same age as himself and others. 17% Chapter 52 Sasuke and Gaara who cherish each other. Previous chapter next chapter advertisement, you didn't get kicked stupid, did you, Kankuro? Temari teased. You're kicked stupid. Kankuro gave Temari a dissatisfied look. That yellow-haired one. What's your name? Gaara appeared in front of Naruto at some point and asked. Naruto didn't answer Gaara, but looked at the tree aside. Sasuke, why are you here? To be honest, Naruto has never understood why Sasuke is here at this point in time. By chance. Sasuke, who was sitting on the tree at this time, was staring at Gaara. He didn't realize when Gaara appeared just now. This strength shocked him. At the same age, having a Naruto who is more talented than him already makes him very unhappy. Now there is another existence that is no less talented than him, and it is Sand Shinobi. Averting his gaze from Gaara, Sasuke glanced at Naruto, Sakura Jr., and Hinata. As for the Konohamaru trio, he didn't know him, nor was he interested. Selective ignore. I'm passing by. Sasuke replied to Naruto. Although the relationship between Ming-Zuo and the others is not as deep as in the original book, they still have companionship. Sasuke jumped off the tree, came to several people, confronted Gaara. 3 people. What's your name? Another handsome guy. Is Konoha a village that mass produces handsome guys? It's a pity that after the Chunin exam, the 2 villages will be like fire and water. Otherwise I would like to visit Konoha more. Temari thought to himself. Advertisement. Gaara looked at Sasuke, and sensed the aura of a strong man from Sasuke, so he said, Gaara, what about you? Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke said coldly. Naruto looked at the 2 who looked like old enemies, and didn't want to get involved. As for what Gaara asked him before, he selectively forgot. Come on, Hinata, little Sakura, let's go somewhere else. The 2 girls said in unison. The 3 chose to leave. Gaara, who was ignored, looked at Naruto with concern, and did not ask Naruto's name repeatedly. It's just that he secretly made up his mind to kill Naruto during the Chunin exam and give him a taste of the sand in the gourd. Thinking of this, Gaara also left with Kankuro and Temari in the opposite direction. Naruto-kun, you were so handsome just now, you kicked that arrogant sand shinobi away with a swish. Little Sakura kept saying good things in Naruto's ear. Well, Naruto-kun was really handsome just now. Hinata replied a little shyly. So, that sand shinobi isn't very powerful, Naruto said modestly. What about that sand shinobi named Gaara? Little Sakura asked. I think he looks so fierce. Naruto thought for a while and said, if he releases the guy in his body, I will use some methods to deal with him. The guy in the body. The children wondered. Naruto looked around and saw that there were people everywhere, so he concealed it from the 2 daughters. You will know later. Bringing Jinchuriki onto the turf of other ninja villages is tantamount to declaring war. So Gaara's affairs cannot let other people know. In this Chunin exam, Konoha must be messed up. 3rd generation must die. Advertisement. Little Sakura gave Naruto a blank look. You're still trying to trick us. Hinata didn't want to look at Naruto with white eyes, but there was no way to control the white eyes. Naruto big brother. Times 3 inches. Naruto turned his head to look, and found that the 3 of Konohamaru were catching up. What do you want? Naruto said speechlessly. Naruto big brother, I want to learn gymnastics from you. Konohamaru in a green tights looked at Naruto and said. So do we. Mengwang and Udon echoed. No time. Naruto refused the 3 of them, turned around and was about to leave. But Konohamaru rushed to Naruto and wouldn't let him go. If you don't teach us, we will follow you all the time and won't let you leave. Konohamaru also winked at Moawang and Udon while talking, and the 2 of them ran over to block Naruto together. Naruto big brother, please teach us, times 2 inches. Naruto. Naruto covered his head and looked up at the sky at 45 degrees, thinking what a crime he had done. Konohamaru, didn't you have senior guy to teach you? There should be no one who is more suitable than him in physical arts. Konohamaru changed back into a lost look, and said sadly, senior guy, he won't teach me anymore. Why? Naruto asked. I don't know either. Konohamaru was even more lost. For Might Guy, Naruto thinks he still has a certain understanding. If he decides to teach someone, he will naturally not give up easily unless there is external interference. Advertisement. Ebisu? Naruto thought of the guy who came to him in the morning, but shook his head again. How could Might Guy listen to a particular jonin? From this point of view, it seems to be the arrangement of the 3rd generation, and Yabisu came to see him this morning, Probably also has something to do with the third generation. Don't like how Konohamaru turned into Might Guy. Naruto guessed. Konohamaru. What is the purpose of your learning taijutsu? Naruto intends to divert Konohamaru's attention back to ninjutsu and let him return to Ebisu. He didn't want to teach a troublesome brat. To defeat my grandpa and become the new Hokage. Konohamaru waved his arms high. If that's the case, then your path will be narrowed. Naruto shook his head and sighed. Narrowed? Konohamaru was stunned. What do you mean? Naruto explained. It means that you should not only learn taijutsu. For most ninjas, taijutsu is secondary. Mastering powerful ninjutsu is the way to become stronger. If you just study gymnastics, you will never be able to defeat your grandpa. After all, your grandfather is an all-around ninja. All-powerful ninja? Konohamaru heard for the first time. Yes, your grandfather not only possesses powerful physical skills, but also uses various powerful ninjutsu, illusion, sealing techniques, etc. If you want to defeat your grandpa, you should develop in an all-round way and learn more ninjutsu. Konohamaru was stunned when he heard it, and felt that what Naruto said made sense, but also felt that Naruto said that to distract himself. Chapter 53. I heard that mixed bathing in the bathhouse is discounted today. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. You don't mean you don't want to teach me? Konohamaru looked at Naruto suspiciously. Naruto looked at Konohamaru seriously and said, how could that be? It's just that as a mere genin, I really can't teach a strong man who can defeat Hokage. If you want to defeat your grandpa, you should learn from those jonin. After all, they are much better than me. That senior guy who is a jonin won't teach me, Konohamaru said with his head down. Guy doesn't teach you, so you can learn from other jonin, such as Ebisu? Naruto reminded. Ms. Ebisu? But he seems very weak. Yeah. Mengwang and Udon nodded in agreement. Naruto. Ebisu is really weak for him, but he is special jonin anyway. Can't you little brats who are not even ninjas give him some face? That's just a superficial phenomenon. If you don't believe me, you can go to him for a competition. If you can't beat Ebisu, it means that he is indeed qualified to teach you. The three of Konohamaru thought about it, and it should be so. Advertisement as jonin, Ebisu-sensei should be stronger than genin's Naruto no matter what. Although Naruto was really handsome when he saved Konohamaru just now, maybe Ebisu-sensei will be even more handsome in this situation? Ebisu-sensei looks like that, it shouldn't be possible to be more handsome than Naruto big brother. Then goodbye, Naruto big brother, goodbye. Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing off the three Baimawan. Three idiots, who fantasize about being Hokage every day and always cause trouble for others. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Seeing Naruto's tired look, the second daughter asked worriedly. It's okay, but dealing with brats is really not my strong point, Naruto sighed. Forget it. Forget about those three brats. Where are we going next? It will be dark in a few hours, Hinata has to go back. Her father won't let her spend the night outside when she doesn't have a job to do. Hinata bowed her head a little bit disappointed, she also wanted to be with Naruto all day like little Sakura. But soon she regained her smile, it's good to be with Naruto, and her father won't say anything about her now. Maybe my father will accept Naruto in the future, and she can always be with Naruto in the future. Shall we go eat barbecue? It just so happened that we didn't have lunch, and I'm a little hungry. Hinata knew that Naruto likes to eat barbecue, so he suggested. Then where are we going after the barbecue? Little Sakura asked. Advertisement, I heard that the bathhouse has a discount for mixed baths today. I'm not going there. Times 2 inches. 2 days later, Class 7 assembled again. I have recommended you to take this Chunin exam, which will be held in 5 days. Kakashi handed 3 recommendation forms to each of them. If you want to take the exam, gather at the ninja school in 5 days. After finishing speaking, Kakashi disappeared immediately without saying a single extra word. Holding the recommendation form, Naruto yawned, looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, you must come in 5 days. This exam must be taken by 3 people. Sasuke gave Naruto a cold look and said, I'm definitely going. Naruto spread his hands, he just reminded Sasuke, lest he miss the time. At this time, little Sakura complained, why didn't Mr. Kakashi tell us that 3 people can take the Chunin exam? Who knows, maybe it's a test of our tacit understanding. Naruto took out a lollipop, opened it, and said in his mouth. Tacit understanding. Little Sakura looked at Sasuke with some concern. When it comes to tacit understanding, she realizes that she and Naruto have forgotten the existence of Sasuke unconsciously. During the past 10 days of vacation, she has been dating Naruto and has never looked for Sasuke at all. Advertisement: I met Sasuke 2 days ago because of a coincidence. But neither Sasuke nor Naruto care about this. In the eyes of the two men, fetters are not something that needs to be deliberately maintained. Let's disband if there is nothing to do, Naruto suggested. When Kakashi was not around, Naruto seemed to be the boss of Class 7. Wait a minute. Sasuke called Naruto to stop. Is there something wrong? Naruto asked. I want to challenge you. I want to see how far I am from you now, Sasuke said. While Naruto was dating little Sakura, Sasuke was also exercising hard. Sasuke feels that he has made great progress since the mission of Naruto, so he really wants to know whether the gap between himself and Naruto has been narrowed. As for surpassing Naruto, from Naruto's wind-style ninjutsu that will kill Zabuju, he can see that he is not yet Naruto's opponent. Looking at Sasuke's firm eyes, Naruto hesitated for a moment, and agreed to Sasuke's challenge. After all, he is a member of the same class, so he would not refuse this matter. Of course, if challenged frequently, Naruto will still refuse. Chapter 54 Awakened Mangekyo Previous chapter Next chapter. Advertisement: Sakura, you are the referee, Naruto said to Sakura. In the open space, Naruto and Sasuke are facing each other. Sakura Jr. battled for a few meters. After a few seconds of silence, Sasuke took the lead. Throwing a few shurikens casually, he went straight to Naruto's face. Naruto took out a kunai and knocked the shuriken away, and he stood there without moving. Siwei Shen Hai Noon Yin, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. When the distance between the two was reduced by half, Sasuke used ninjutsu. Fiery fireballs spewed out from Sasuke's mouth and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto also made a backhand seal. Water Style, Water Chaos. Where there is no water, Naruto uses a powerful water style ninjutsu to engulf Sasuke's fireball. Defeated by water style, Sasuke was not upset. He lowered his head to avoid the attack of the water turbulence, and accelerated towards Naruto. He wants to engage in close combat. Naruto was a little surprised at Sasuke's idea of melee combat. Advertisement: after all, Sasuke should be good at lightning style and fire style ninjutsu, and he can add a shuriken at most. In terms of physical skills alone, Sasuke's strength can barely reach that of Chunin. But just when Naruto thought he was right, he found that Sasuke's eyes had changed. Urgoyu Sharingan? There was only time to be surprised for a moment, and the two fought together. The two fisted and kicked. You punch me, I block it. I kicked it, you dodged sideways, for a time even top and bottom. Of course, this is the result of Naruto's release of water. The purpose of Sasuke's challenge to him is nothing more than to test his strength, not to seek abuse. So he won't easily defeat Sasuke and hurt his self-confidence. 2 minutes into the fight, Naruto caught an opening in Sasuke and sent him flying with a leaf hurricane kick. Sasuke drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell to the ground, stirring up dust. After half a sound, Sasuke got up from the ground and looked at Naruto with a somewhat unwilling expression. He seemed unable to accept that he had opened the Urgoyu Sharingan and was still caught in physical skills. Logically speaking, it should be easier for him to catch Naruto's flaws. If you have 3 Tomo Sharingan, maybe we can fight for a while. Naruto looked at Sasuke and smiled. Open black lens bracket ding. Host's Versailles speech aroused Sharingan's desire. Sharingan expressed that he also wanted Versailles, and evolved into Mangekyo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement: the moment the system sounded, Naruto covered his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan, as a gifted pupil art, will allow Naruto to activate it briefly at the moment of change. So in order not to be discovered by Sasuke, he could only cover his eyes for a second. What's wrong with you? Sasuke looked at Naruto wondering. It's nothing, it's just sand in my eyes. Naruto put down his hands and smiled. The awakening of his Mangekyo grants him 3 new abilities. Left eye. Amaterasu, the most advanced fire style ninjutsu that won't go out until it burns out the target. Right eye. Kamui, teleports the target into a different space at close range, and can also allow himself to penetrate the attack. Eyes. Susanoo, immune to all ninjutsu attacks, can use Muji to release ninjutsu, and improve ninjutsu by 1 level. It looks like a meditating stone man, and its overall color is purple. The disadvantage is that it cannot move. Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique will match its owner's area of expertise. Although Naruto is good at all fields, he can't get all the pupil skills. Instead, Susanoo perfectly inherited his advantages, an immobile invincible enhancement mage. The ability to be immune to ninjutsu allows his Susanoo to be destroyed only by a strong physicist like Guy. As for whether Shienju can destroy his Susanoo, it is still unknown. Muji release ninjutsu and enhance ninjutsu levels can allow Naruto to release ninjutsu without intervals, and let his A-level ninjutsu reach S-level power. The S-level will reach S+. Such a strong full-level magic resistance mage is not yet a perfect body, which makes Naruto start to look forward to the ability of his full-body Susanoo. Advertisement withdrawing his mind from the matter of Mangekyo Sharingan, he looked at Sasuke, gesturing to continue. Sasuke frowned. He felt that Naruto was distracted for 2 seconds just now. These 2 seconds would have been an excellent opportunity, but Sasuke did not choose to sneak attack, because his purpose was not to kill Naruto, but to test his own strength. Zi Yin Shu Cho Mao Yin, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Sasuke unleashed his recently learned second Fire Style Jutsu on Naruto. The Phoenix Fire Technique is much weaker than the Great Fireball Technique. The only thing it's better than Great Fireball Technique is that it attacks in a weirder way, in a weirder direction, requiring Naruto to move more to dodge. Of course, if you use more powerful ninjutsu to suppress it, naturally you don't need to dodge. Naruto does just that. Water Style, the water hits the waves. Several strong streams of water were summoned by Naruto to extinguish Sasuke's Fire Style and attack Sasuke. Sasuke took advantage of Sharingan's ability to hide from the edge of the rushing water, and smiled coldly. Lightning Style. Go. Naruto, 8% Chapter 55. Illusion. Sakura Naomi Technique. Previous chapter next chapter advertisement. At this time the ground has been completely wet with water. Sasuke uses Lightning Style. The power of ground walking at this time will not be weaker than a sea-level ninjutsu. And because of the particularity of this ninjutsu, normal people can't avoid it at all. Of course, this refers to normal people. Why can Naruto be a normal person? Naruto quickly formed a mudra with both hands, and then patted the ground with one hand. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. As soon as the B-level defensive Earth Style ninjutsu came out, it directly blocked Sasuke's Lightning Style, unable to touch Naruto at all. Seeing this, Sasuke sighed and put away the Sharingan. That's it, I admit defeat. He had tried his best in this battle, but even so he couldn't hurt Naruto a bit. Feeling a little lost, but it also inspired him to work harder. Naruto revoked the Earth Style ninjutsu, looked at Sasuke and said, "You are already very strong among ninjas of the same level, you don't need to feel disappointed because you are not as good as me in the same grade. Because I'm way ahead of Genin." Naruto's words are very euphemistic, and it seems to be comforting Sasuke. But Sasuke didn't listen at all. Even if he is young and energetic, he will inevitably have to compare himself with his peers. "Next time I'll hurt you." Sasuke left after saying that. Naruto shook his head and sighed. "I have already boarded the high-speed rail, and you are still walking on the road of thorns. How can you catch up with me like this?" Advertisement saying Versailles. Naruto turned his head to meet little Sakura's embrace. Naruto beat Sasuke easily, much to the delight of little Sakura, who rewarded Naruto with a hug and a kiss. Naruto, you are so upbeat." 5 days later. Class 7 came to the ninja school early to assemble. Because the first test was a literary test at the ninja school, they were asked to gather here. 3 people from Class 7, with Naruto in the middle, small Sakura on the left, and Sasuke on the right, marched into the ninja school in unison. As soon as he entered the school, he came to Naruto far away on the second floor and saw several familiar figures. Xiao Li, Tien and Hyuga Neji. At this time, Xiao Li was pretending to be weak, begging the gatekeeper Chunin to let him in with a very pitiful look. "Excuse me, we're going to the 3rd floor," Naruto said to those who were in the way of them with a listless look. "Naruto? ×3, all 3 of Guy's class recognized Naruto. Naruto glanced at them, not wanting to communicate too much. "Excuse me, please." Most of the people chose to get out of the way, including the 3 of Xiao Li. But the 2 gatekeepers, Chunin, had their own ideas. One of them, Chunin, said, "I can see that this is an illusion. You guys are very good, but I still can't allow rookies like you to pass by." As he said that, the Chunin kicked Naruto, but halfway up the kick, the Chunin didn't move. Looking carefully, I found that this Chunin fell asleep at some point. Advertisement illusion. Falling Sakura Naomi Technique. This is an illusion that Naruto got from Kurenai Yuhi, and those who perform the trick will fall into a deep sleep. This kind of ninjutsu is not good against strong players, but it is really easy to deal with small characters. Let's go. With a lollipop in his mouth, Naruto walked upstairs with a listless look. Little Sakura and Sasuke followed closely behind. The other Chunin didn't dare to make a move, for fear that he would be picked up by Naruto too. This person is so strong, why didn't he have any reputation before? Idiot, can't you see who that is? That guy is Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone who got the truth was stunned. Uzumaki Naruto? Isn't that the name of that demon fox? Thinking that the demon fox is so strong, they couldn't help but shudder again. They had ridiculed him a lot before, wondering if they were remembered by Naruto. The three people in Guy's class discussed differently than the others. They watched Naruto take out a Chunin without moving a hand, and they were all in disbelief. I didn't expect Naruto to be good at illusion. It seems that we should be careful when facing him in the future, Shaoli said to himself. A pure physique ninja like him doesn't have much resistance to illusions. Advertisement, yeah. I solved a Chunin without even moving it. It's really good looking and reliable. Tien praise. Hyuga Neji didn't comment on Naruto, he was secretly afraid of Naruto, and said, let's go up too. Naruto took Sasuke and little Sakura to the third floor and saw Kakashi waiting for them at the entrance of the examination room. Mr. Kakashi, it's rare that you got up early and came to the exam room. Little Sakura still remembered that Kakashi didn't explain clearly the requirements of the Chunin exam 5 days ago. Kakashi smiled awkwardly and said, you were all here. You don't seem to want all three of us coming, little Sakura said again. How could it be? Kakashi smiled with a masked face, I'm very happy that you can come together. Naruto gave Kakashi a blank look, and said, okay, let's recollect the happy things later, but the exam is about to start, you don't want us to be late, Mr. Kakashi. Of course. Kakashi measured his body and gave Naruto 3 openings to go in. One step before entering the door, Kakashi pressed Naruto's shoulder. Come on, I have confidence in you. Naruto. Understood, you are too provocative, Mr. Kakashi. Naruto took out a new lollipop and put it in his mouth. Kakashi's sudden sensation just now made him subconsciously bite off a lollipop. Kakashi smiled awkwardly, scratched the white hair on his head, and said, don't be sensational, let's go in. Chapter 56. Ino's shock. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 3 people from Class 7 entered the examination room and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Both Sasuke and little Sakura were a little nervous, only Naruto was holding a lollipop, his eyes were blank. Glancing at the little Sakura beside him, Naruto patted her on the shoulder and said, don't be nervous, it's just an exam. Little Sakura was encouraged and nodded, thank you, Naruto. Sasuke on the side ate the dog food, and his heart was calm, but he also broke free from the nervous feeling. Let's go, just wait in this position. Naruto said that he was about to bring Sasuke and little Sakura into the crowd. But at this time, several people who graduated from the same level as them approached. Naruto. Hinata ran over immediately and stood beside Naruto. Naruto pampered Hinata's little head and said, come on. Yeah. Hinata enjoyed Naruto's head pat, with an expression like a well-behaved kitten. Seeing the ambiguity between Hinata and Naruto actually standing in the center of Class 7, even Sasuke has to step aside. Ino's class felt a little strange. Isn't the chief student of their class Sasuke? Why does Naruto look like the boss of Class 7? Sasuke. Ino excitedly rushed to Sasuke's side, asking about his health. But Sasuke just glanced at her flatly and didn't say much. Ino got bored and looked at little Sakura's side, and found that she wasn't jealous at all. This is abnormal. Advertisement. Hey, little Sakura, aren't you angry when you see me talking to Sasuke? Ino said in an out-of-tune sarcasm. But who knows that little Sakura has no temper at all, but looked at Ino lightly and said, why should I be angry when you talk to Sasuke? Little Sakura, did you get the wrong script? Several big question marks appeared above Ino's head. We are hostile to each other because of pursuing Sasuke, and now we have insisted on it for so many years, you tell me you don't pursue? Ino jumped up to little Sakura. Hey, little Sakura, what's going on? Have you moved on? What Ino said casually, unexpectedly made her guess right. Little Sakura nodded and said, I like Naruto now, you want to chase Sasuke, please do your best. Ino. Hey, aren't you? Isn't Naruto with Hinata? The fact that Hyuga Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto are in a relationship is not a secret at all in their class. Now little Sakura tells Ino that she wants to get involved, which really surprises her. I know, I don't mind. What do I know, I don't mind. Are you thinking of 2 maids and 1 husband? Ino was so surprised that she couldn't speak, and she was also curious about what kind of ecstasy Naruto used to fascinate little Sakura like this. And why is Sasuke standing on Naruto's side? Isn't it because whoever is the strongest will stand in the middle? Could it be that Naruto is stronger than Sasuke? Advertisement? There are many questions in my heart that I want to know, but this occasion is not suitable for asking. She plans to get to know Naruto well after the Chunin exam, and also ask Hinata deeply. Regarding the fact that Class 7 is centered on Naruto, Class 8 has no doubts. After all, their teacher has personally admitted that Naruto's strength has reached a special Jonin. Shikamaru looked at Naruto, who was somewhat similar to himself, without looking for any traces, as if he wanted to see through Naruto's true strength. Why can a guy who has been at the bottom of the class for 5 years and has a middle grade for 1 year become the center of Class 7? Favored by Hinata and little Sakura. Akamichi Choji was the least thoughtful. Even Naruto acting so different couldn't stop him from eating. Just as several people were paying attention to Naruto, a gray-haired young man with glasses walked over. In the examination room, it's better not to chat on your own in a conspicuous place. Didn't you notice that other people are staring at you? Naruto glanced at Yakushi Kabuto, but didn't want to pay attention. For this villain whose true heart is to open an orphanage to take care of orphans, Naruto has no fear at all. But Orochimaru, who will appear in the near future, needs to be dealt with some hands and feet. Bite Sasuke, yes. Hurt little Sakura. No. The 8 people except Naruto looked towards the other candidates, and found that they were indeed staring at themselves and the others eerily. Very scary. Hinata and little Sakura subconsciously moved closer to Naruto. Advertisement, okay, let's go to the side and wait, so as not to be stared at by these idiots. Naruto said to everyone, and then walked to the left by himself. The little Sakura and Hinata followed up immediately, and Sasuke was a second behind, but also followed. Seeing that Sasuke was dominated by Naruto, the other 6 naturally followed suit without any objection. This situation made Yakushi Kabuto look at Naruto with concern, and Naruto's performance was somewhat different from his information. But Yakushi Kabuto only paid attention to it a little bit, and their main target was Sasuke. Let me introduce myself, my name is Yakushi Kabuto, and I am a senior who is a few years older than you. The purpose of the bag is to get acquainted with Class 7, so that he can observe Sasuke up close in the subsequent exams. Just now because of Naruto, Do failed to achieve his goal, so naturally he has to recommend himself now. Ino said, "It seems that you are very old. You are still taking the Genin exam at this age, your talent is really poor." Yeah. Yakushi Kabuto was not annoyed, but said with a bit of shame, "I took the Chunin exam 7 times, but failed every time." 7 Chunin exams? Then you must know the Chunin exam well? Little Sakura asked. That's natural. I have almost all the basic information about the Genin who came to take the Chunin exam this time. Hearing what Do said, several people except Naruto immediately became interested. If you can know the opponent's information in advance, it will be of great help to the exam in the near future. Chapter 57 Information card about Naruto previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Sasuke was the first to be interested in Yakushi Kabuto's information, and was the first to ask, "Do you really know all the information about ninjas who took the Chunin exam?" Do smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you can tell his name and confirm his identity, I can help you find his information." Then help me find information about Tsunade Gaara. Because of Naruto, Sasuke did not communicate with Rock Lee and Hyuga Neji, so Gaara was the only ninja he wanted to know. "I want to know about Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke," Shikamaru said suddenly. Both Naruto and Sasuke looked at Shikamaru in surprise. Being watched by the two, Shikamaru felt a little embarrassed. "I'm just curious." Naruto was indifferent with a lollipop in his mouth. Sasuke didn't care either, with a cold expression on his face. They don't care about their information being known by others. Then let's start with Gaara at San Shinobi Village. Yakushi Kabuto took out a card with Gaara's information written on it. "I actually performed a B-level task alone." Sasuke was a little surprised when he saw the information on the card. Advertisement. You must know that even after they experienced the Zabuzan incident, Kakashi was unwilling to let them accept the B-level mission. And this Gaara actually performed a B-level task alone. Looks like this Gaara will be a formidable opponent, several other people thought. Then it's Uzumaki Naruto next. Yakushi Kabuto drew out another card and gave Naruto a special look as he handed it to everyone. It turned out that he was not interested in what he called information. Is it self-confidence, or what reason? Uzumaki Naruto, who graduated from Konoha Shinobi School, is 12 years old this year. Before the age of 12, he was unknown in school and his grades were average. The only shocking thing at the ninja school was the romance with the Hyuga lady. After graduating, I joined Konoha Jonin Kakashi's class, accompanied by Uchiha Sasuke, the chief graduate student, and Haruno Sakura. 3 sea-level missions have been carried out so far. Naruto. I really have been investigated to the bottom of the sky. 3 sea-level missions. Ino and the others looked at the 3 of them in Class 7 with surprised expressions. Of course, the look was less surprised than Gaara. You guys are amazing, Sasuke. Advertisement. Ino stared at Sasuke with twinkling eyes. Also, only a few months after graduation, Ino and the others have only performed 1 sea-level mission, while Sasuke's team has performed it 3 times. This also shows from another angle that the overall strength of their team is stronger than other teams. In Ino's view, Squad 7 is better than their team is Sasuke's credit. But in Shikamaru's view, it is not necessarily. If it is really the credit of Sasuke, how could it be possible for Sasuke to follow behind Naruto with his arrogant character? Perhaps the biggest dark horse of this Chunin exam is Uzumaki Naruto. On the other hand, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino scoffed at Kabuki's information. This guy used to pretend to be normal at school. It's all a lie. He is a master who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. Finally, everyone read Sasuke's information again. But because they read Naruto's information before, all they got was information they already knew. Who let a few people be classmates, know the roots and know the bottom line? After a while, Hibiki Morino came out from inside the examination room. Advertisement. This also officially announces the start of the Chunin examination. The first test is the literary test. On the surface, it is to test the basic knowledge of ninjas, but in fact it is to test the ability of ninjas to obtain information and trust in their companions. The location of the examination room has not changed much. Naruto is still beside Hinata. Little Sakura is in front of Ino, farther away from Naruto, which makes her a little bit tasteful. Why is my sister beside Naruto? I'm so envious, little Sakura thought to herself. Naruto is by my side. Will he do it? Should I copy the answer to Naruto later? Hinata thought. Sensing Hinata's gaze, Naruto gave her a gentle smile that instantly melted her heart. Hinata's blush rose steadily, and the color surpassed the crimson several times. Because if you use inferior methods to cheat during the exam, you will be eliminated, and Naruto is worried that speaking will be recognized as inferior methods, so Naruto wants to ask what happened to Hinata, but he can only bear it. Hissing with his finger at the corner of his mouth, Naruto started to focus on the question. Although Naruto's grades in cultural subjects at school were mediocre, it was just a disguise he made in order not to attract the attention of third generation and Danzo. If Naruto takes the test seriously, his grades will definitely not be worse than that of little Sakura. Chapter 58. Only 51 people left previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Soon after, Naruto finished all the questions. At this time, most of the people in the examination room were either still sitting hard, or they were using various means to cheat. Of course, there are many people who were expelled because of poor cheating methods. After some time, those who were expelled still reached a quarter of the number of people who took the exam. Morinoi Hibiki stood on the podium and tapped on the table. Okay, it's time, stop writing. Being scolded by Morinoi Heiichi, all the candidates who hadn't finished did not dare to put down the pens in their hands without any slight. Now I will officially release the 10th question. The examinees stared nervously at Hibiki Morino, and everyone was curious about what the exam questions were left to the end. Hibiki Morino gives full play to the influence of inner pressure. He didn't immediately say what the 10th question was. Also did not inform the candidates of the rules for the 10th question. Instead, he scanned the crowd seriously before saying, before answering the 10th question, there is a rule. Everyone became more nervous, and many people already had sweaty palms, worrying and complaining secretly. Why are there still rules? The rule is that those who choose to answer the 10th question and fail to answer will never be able to take the Chunin exam. Naruto scoffed at such rules. Advertisement. Is it impossible to become a Chunin without taking the Chunin exam? Believe it or not, let me show my strength. The third generation begged me to be a Jonin. Although Naruto doesn't care, it doesn't mean that other people don't care. For those civilian ninjas who have no power or talent, the only possibility to become a Chunin is the Chunin exam. Are you kidding me? How can there be such a rule? Some people can't accept this rule and start to break down. Although there are many unreasonable things in this test, it has to be said that it is perfect for testing genin. If you choose not to answer, you will be eliminated, but you can retain the qualifications for next year's exam. After Morino Ibiki finished his last sentence, he began to quietly wait for everyone's choice. The silent examination room also indirectly put more pressure on the candidates, and some people began to abstain after a while. In just 5 minutes, as many as a dozen people abstained. Hearing the voices of helpless abstention, Naruto secretly despised Morino Ibiki in his heart. It's so dirty, Naruto complained in his heart. Naruto, with a lollipop in his mouth and a face full of indifference, attracted Morino Ibiki's attention. He looked at Naruto's face that was somewhat similar to the 4th generation. His eyes were in a trance for a while. Advertisement, 4th generation. He shook his head violently. How could I think of Jinchuriki and 4th generation going together? Thinking of this, Ibiki Morino looked at Naruto carefully again. Such a calm expression, is it self-confidence or? At the end of the exam, 2/3 of the people in the exam room were wiped out, leaving 51 people. Because there is no Naruto's speech full of determination in the original book, the result of this exam is completely in line with the result in Anko's mind. Shortly after Morino Ibiki announced the results, a few kunai broke through the window and nailed a flag to the blackboard. Then a woman in net clothes broke through the window, and the glass shattered all over the floor. Is this man an idiot? Everyone thought. Mitarashi Anko, Konoha Special Jonin, apprentice of Konoha Sannin Orochimaru. It's a pity that Mitarashi Anko's talent is not enough, and the curse mark on her neck is a semi-finished product, that is, a failure. All this disqualified her from following Orochimaru. Mitarashi Anko, who was abandoned by Orochimaru, can only stay in Konoha, and secretly hates Orochimaru. I am the examiner for your second exam, Mitarashi Anko, now everyone follow me. Mitarashi Anko raised his hand in a very idiotic manner while speaking. Advertisement. That appearance of not being a normal person deepened the impression of an idiot among the ninja candidates. No one responded to Mitarashi Anko, which made Mitarashi Anko a little embarrassed. After carefully looking at the candidates, you did a good job, Ibiki, you just brushed off 2/3 of the useless guys. Candidates. It's okay, the mental quality of this year's candidates is relatively average. While speaking, Morino Ibiki took another look at Naruto. No matter how you look at it, this guy looks like 4th Hokage. Mitarashi Anko sensed Ibiki Morino's gaze, and looked along, and saw Uzumaki Naruto yawning with a lollipop in his mouth. This person seems to be alone. Anko muttered to himself, but didn't say it. The phrase Jinchuriki is like 4th Hokage cannot be said casually. Anko, I'll leave this place to you. Ibiki Morino left first after speaking. Anko didn't care about Ibiki Morino at all. She recovered from Naruto, she looked at the crowd and said, since you won't come with me, then go to the practice field to gather tomorrow. As for which practice field it is, go back and ask your guide Jonin. In this second exam, I will wipe out more than half of your numbers. Chapter 59. Ino's dinner. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mitarashi Anko's final declaration made the candidates present feel extremely heavy. Obviously, I finally passed the first level, but now I am told that I will wipe out more than half of the people in the next level. Is this Chunin meant for people? That night, taking advantage of the first exam had just ended. Ino unexpectedly asks Naruto to eat barbecue. Naruto originally planned to eat with the 2 daughters of Hina Sakura, but since there was a treat, they simply ate together. Ino, why do you suddenly want to invite us to eat barbecue? Little Sakura asked suspiciously, chewing on the meat in her mouth, slurring her words. Judging from her friendship with Ino for so many years, Ino does not seem to be such a generous person. In fact, however, Ino is not such a generous person. Originally, Ino just wanted to invite Naruto to eat barbecue, and asked about the relationship between him and the second daughter by the way. Who knew that Naruto brought Hinata and little Sakura over directly? The parties involved are all there, so how can she ask questions? And if she can't ask, it means that her barbecue meal will be in vain. Ino wanted to cry without tears and touched her pocket, which contained her not round wallet. Hee. I think we have lost touch soon, so I asked you to have a meal together. Ino laughed awkwardly. Really? Little Sakura was still staring at Ino suspiciously, and at the same time the chopsticks in her hand didn't stop. Advertisement. Hinata also kept burying her head in hard work. She is not familiar with Ino. This time I thought I was having dinner with Naruto and my little sister Sakura, but who knew I was here to eat and drink? For a moment, she didn't know what to say, and couldn't get in the conversation, so she simply buried herself in the delicious food. It's delicious. Hinata thought. Naruto didn't concentrate on eating the barbecue again, and would greet the second daughter from time to time, and add a few pieces of meat to the second daughter. Ino exchanged a meal of barbecue for a caddy of dog food. I want to cry more, XOX, well, Hinata, how did you and Naruto-kun get along? After holding back for a long time, Ino finally took the initiative to open the conversation. And the object he chose is Hinata, who has always been shy and easy to bully. Such a woman should not hide secrets. If you have secrets, you will be silly and frank. The same is true, Hinata did not hide his history of feelings for Naruto at all. First, he talked about being bullied by other children when he was a few years old and being saved by Naruto. Then he talked about how he often paid attention to Naruto since then. Finally, he talked about Naruto deliberately defeating himself and encouraging her in the ninja school. 3 stories allow Ino to grasp one important point, to be defeated on purpose. Naruto, why did you deliberately get defeated by Hinata when you were in school? Advertisement, is it because you like Hinata too, so you don't want to beat Hinata? There is no need for Naruto to hide from Ino about school matters, and now there is no one from Anbu, the root, to monitor them. Naruto is not worried that someone will think too much, worried that he plots to become stronger to destroy Konoha, and then grabs him into the roots, or Anbu for physical transformation or ideological transformation. Because I don't like the attention. After Naruto finished speaking, he found Hinata looking at him, so he added another sentence. Of course I like Hinata too, I don't want to beat her. Ino. Dog food +1. Hinata was immediately shy after hearing Naruto's words, and the speed of eating barbecue broke out in an instant, and Ino was ashamed to see it. I thought. Hinata, eat slowly, eat less, I can't afford the bill soon. The big eater hidden in Konoha Shinobi is no joke. Naruto is not worried at all watching Hinata overeating, because he knows that what Hinata eats will only grow meat in the right place. He touched Hinata's head and said, eat slowly, don't choke. Seeing Naruto urging Hinata to eat more slowly, Ino was very moved, and was about to praise Naruto in his heart, but who knew that Naruto said in the next sentence, the second exam is still more than 10 hours away, don't worry. Ino. Are you two planning to spend the night at a kebab shop? Have you ever considered the feeling of a kebab restaurant? Have you considered how my wallet feels? Advertisement? As the little princess of the Yamanaka family, Ino has many businesses under her family name, so she will not be short of money. It's just that she lacks a wallet that can hold a lot of money. Maybe the ceiling scroll has this effect, but she doesn't have the habit of using that kind of thing to hold money. Resisting the urge to cry, Ino looked at little Sakura. Little Sakura, how did you get on good terms with Naruto? Little Sakura knew that Ino had no good intentions, and her dinner was probably for 8 trigrams. But 8 trigrams is 8 trigrams. Anyway, I decided to talk to Naruto, and Konoha will know about it sooner or later. Because, little Sakura also truthfully answered the relationship history between herself and Naruto. From the admiration of the exercise to the gentleness and consideration during the task. From gentle and considerate to Naruto's powerful and handsome after showing his strength. Compared with Sasuke, Naruto is also handsome and strong, and one she can move, but the other she can't. Obviously she knew which one she should choose. After listening to little Sakura's story, Ino only felt that little Sakura was still little Sakura. When you were in love, you should pay attention to a no-brainer. I love that you are handsome and strong. Of course, Ino also admitted that little Sakura and Naruto have long-term affection, but they already have girlfriends, why are you rushing to post them? Chapter 60 The Forest of Death Previous chapter Next chapter. Advertisement Ino can't understand little Sakura's thoughts, but she can understand Naruto's good points. When the little Sakura told the story of herself and Naruto, she specifically said something between Naruto and Sasuke. Of course it is in comparison. All this seemed unbelievable to Ino, but no matter how unbelievable, Ino knew it was true. First of all, little Sakura has no reason to lie to himself, and secondly, Sasuke's various behaviors today really prove that he is weaker than Naruto. How can the current Naruto be so strong and handsome? Ino stared at Naruto until he saw that Hinata and little Sakura were full before recovering. Ino, what are you looking at again? Little Sakura covered Ino's eyes like protecting food. She is already sharing Naruto with Hinata now, and she doesn't want to add another person anyway. And this person is Ino. A woman who has robbed her of men since she was a child and grew up. The little Sakura came to Ino's side and warned, I've already given you Sasuke, you can't play with Naruto anymore. Ino, who was just admiring Naruto's appearance, was furious when he heard this sentence. What do you mean you give Sasuke to me? Advertisement, it's as if you don't let me, I won't be able to snatch you. Isn't it obvious in terms of charisma? Little Sakura said arrogantly, Naruto, who is better than Sasuke, is with me. There was a well on Ino's forehead, and he wanted to get angry but suppressed it. It's not because she's scared, but because she thinks what little Sakura said actually makes sense. Naruto is better than Sasuke, but why can he look up to little Sakura? Do you think Naruto won't be with me? If I didn't chase him, he would definitely be with me first. What did you say? Ino pig. It's you who have to recognize yourself, wide forehead. Naruto. Hinata. Naruto. I said you two should be quiet at the barbecue restaurant, and everyone else is watching you. Ino and little Sakura came back to their senses, and sure enough, they found other people in the yakiniku restaurant staring at them. The two ended their fight with blushing faces and sat back in their original positions. Naruto sighed, shook his head, and took a bite of the grilled meat. Absolutely. Early the next morning, all the candidates arrived at the training ground, Death Forest early. Advertisement at this point they are quietly waiting for the start of the exam. Mitarashi Anko's declaration of eliminating more than half of them yesterday kept them up all night, except for Naruto. Come. All those who are going to take the second exam come to me and sign this life and death contract. Angry and keep promises? Is it possible that this exam will still be dangerous? Mitarashi Anko raised his mouth slightly, and then said coldly, what do you think the Chunin exam is? Do you play house? The Chunin exam is a battlefield to show the strength of all countries. It is normal for people to die, if you can't accept it. It's very simple, just come again next year. Everyone is silent, come again? Don't you need to experience the danger of death if you come again? Obviously impossible. A few teams hesitated and chose to abstain, but more people still chose to continue. After signing the life and death contract, Mitarashi Anko told everyone about the rules of the second exam. Each team gets a scroll, and the scrolls are divided into Sky Scrolls and Earth Scrolls. Each team must defeat other teams within 5 days to obtain 2 scrolls of Heaven and Earth. Finally, if you reach the central tower of the Death Forest, you will pass the level. After everyone knew this rule, they finally understood why Mitarashi Anko said that half of the people would be wiped out in this level. Now there are only 15 groups participating in the second level, which means that no more than 21 people will pass this level. Advertisement with a heavy heart, each team received their own scrolls. Naruto and their scrolls are the word, Heaven. Does that mean we want to get a scroll of Earth characters? Looking at Naruto who put the scroll on himself, Sasuke thought. Do you want the scroll? Naruto asked, noticing Sasuke was looking at him. Sasuke shook his head, it's safest to let you go, let's go. Naruto nodded and took Sasuke and little Sakura into the Death Forest. Because too many people were rejected in the last exam, and the Death Pact not long ago made the two teams compete again. So it became difficult to find another team of ninjas in this huge Death Forest. Of course, it is impossible for Naruto's perception ability not to detect the ninjas in this forest, but he still wanted to face Orochimaru in the near future, so he didn't look for other teams immediately. Class 7 walked towards the center of the Death Forest under the leadership of Naruto. In the Silent Forest, there is no one. The 3 people in Class 7 just went on for half a day in such a boring way. Orochimaru, who couldn't bear the loneliness, finally came to him. Chapter 61 Flame Control Previous chapter Next chapter. Advertisement Class 7 walked for half a day and was used to seeing no one here. But suddenly, Naruto stopped. What's wrong? Sasuke and little Sakura looked on guard at the same time. Someone is coming. Naruto said flatly. Orochimaru, who used Earth Style to hide in the ground, was a little surprised. He didn't expect to be discovered by a genin by his own means. But in order to prevent himself from being cheated out, or showing up because of Naruto's misjudgment. So he waited for a while. The waiting will make Sasuke and Sakura a little shaken. Could it be that Naruto made a mistake in his judgment? The two looked at Naruto, but Naruto was still on guard. The difference was that Naruto's eyebrows frowned. He clearly felt the cage-level chakra. At this point in time the only chakra of this level could be Orochimaru. But why doesn't he come out? After hesitating for a moment, Naruto took out a kunai and put it on the detonation charm, and threw it on the ground. Since you're here, there's no need to hide. Advertisement. As soon as the words fell, an explosion occurred on the ground in kunai, and a ninja from Kusanagi village with a pale face and a terrifying face jumped out of it. There are really enemies. Sasuke and little Sakura looked alert. Orochimaru, disguised as a Kusanagi ninja, looks at Uzumaki Naruto, who blows himself out, with a sickly grin on his face. Uzumaki Naruto, interesting. It's a pity that your body is not suitable. Otherwise I really want you to be my next body. As Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, the little Sakura almost vomited. It's disgusting, this person. Little Sakura didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Now standing in front of her is one of the former Konoha Sannin. He even scolded Orochimaru for being disgusting in front of Orochimaru. If Naruto hadn't been there, little Sakura might have died directly. Naruto did not reply to Orochimaru, but immediately assigned a shadow clone. Little Sakura, follow my clone and leave first. This person is not something you can deal with. Obedient. The little Sakura hesitated for a while, and finally chose to leave first with Naruto's clone. Be careful. She knew that her strength was too weak, and since Naruto felt that she could not intervene in this battle, she would never show her strength. After all, the consequence of being brave is to bring great trouble to Naruto, and she doesn't want to be Naruto's trouble. Advertisement, shadow clone. Orochimaru sneered, and then used the summoning technique to summon several large snakes. After several big snakes came out, they chased after little Sakura. But just moved a few steps, a wind blade directly cut off the heads of several big snakes. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback, and looked at Naruto, only to realize that it was Naruto's ninjutsu. It's an incredible talent to be able to unleash this level of ninjutsu at the young age of 12, Orochimaru admired. Sasuke, let's go. Naruto didn't want to use cage-level power in front of Sasuke and little Sakura. So he planned to let Sasuke be bitten by Orochimaru first, and wait for Sasuke to faint before driving Orochimaru away. As for why not knock Sasuke unconscious, or kill Orochimaru himself. Naruto said that he didn't want to wait for Sasuke to wake up and trouble him, so he had to give him a chance to play, otherwise what should he do if he is unwilling to challenge himself? As for Orochimaru, this guy has left too many curse marks on his subordinates. Even if Naruto can kill him once, he will be resurrected elsewhere. If you can't kill Orochimaru, you have to expose more of your cards, which is not worthwhile. At this time, Naruto especially hoped that his Mangekyo would have distinguished heavenly gods. Wouldn't it be nice to get a cage-level thug directly at that time? It's a pity that he didn't awaken this ability. Open black lens bracket ding. Because the host is disappointed with Mangekyo Sharingan, your Mangekyo Sharingan's left eye has vigorously opened a new pupil technique, Flame Control. Close black lens bracket. Flame Control. You can freely control the shape change of Amaterasu and extinguish the black Amaterasu. You can also change the black flame into various weapons and equip it on Susanoo. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Advertisement. Naruto was caught off guard by the sudden acquisition of a new pupil technique. It turns out that my Sharingan can get more pupil skills. Isn't it impossible to get distinguished heavenly gods in the future? Uzumaki Naruto's left eye flickered and was seen by Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt a little unbelievable. Just now, he seemed to have a hallucination and saw an eye similar to Itachi's on Naruto's left eye. But it was only for a split second, and nothing happened, which made Orochimaru wonder if he was dazzled. Before Orochimaru continued to suspect, Naruto and Sasuke had already attacked. Siwei Shen Hai Noon Yin Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke is still the same, leading the way with his signature ninjutsu. Naruto didn't want Sasuke to be alone, and also placed a Great Fireball at the same time. The two Great Fireball techniques only rushed to Orochimaru's face, but Orochimaru sneered and didn't move at all. Boom. A cloud of smoke rose and dispersed, and another big snake was summoned. This big snake is much stronger than the previous ones, and Naruto and Sasuke's Great Fireball didn't hurt it at all. 0% Chapter 62 Ryuchi Cave has many snakes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sasuke suddenly felt tricky. This time the opponent gave him a different feeling. That feeling is not how powerful this person is, but how dangerous this person is. At this time, Orochimaru gave Sasuke the feeling of danger, a danger that made it difficult for him to raise the will to resist. But fortunately, Naruto was beside him, actively directing the battle, otherwise he might not have dared to make a move at all. I saw Sasuke activate the Urgoyu Sharingan, and then took out countless silk threads from his body. After several manipulations, he actually blocked Orochimaru's escape route. Sharingan handles Shuriken technique. 3 swords. Naruto. Sasuke called to Naruto. Understood. The two sealed their seals at the same time very tacitly. Sasuke seal fire style. Dragon fire technique. Naruto seal wind style. Great breakthrough. This is the combined ninjutsu of the two. The wind assisted the fire, and turned the dragon fire technique, which was originally only a C level, into a B level. Because Orochimaru's retreat was blocked by the silk thread, it was inevitable that he was engulfed by the huge dragon fire. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, and let go of the silk thread in his hand. Orochimaru was putting too much pressure on him, and he didn't have the confidence to beat him even with the trick he had learned recently. Fortunately, Naruto can wind style, which enhances the damage of his ninjutsu. Sasuke thought about looking at Naruto, but found that he didn't want to relax at all. What's going on? Isn't that guy still dead? Impossible. Sasuke, it's not time to rest yet. Naruto pointed to the charred corpse in front of him and said. Sasuke looked in the direction Naruto pointed, and found that the charred corpse got up from the ground. Then its mouth grew huge, and it was spitting out disgustingly. Orochi body replacement technique. A ninjutsu that combines snake properties and body replacement technique. How is it possible? Sasuke muttered to himself with an incredulous expression. He and Naruto's combined ninjutsu only killed one big snake? Ha ha ha, Sasuke, I really like you more and more, the strength just now proves your talent. You are qualified to accept my curse seal. Orochimaru, who came back as a substitute, sneered. Advertisement. Sasuke frowned, not understanding what Orochimaru meant by the curse mark. But definitely not something good. Naruto, let's do it again, I can't believe it can escape every time. As Sasuke said, he picked up the silk thread again, preparing for another dragon fire technique. But obviously, with Orochimaru's talent, it is impossible to hit a second time for the move that has been hit. Sure enough, as soon as Sasuke pulled the thread, Orochimaru spit out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth and cut off every thread. Children should learn to be innovative, not to always play some repetitive tricks. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke and joked. Sasuke was disgusted by Orochimaru's look, and he couldn't help disgusting Orochimaru's existence. Naruto, use water style. Naruto knew that Sasuke wanted to use lightning style, so he used an oversized water style ninjutsu, water style. Water dragon bomb technique. Sasuke watched Naruto use this ninjutsu in amazement. Isn't this the ninjutsu used by Kakashi and Zabuzan in the last mission? How could Naruto? With no time to think and ask, Sasuke had to make quick seals to match Naruto's ninjutsu. Lightning style. Walk. D-level lightning style does not work well with B-level water style. Because the water is too strong, the effect of thunder is low. Advertisement. The fact is also true, Sasuke's lightning style is integrated into Naruto's water style, in addition to adding some paralysis effects to the enemy. Does nothing. Facing Naruto's powerful water style ninjutsu, Orochimaru smiled coldly. Raise your hand and summon 2 huge snakes to block it. You have so many snakes. Naruto complained. They're all useless, you can have as many as you want. Orochimaru answered Naruto with a smile. For Ryuchi Cave, there are too many cannon fodder for this kind of snake, which is no more than the height of a tree. It is precisely because there are so many snakes that Orochimaru was able to create so many various snake ninjutsu based on summoning. Okay, now I'm going to get down to business. You won't hinder me, will you, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru has already felt the extraordinariness of Naruto, and can easily use B-level ninjutsu to fight, that is at least Jonin. Naruto glanced at Sasuke. Sorry, Sasuke is my companion after all. In fact, he had planned to ask Orochimaru to give Sasuke a bite in his heart, but on the surface he still had to say so. Then there is no other way. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly became cold. I can only deal with you first. Chapter 63 Orochimaru's appreciation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because his summoning beast has no one to help him hold Naruto except 10,000 snakes. So Orochimaru once again summoned a big snake to deal with Sasuke and himself to deal with Naruto. Sasuke was chased by the big snake and gradually moved away from Naruto. Orochimaru charged at Naruto with a Kusanagi sword in his hand and engaged in close combat with him. In terms of swordsmanship, Orochimaru has a certain understanding. It is still difficult for Naruto to fight Orochimaru with kunai and pure body skills, but he can barely deal with it. Sasuke's current position can still see the battlefield on his side, so he dare not reveal too much strength. Naruto-kun, with such power at such a young age, wasn't he included in Anbu by third generation? The two were fighting close to each other while talking. It's well hidden on weekdays, Naruto replied flatly. Oh? Orochimaru became interested in Naruto, because he heard that Naruto's belonging to Konoha was not strong. Are you interested in following me? Orochimaru pushes Naruto back with the Kusanagi sword, and the two stand facing each other. As if to give Naruto time to make a choice, Orochimaru did not continue the attack. Follow you? Naruto shook his head. Maybe I would consider it a year ago when you said that, but now I can't leave Konoha. Because of what? The will of fire. When Orochimaru said this, there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Do you think I have that kind of will? Naruto looked at Orochimaru playfully. Orochimaru stared into Naruto's eyes and indeed couldn't see the so-called will of fire. But he also saw no hatred. Advertisement, don't you hate Konoha? Orochimaru asked. Regarding Naruto's information, Ko collected it again yesterday. Among them, Naruto was treated coldly by the villagers in Konoha. That's not your concern, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes widened and his pupils shrank suddenly. How do you know it's me? As long as anyone who has a little understanding of Konoha Sannin can know your characteristics. Naruto looked at Orochimaru with a half-smile. At this time, Sasuke has completely stayed away from the battlefield, and he also intends to expose some strength to drive Orochimaru away. Of course, Sharingan's move will not be used, otherwise it will be troublesome to be targeted by Orochimaru. Also, Orochimaru looked at Naruto with admiration. Highly talented, good at intelligence work, and good at hiding. If it wasn't for Naruto being Jinchuriki, he really wanted Naruto to be his last body before Sasuke. Just thinking about this, Naruto in front of him suddenly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, Naruto was already behind Orochimaru, and kunai directly pierced Orochimaru's heart. How? When? Orochimaru turned his head to look behind him in disbelief. Space ninjutsu. Naruto replied with a smile, during the battle just now, I secretly left a mark on your back. Flying Thunder God? Orochimaru looked at Naruto incredulously, staring at his blonde hair, face so similar to the fourth generation. He suddenly thought of something. I see, Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki, the son of the fourth generation. After the words fell, Orochimaru turned into mud and disappeared. It turns out that this Orochimaru who has been fighting with Naruto turned out to be a clay clone. Advertisement Naruto sensed the avatar he sent to protect little Sakura, but it didn't disappear. That is to say, Orochimaru's body didn't go after the little Sakura, but he probably went after Sasuke when he used the summoning technique just now. Although some strength was exposed in front of Orochimaru, fortunately, the development of things did not deviate. He didn't want to change Sasuke's fate, not to mention that he was lazy. Just from the relationship between him and Sasuke, he had no reason to help Sasuke so much. He is not the original idiot character, working hard for friendship. Besides, if he doesn't let Orochimaru bite Sasuke, Orochimaru will find another opportunity. There are times when he is not around Sasuke. After a while, Naruto found Sasuke. At this time, he had fainted, and there was a curse mark on his neck. Survive, idiot Sasuke. The chance of success after implanting something like the curse seal is 1 in 10. That is to say, no matter what your physique or talent is, as long as you are not the protagonist, you will be treated equally. Carrying Sasuke on his shoulders, Naruto uses Flying Thunder God to come to little Sakura. Naruto gestured to the clone on the side, and the clone left knowingly. Naruto didn't remove the clone, but let his clone go out to find other teams to capture the Earth Coiling Shaft. Originally, he didn't go to other teams because he was worried about Orochimaru's affairs. Now that Orochimaru's affairs are resolved, Naruto can go to the exam with confidence. What's wrong with Sasuke? Little Sakura asked, seeing Sasuke on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto put Sasuke down and said, It's okay, I just fainted, just take a rest. Naruto treated Sasuke with the medical ninjutsu he had learned in Konoha Hospital. Healing Jutsu. Green light overflowed from Naruto's hand, and attached to Sasuke. Advertisement Sasuke's injury improved significantly within minutes. Naruto, you can also use medical ninjutsu, which is amazing. Little Sakura didn't know the power of healing jutsu, but she could see the power of this ninjutsu. If you are interested, you can study it. I think your talent in this area should be very high, Naruto suddenly suggested. If little Sakura develops herself the way she is now, then there should be at least a Jonin in the future. But little Sakura's talent is not high, simply learning ninjutsu to reach Jonin is already the limit. So for little Sakura, Naruto still suggested that she learn medical ninjutsu. Really? Naruto touched the little Sakura's head and said, of course it is true. The talent of a medical ninja mainly depends on the ninja's ability to control chakra, and you are the best at this aspect. Then I'll study later. Well, but it mainly depends on your interest. If you are not interested, it doesn't matter if you don't study. After all, no one asks you to develop your talents. Little Sakura nodded thoughtfully. After waiting for several hours, Sasuke finally woke up from the coma. Ah. Sasuke, who just woke up, subconsciously mobilized chakra, but the result was a pain like a snake bite on his neck. Don't use chakra now, let Kakashi seal the spell on your neck and it won't hurt anymore. It's impossible not to hurt, as long as Sasuke uses excessive force in the future, the curse mark on his neck will still hurt. But Naruto won't tell Sasuke this kind of thing, who knows what kind of madness he will go if he wants to let the power paranoid know about this kind of thing? Chapter 64. Kakashi's doubts previous chapter next chapter. Advertisement. After a while, Naruto's clone takes out a group of ninjas from Rain Shinobi village and returns with a Jiji scroll. After confirming that he and others can pass the second level, Naruto also asked the clone to find Hinata and help their team to solve. A group of Sanagakure ninja got the corresponding scroll. In this way, both teams completed the task ahead of schedule and reached the central tower. The Naruto team was taken to Kakashi after turning in the two scrolls. Mr. Kakashi, Sasuke was bitten by a strange person, and now there is a strange mark on his neck, little Sakura said to Kakashi. Orochimaru's whereabouts have long been exposed because Mitarashi Enko discovered the dead body of the Kusanagi village ninja. And Kakashi also knew something about the curse seal because of Mitarashi Enko. The moment Kakashi saw the mark on Sasuke's neck, he knew who made it. He frowned, and then pretended to be relaxed and said, don't worry, that mark can be sealed with a sealing technique, don't worry. Sasuke, you come with me. There are still 3 days before the end of the second exam. Sasuke has enough time to seal the spell. Yeah. Sasuke put his hands on his neck and followed Kakashi away. Seeing the two leaving in a hurry, little Sakura was still a little worried. Naruto, is Sasuke really alright? Advertisement. Although she has moved on, Sasuke is still her companion no matter what. For Sasuke, little Sakura still has feelings. Naruto patted his head habitually. Don't worry, Sasuke will be fine. Even if you don't believe me, you have to trust teacher Kakashi. No. That's not what I meant, Naruto-kun. Little Sakura panicked. I trust Naruto's judgment. Naruto smiled and didn't care. Little Sakura is just too emotional. Even if the person who was imprinted in this incident is an ordinary friend of little Sakura, she would be as worried as she is now. The so-called concern leads to chaos, and it is talking about the current situation of little Sakura. A few hours later, the curse seal on Sasuke's neck was sealed. The power of this curse seal is very powerful, even the sealing technique cannot completely seal it. If you use too much force later on it could trigger it to respond. Kakashi said to Sasuke. Sasuke frowned and didn't speak. What is excessive use of strength? It depends on the situation. Kakashi saw Sasuke's stubbornness and knew that he would not listen to him. Sighing inwardly, I was about to ask specific details about Orochimaru. Sasuke, I don't see any wounds on your body. Could it be that Orochimaru just planted a curse mark on you and let you go? At this time, Sasuke already knew that Orochimaru was the one chasing them. No, the wounds are less because Naruto treated them with medical ninjutsu. Advertisement. Orochimaru also wanted to kill us at first, but then Naruto and I used combined ninjutsu to hit Orochimaru, making him seem to be interested in me. Sasuke explained the incident, but only said that Orochimaru used the summoning beast Orochi to separate himself from Naruto and then disappeared. Because he didn't realize what happened later, he was cursed by Orochimaru. Even when Orochimaru planted the curse mark on himself, he thought for a while that Naruto was killed. But when he woke up, he found himself saved by Naruto. Kakashi is a little concerned about Naruto's medical ninjutsu and Orochimaru's intention to separate Sasuke and Naruto. When did Naruto learn medical ninjutsu? Orochimaru deliberately separates Naruto and Sasuke to fight because their combined ninjutsu can be so strong that even cage-level powerhouses find it difficult? Or is it Naruto's strength that makes Orochimaru feel tricky? Kakashi instantly vetoed this guess in his mind. How could Naruto's strength make even cage-level powerhouses afraid? So it seems there may be other reasons. Let's rest in the central tower for a few days. The second exam will be over in 3 days, Kakashi said to Sasuke. Sasuke nodded without saying anything. For some reason, he felt that the spell was affecting his emotions. He felt that he seemed to be getting more and more impatient for revenge. Could it be that the sealing technique was not working? One glance at Kakashi, the almighty Jonin of Konoha. It shouldn't be possible. Maybe it's my own illusion. After all, I always wanted to kill that man. Advertisement burying the throbbing in his heart, Sasuke followed Kakashi to a room to rest. In this room, Naruto and little Sakura were already here. Sasuke, are you okay? Little Sakura asked concerned. Well, I'm fine. Sasuke responded nonchalantly. Because there is no plot where little Sakura protects Naruto, Sasuke's feelings for little Sakura are still the same as when he graduated. It's just a rambling crane tale. There are 4 beds in the room, and Sasuke randomly chose an empty bed to sit quietly. At this time, Kakashi said to Naruto and little Sakura, Naruto, little Sakura, come out, I have something to ask you. The two came to the door. Mr. Kakashi, what's the matter? Little Sakura asked. I want to know what happened to you in the Forest of Death. Kakashi said and glanced at Naruto, answer truthfully. It's like interrogating a prisoner. Naruto gave Kakashi a blank look. This matter is very important, it's about Wood Yi in danger, so I hope you can understand, Naruto, Kakashi said helplessly. Understood. Naruto pouted. 21% Chapter 65 Third Generation. I am not wrong. Previous chapter next chapter advertisement Kakashi asked Naruto and little Sakura to explain what happened. Naruto told the truth, just reduced his sense of existence in the battle with Orochimaru, and the result of the 1v1 battle between himself and Orochimaru. Little Sakura was not present at all, only a few short sentences. After Kakashi wrote it down, he told the 3 to take a good rest and went to the Hokage building. Come to the Hokage building, Kakashi summarized what the 3 of Naruto said, and then informed Third Generation. Third Generation took a puff on their cigarette, and said something else first. Anko met Orochimaru. Then Kakashi subconsciously asked worriedly. She's fine. After all, Orochimaru still has a master-student relationship. Orochimaru let her go. Third Generation said with a sigh. He didn't know whether he and Orochimaru still had a mentor-student relationship. Then Orochimaru's goal is really Sasuke? Kakashi guessed. At least it is one of the purposes. Third Generation said, with his character, it is impossible to return to Konoha just to leave a curse mark on Sasuke's neck. What else could it be? Kakashi thoughtfully, Kakashi asked, stop the Chunin exam. Third Generation hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, go ahead, but strengthen Konoha's internal and external defenses, and of course Sasuke. If Orochimaru's target is Sasuke, he could be in danger at any time. Kakashi nodded. I will stay with Sasuke during the Chunin exam, to prevent Orochimaru from doing anything to Sasuke. Advertisement Third Generation. Well, I will also arrange a few Anbu to accompany Sasuke just in case. By the way, is the 9 Tails in Naruto stable? Regarding the reason why Orochimaru let Naruto and others go, Third Generation suspects that the power of 9 Tails broke out. Kakashi said, I just noticed that there is no problem, and Naruto doesn't look like 9 Tails broke through the seal. That's strange, did Orochimaru really let Naruto and the others go on purpose? Third Generation was a little suspicious. Although he had never been able to see his disciple clearly before, he thought he understood his cold blood after experiencing Orochimaru's experimental defection. Orochimaru had no reason to let Naruto and the others go. Unless he has other plans. After thinking for a while, Third Generation couldn't figure it out, and decided to wait for the development of the situation. Third Generation asked Kakashi, how is Naruto's strength, Kakashi? Ebisu told me before that his teleportation speed is extremely fast, so fast that even he can't react. Kakashi thought for a while and said, Naruto's current strength should belong to the special Jonin. Although Ebisu is a special Jonin, but because he has been a teacher and has not exercised for many years, so even if he is a special Jonin, I think he should not be too strong. I think Naruto should be better than Ebisu now. Special Jonin at age 12. It reminds me of you, Kakashi. Third Generation sighed. Kakashi shook his head and said, I think Naruto is more like a teacher. When it comes to Minato, Third Generation inevitably feels guilty again. Advertisement: he is really ashamed of the dead 4th generation for not taking good care of Naruto all these years. But soon 3rd generation convinced itself that what was Naruto's miserable childhood compared to Konoha's overall interests. Besides, isn't he still growing up now? And Naruto's heart is not dark yet. There is no hatred for Konoha, which shows that Naruto doesn't hate his own decision at all. Your own decision is correct. Are you suspicious that Orochimaru's other target is the Nine Tails? Kakashi asked. 3rd generation was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, no, he won't be interested in Nine Tails. I'm just curious about Naruto's current strength. Are you going to get him to Anbu? Kakashi guessed again. But this time 3rd generation did not answer. On the other hand, Orochimaru had a meeting with Kabuto after reminiscing with Anko. Kudo. Master Orochimaru, why did you come to me so early? I haven't found Sasuke and the others yet. From Do's point of view, Orochimaru should have just planted a mark on Sasuke at this time. I also have to observe Sasuke's state according to the plan. Sasuke and the others have finished the exam first and entered the central tower, Orochimaru said. He adjusted his glasses. It seems that something unexpected happened to you. Advertisement: originally, Orochimaru's plan was to plant a curse seal on Sasuke, and after defeating Sasuke's teammates, let his Itonin to test Sasuke's power after getting the seal. In the end, he sneaked into Sasuke's team and secretly recorded the situation after Sasuke got the seal. But now it seems that there is a problem with the second link. Yeah. Orochimaru nodded. Uzumaki Naruto, pay more attention to this man. He has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and his strength is stronger than yours. The clay avatar arranged by Orochimaru to disable Naruto was killed by Naruto, and the information that the avatar was killed by Flying Thunder God also reached Orochimaru's mind. Naruto, who has mastered the Flying Thunder God, is definitely not something Yakushi Kabuto can handle. Pushing his glasses, he said, sure enough, I discovered that something was wrong with Uzumaki Naruto when I was in the examination room. I didn't expect to hide it so deeply. Orochimaru handed the scroll to the pocket with his tongue, and said, go to the central tower now. There are 3 days before the end of the exam, and you collect as much information about Sasuke as possible during these 3 days. He took the scroll in his pocket and asked, what about Uzumaki Naruto? Don't pay attention to him. Although his strength is somewhat beyond my expectation, it has little impact on the whole plan. After all, the Flying Thunder God can only be used with an Indian type. At that time, there will be 4 purple flames blocking the outside, so he won't be able to get in. Yakushi Kabuto smiled lightly. I see. Chapter 66: Yakushi Kabuto visits. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement shortly after. Yakushi Kabuto and his teammates came to the central tower to pass the exam. After being arranged to stay in the central tower, Yakushi Kabuto began to look for the figure of the 7th class. In the room of Class 7 at this time, Sasuke was sitting on the corner of the bed pretending to be cool. Naruto discusses Jiraiya's masterpiece with little Sakura and Hinata with a lollipop in his mouth. Suddenly, boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door. Can I come in and sit down? The door wasn't locked, so Yakushi Kabuto pushed it open easily. Senior? Little Sakura was puzzled that Yakushi Kabuto would appear here. Sasuke and Hinata also looked at Kabuki suspiciously, not understanding why he appeared here. Naruto glanced at it and stopped paying attention. He had already guessed that this lingering guy would come to his door, but he didn't expect it so early. I just arrived at the central tower. I heard that you have also completed the exam, so I came to see you, Do said and walked in naturally. Senior Do doesn't seem to be as talented as I said. There are only 15 scrolls in this level, and Senior Do can pass the exam so quickly, little Sakura said. Advertisement: it's just luck, and I'm really not talented. This time I was able to pass so quickly, mainly because of my teammates. Of course this teammate refers to Orochimaru. You guys are really good. You just took the Chunin exam for the first time and passed it so quickly. Said the pocket has come to Sasuke's left and sat down. From this position you can see the curse mark on Sasuke's neck very well. Seal? But it's just a B-level sealing technique. This kind of sealing technique can't completely seal Orochimaru-sama's seal. Excessive use of power will still overflow, right? We are not very good, mainly because Naruto is good. We passed the level without participating in the scroll competition. Little Sakura felt a little ashamed. She really passed the second exam without any help. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Naruto and found that he was still the same as when they first met. The whole person is lazy, with a lollipop in his mouth, like a little ghost, but unexpectedly strong and reliable. Naruto-kun is really good. What kind of ninjutsu have you learned? Dushao asked. Naruto glanced at the bag, and said perfunctorily, what kind of ninjutsu do I know as a genin? That is 3-body technique or something. Pocket. Do found that he couldn't get any information from Naruto, so he simply gave up on inquiring about Naruto's news. Advertisement anyway, Orochimaru told him to give up on Naruto. Turning to look at Sasuke, he looked surprised. Huh? Why is there a strange mark on Sasuke's neck? Sasuke subconsciously touched the mark, and for some reason he suddenly remembered the feeling of being bitten by Orochimaru. He looked at the pocket and always felt that he was not a good person. Sasuke-kun was bitten by a strange person on the neck. Little Sakura answered the question. Strange person? Two pretended to be puzzled. Yes, the face is pale, and the tongue sticks out so long. Sakura made a gesture. In short, this person is like a snake, very scary. Like a snake is indeed scary enough. Do smiled and said. I've learned some medical ninjutsu, Sasuke-kun. Would you like me to help you? Kabuki asked suddenly. Sasuke looked at Do's gentle smiling face, and said coldly, no need. Is it really not necessary? I see that your mark doesn't seem to disappear. Is there no problem? Do is still looking for a chance to touch Sasuke's body. Senior, Naruto has already treated Sasuke. And the mark on Sasuke's neck doesn't seem to disappear, little Sakura said. Do looked at Naruto unexpectedly. He didn't expect this guy who can flying thunder god can also medical ninjutsu. Now it seems that there is no chance to get close to Sasuke. But forget it, Master Orochimaru just wants to know the fusion of Sasuke and the curse seal. Advertisement so far there seems to be no problem. A mark that won't disappear? That's really strange. Talking about getting up, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Goodbye, everyone. Except little Sakura and Do said goodbye. The others watched Do leave indifferently. It was as if he had never been there. This person is not simple, Sasuke said suddenly. Not simple. Little Sakura was a little silly and sweet, and didn't understand what Sasuke meant. I also feel that this person is very strange. He looks very gentle, but somehow gives off a cold feeling, Hinata said. Is there? Little Sakura wondered. Naruto touched little Sakura's head and said, it's not important, but it's good to stay away from him in the future. Even Naruto said so. Little Sakura is sure that there is really something wrong with the bag. Although I don't know what the problem is, there is always nothing wrong with staying away. Chapter 67 Chunin Exam Preliminaries Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement 3 days later, there are 6 teams that successfully got the earth coiling shaft to reach the central tower. They are Konoha 7th Class Naruto Squad, Tsunade Gaara Squad, Konoha Yukushi Kabuto Squad, Konoha Hyuga Neji Squad, Konoha Hyuga Hinata Squad. Even if more than 20 people were eliminated in the first test, there were still 5 teams who finally passed the second test, 15 people. Neither the Ino Shikacho team nor the Auto Ninja team, which were supposed to pass, passed. The Ino Shikacho team walked around the huge death forest for 4 days without seeing anyone because of their poor perception. On the last day, I planned to squat in front of the central tower, but I only squatted to the Hyuga Neji team. Shikamaru and the others are very clear about Hyuga Neji's level, so they decisively chose to give up. However, because it was the last day, and Naruto and Orochimaru disrupted the game, they did not get another scroll in the end, and were unfortunately eliminated. As for the Yinin team, it was a bit miserable. They met the Gaara team and were buried by the sandstorm. In fact, if Naruto hadn't helped Hinata and the others, maybe only 4 teams would have passed the exam. The third session of the Chunin exam is a one-on-one duel, as there are many reasons for nobles to watch. This final game is best resolved in a morning or afternoon, with no talk of an intermission. Advertisement: such 15 people have to play at least 7 games, and they will definitely not finish all morning. So downsizing. 15 people let one person have a bye to directly advance to the next round, and the other 14 people have a duel. The 7 people who won the duel plus the 1 bye, a total of 8 people participated in the third test. Chunin Exam Qualifier Match 1, Uchiha Sasuke vs Inuzuka Kiba. The two came to the battlefield. Che, I never expected to meet you here. Inuzuka looked at Sasuke and sighed secretly. Let's get started. I don't want to waste time. Sasuke now has improved physical fitness and chakra due to the curse mark. Suddenly a bit stronger, coupled with the influence of the curse mark, made Sasuke a little swollen. What do you mean? Inuzuka was slightly displeased at being underestimated. But it's okay to be unhappy, he really can't beat Sasuke. The referee Yu Haifeng glanced at the two, coughed twice like a patient, and then announced, "Start." The moment the battle started, Sasuke jumped out. "It's so fast. This speed is no slower than mine." Xiao Li in the stands was a little surprised. After seeing Sasuke's speed, Guy on the side suddenly gave Li a thumbs up and said, "Li, if you want to face Sasuke later, I will allow you to remove the weight." "Really? But didn't Mr. Guy say that you can only remove it when you meet someone who needs full protection?" Because Naruto and Sakura were together, Li didn't like Sakura. Advertisement now: Xiao Li is not qualified to go all out for others. Of course, Li. For a strong opponent like Sasuke, it's only respect for him to go all out. "I see. I understand, Mr. Guy." Kakashi on the side looked at the sick master and apprentice, with cold sweat on his forehead. Guy really raised his disciples into sons, who speak and dress the same. On the battlefield at this time, Sasuke has completely suppressed Inuzuka's teeth. And it's just using physical skills. "Tianshin. This person will be your strong enemy, Neji." Neji didn't speak, and he never dared to neglect Sasuke's every move, as if looking for flaws in Sasuke's physical skills. After a while, Inuzuka was beaten all over his body and flew out. "I advise you to admit defeat, it's meaningless to continue fighting." Sasuke sneered, as if mocking the weak. Inuzuka Fang originally planned to lie still, but being ridiculed by Sasuke, he couldn't help his temper. Struggling to get up from the ground, Akamaru. Woof, coming, orc clone. Advertisement: the ninjutsu used to deal with Naruto was used again by one person and one dog. With a bang, the smoke enveloped Inuzuka and Akamaru, but when it dispersed, two Inuzukas were exposed. Seeing the two Inuzuka teeth, Sasuke frowned. He can understand Shadow Clone, but what the hell is letting a dog use transformation technique? Tooth through teeth. Without giving Sasuke time to think, the two Inuzuka spun in midair like a drill and rushed towards Sasuke. Originally, Sasuke wanted to fight with fire style at the first time, but because the two Inuzuka teeth attacked from two different directions. So if Sasuke hits one, the other will definitely hit him. Sasuke, who didn't want to get hurt, chose to dodge. He felt that with his own speed, he could easily dodge the attack of Ya Tong Ya. However, the fact is also true: Sasuke rolled around like a carp, and easily escaped the attack of a man and a dog. But what Sasuke didn't expect was that this trick was okay looking back. Chapter 68 Yakushi Kabutov's Konkuro. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement: a man and a dog twirled in midair and charged straight at Sasuke's back. Sasuke is too careless. Kiba has put in a lot of effort to practice this move well. Kurenyu Yuhi crossed her arms and said, watching the battle between the two. "Can I win?" Hinata asked curiously. "I can't win." Naruto shook his head and said, "The difference in strength between the two is too big. It cannot be made up by a carelessness, and Sasuke is not careless at all." As soon as Naruto's voice fell, his teeth fell on Sasuke. Then Sasuke rolled around on the ground a few times like he was out of breath and hit the wall. Just when everyone thought Inuzuka had won, the Sasuke who fell on the ground suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Body replacement technique. Where is the real Sasuke? Inuzuka, Kiba and Akamaru were about to sniff out Sasuke's position with their noses, but they found that Sasuke was right behind them. The two Kumachis were on Inuzuka's and Akamaru's necks, making both the dog and the dog break into a cold sweat. "I surrender. HMPH, I said earlier that you should admit defeat and waste your time." Inuzuka wanted to ask Sasuke for a theory, but he couldn't say a word when he saw Sasuke's leaving back. The opponent didn't even use advanced ninjutsu, and defeated himself with just physical jutsu and a body replacement technique. How does this make him theorize? Looking at Naruto on the stage, Inuzuka teeth complained silently. Why are two such strong guys in the same team? Moonlight Gale. Sasuke won the first match and advanced to the final. After speaking, he looked at the big screen, where the next battle would be randomly selected. Advertisement: several avatars kept jumping, and finally two people appeared, Aburame Shino and Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura, who was beside Naruto, looked at Aburame Shino with a firm expression. In Class 7, she had been dragging her feet. This time, she was secretly determined not to lose against her classmates. Come on, little sister Sakura." Encouraged by the two, little Sakura was full of confidence. came to the venue together with Jinai. At this time the examiner Moonlight Gale was already standing in place. After looking at the two of them, Moonlight Gale said, "Start." The examiner left in a flash, leaving Haruno Sakura and Aburame Shino staring at each other. "I think it's better for you to abstain," Aburame Shino said flatly. His attacks are all bugs, and most girls are afraid of this kind of creature. He was worried that he would scare little Sakura. But little Sakura thought that Shino wanted to imitate Sasuke, so she didn't buy it. "If you have the strength, I will naturally abstain." After a while of silence, little Sakura took the lead in attacking. Water style. Big water polo technique. A water balloon the size of a person rushed towards Aburame Shino, but was easily dodged by Aburame Shino. This low-level ninjutsu is not only low in attack power, but also slow in speed, making it easy to dodge. But little Sakura seemed to have expected it long ago, and she didn't know when to throw her shuriken to attack Shino's dodging position. Seeing that it was too late to retreat, Jinai could only summon the bugs in his body to defend. Secret art insect wall art. A group of bugs drilled out of Shino's body, and then circled around Shino. Advertisement: Little Sakura's kunai was ejected. What defensive ninjutsu is this? Little Sakura said in surprise. Be careful. Without waiting for anyone to answer her question, Shino manipulated the bug and flew towards little Sakura. This time little Sakura finally sees clearly what kind of ninjutsu it is. Bug manipulation, hollow down pointing triangle. Wait, I surrender. 1 second before the bug landed on Sakura, Sakura threw up her arms and surrendered. Why don't you want to be the tail of the 7th class crane? Forget about trying to impress Naruto and Hinata. If you let this bug crawl into her body, it would be more uncomfortable than killing her. The battle started quickly and ended quickly. Little Sakura has no way to resist insects. The only 2 ninjutsu she can use, one earth style is not suitable for sneak attacks. A water style print is too slow. By the time she releases water style to block the insects, I'm afraid she has already been wrapped into a rice dumpling by the insects. Back in the stands, little Sakura was ashamed not to look at Naruto and Hinata. "I'm sorry, I lost." "It's okay, I can't take Shino's attack. Even I will admit defeat," Hinata comforted Sakura. Unless Hinata learns Revolving Heaven, it will be impossible to block the attacks of all bugs. Even if she has white eyes, it's useless if her attack speed and range can't keep up. "Thank you, Sister Hinata." Seeing the 2 daughters being considerate to each other, Naruto didn't go to comfort little Sakura anymore. Advertisement: This kind of thing is bound to go against the grain. Now that little Sakura no longer feels guilty, if she mentions it again, she will be mistaken for teasing her. After waiting for a while, the candidate for the 3rd battle appeared, Konkarov's Yakushi Kabuto. In the stands, the 2 looked at each other. Do smiled slightly, saying nothing. He was not injured this time, but he did not find a chance to retire. "But I will let Konkuro cooperate in the performance later, but I can withdraw early." Konkuro doesn't know Kakuro's identity, but Kakuro knows Konkuro's strength and how to lose by accident. When they came to the stands, Yuguang Galifang glanced at the 2 of them, and then said, "Start." As soon as the words fell, neither Konkuro nor Kazuo shot without the slightest hesitation. Holding a handful of kunai, he rushed towards Konkuro in a daze. Konkuro also uses his own puppet, Crow, to block in coordination. For a while, kunai and the puppet continued to intersect, and the attack speed of the bag became faster and faster, and the attack became more and more aggressive, completely giving up defense. Konkuro laughed when he saw this style of play. Pull the corner of the puppet's bandage and pull it away, and the spinning puppet will force it out. Ended. The puppet whose bandages were removed spit out a few thin needles from its mouth and stabbed it towards the pocket. Yakushi Kabuto should have retreated and dodged before getting a shot. Yakushi Kabuto quickly stabilized his figure, then pulled out the thin needle, covered the wound with a pale face, and said with an incredulous look, "The needle is poisonous." Chapter 69 Naruto. Will you roll your eyes when you open 8 inner gates? Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Seeing Yakushi Kabuto's appearance, Konkuro smiled coldly. "If you are poisoned by me, if you don't take the antidote within 5 minutes, you will die." Hearing Konkuro's words, Yakushi Kabuto's complexion became cloudy. Seemingly unwilling and relieved, he finally sighed and said, "I admit defeat." Naruto watched Yakushi Kabuto all the time, the set of movements, the exaggerated but unaffected expression changes. Naruto couldn't help sighing. He deserves to be a spy. Although Yakushi Kabuto's acting skills are very good, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is third Hokage, still sees some problems. What's his name? Third generation asked Moonlight Gale beside him. Moonlight Hayate found information about Yakushi Kabuto, and said, Yakushi Kabuto, 24 years old this year, has taken a total of, 7 Chunin exams. But the first few exams seem to have dropped out for various reasons. Third generation frowned. He failed the Chunin exam 7 times, which is abnormal no matter how you look at it. Master third generation, is there any problem with him? Moonlight Gale asked in confusion. I think his physical skills are a bit unnatural, as if he is deliberately suppressing his strength, third generation said. Deliberately suppress power? Moonlight Hayate glanced at Yakushi Kabuto in surprise. But even this glance was noticed by Yakushi Kabuto. Is it still noticed? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and left with a sneer. Candidates can choose to stay in place and wait after losing their qualifications, or they can leave on their own. Yakushi Kabuto chose the latter. Third generation glanced at Yakushi Kabuto after leaving, and did not choose to leave him for questioning at this time. Anyway, Yakushi Kabuto is Konoha's ninja and can't run away. Hailwind, check him after the exam. Yes, Lord Third Generation. Game 4, Gaara's Rock Lee. The two enemies were not separated, but were matched together. Lee and Gaara on the opposite side of the stand exchanged glances, then jumped down directly to the field to warm up. Gaara is not so enthusiastic, so she walked down step by step. Looking at the two who were about to fight, Naruto suddenly said to Guy, Senior Guy, pay more attention to Xiao Li in the battle later. Gaara is not an opponent he can deal with. Guy froze for a moment and looked at Naruto. At this time, Naruto was sitting on the iron railing of the stand, holding a lollipop in his mouth, while the little Sakura and Hinata beside him were still massaging him. Very unhappy. Naruto, Lee is very strong, I trust him. Guy thought that Naruto didn't know Xiao Li's true strength, so he gave him a thumbs up full of youth. Naruto didn't look back at Guy's expression, he wasn't interested, even refused to see it. I know Lee's strength, so you should pay attention, Senior Guy. Seeing Naruto's insistence, Guy seemed to think about it seriously, nodded and said, I will. Advertisement having said that, Guy still believes in his disciple very much. He feels that even a genius Neji is not necessarily the opponent of Xiao Li, who opened the 5th gate, 8 inner gates, let alone an unknown Sand Shinobi village ninja. On the field, after Moonlight Gale announced the start, Lee launched a fierce attack. But because of the weight, Lee's speed is not enough to break Gaara's defense. Kicking the sand again and again, being forced back by the flowing sand again and again. Rock Lee had exhausted all his strength before the weight faded away, but Gaara didn't move at all. Finally pushed back by the sand again, Guy allowed him to unload. Is it really possible, Mr. Guy? Well, now is the time for you to show your true strength. 2 male hormones full of green and youthful atmosphere instantly rendered the whole venue. It's just a load, can it improve a lot after taking it off? Little Sakura stopped holding the hand on Naruto's shoulder, and said disdainfully. But as soon as the words fell, the sound of heavy objects falling from the sky sounded. Seeing the dust generated by Xiao Li's weight-carrying equipment hitting the ground, everyone opened their mouths in disbelief. It's a lie, right? Little Sakura was dumbfounded. Is it true that this level of load will not kill a person? Sasuke looked at Xiao Li, who had taken off the weight, with a solemn expression. He didn't expect that there was such a strong guy hidden beside him. Hey, Guy, is this too much for you? How old is he? Kakashi complained about Might Guy. Ha ha ha. Lee has already reached this stage. Guy laughed loudly, as if he had no intention of repenting at all. In terms of physical skills, he felt that Xiao Li was even more talented than himself. In time, Xiao Li will definitely reach his own level, and even surpass himself. Tien of Guy's class kept paying attention to Naruto when he persuaded Kaido to pay attention to Xiao Li. Now that Xiao Li has shown his real strength, she wants to see if there is any shock on Naruto's face. But no, Naruto's face always seemed to be so calm, lazy and out of tune. With a lollipop in his mouth, he also told little Sakura and Hinata to grasp the strength of back-thumping from time to time. Tien curled his lips, secretly scolding Naruto as a disciple. At the same time, she wondered how a lazy person like Naruto could be favored by the two girls. Is it because of the face, or is it because of the strength? Mr. Guy said. On the field, Rock Lee, who had lost his weight, began to press Gaara to play. The sand that could have been automatically defended was useless because it couldn't keep up with Rock Lee's attack speed. With one punch and one kick, Xiao Li constantly tested Gaara's absolute defense. Suddenly, Gaara was punched in the face, knocking off his sand armor. For a while, Rock Lee's confidence increased greatly, and after opening the distance, he opened the 8 inner gates, planning to take advantage of the victory to pursue. First, he jumped to Gaara's side in a dodge, and then kicked Gaara into the air with the Shadow Leaf Dance. Advertisement: Gaara can't resist Newton's law in midair. So when faced with Rock Lee's moves, he didn't have a chance to make any moves and was bandaged. Biao. Lianhua. Xiao Li fell from the sky with Gaara in his arms, which is a bit similar to Pokemon's earth-throwing skill. With a bang, Gaara hit the ground. Xiao Li dodged before landing. Using Biao, Lianhua consumed a lot of Li's physical strength, and at this moment, his eyes were fixed on the place where Gaara fell. Looking forward to seeing the result of your victory. But alas, it's not even close. What Xiao Li injured just now was Gaara's sand shell, and he didn't know when he avoided his Shadow Leaf Dance. Suddenly, sand appeared around Xiao Li and attacked him. Because of lack of physical strength, Li dodged Gaara's attack in some embarrassment at this time. The fighting situation was reversed, and Xiao Li began to be pressed and beaten by Gaara. If this continues, Xiao Li will still lose, little Sakura murmured. It's not clear yet, Rock Lee should still have room, but even so, he can't win, Naruto said casually. Naruto's words were heard by Guy on the side. Guy frowned and looked at Naruto, and then shouted to Rock Lee as if he had made up his mind. Lee, use that. That, Guy said, refers to Li Lianhua, but Rock Lee's current body is too reluctant to use Li Lianhua. It is also because the physical strength is not enough, so Rock Lee will show a weak state after casting Biao. Lianhua. Originally, Lee Locke didn't intend to use this trick, but now encouraged by Guy, he decided to give it a go. Dodging the chasing sand attack, Rock Lee suddenly burst into a powerful momentum. Shut the door, open. Shangmen, open. Injury door, open. Duman, open. The body of Xiao Li, who opened the 4th gate, was dark red, and his veins were exposed all over his body. Even the whites of the eyes have a tendency towards Hyuga's house. Senior Guy, will your 8 inner gates open and the 5th gate become like this? Naruto, who was sitting on the iron railing, turned around suddenly, opened his eyelids with both hands, and rolled his eyes up on purpose. Guy. Kakashi. 7 inches even Guy, who has always been rough and nervous, doesn't know what to answer when he encounters Naruto's cold joke. He pretended not to see it, and then focused on Xiao Li's fight. Kakashi slapped Naruto directly on the head. What are you doing? Naruto turned around and stared at Kakashi with rolled eyes. Hit me again. Believe it or not, I will blackmail you. Kakashi. Advertisement: the suddenly funny Naruto made Kakashi helpless, so he could only give up the idea of educating Naruto and concentrate on watching the battle. Field. Xiao Li kept attacking Gaara, and his fist once broke Gaara's sand armor. Then another Shadow Leaf Dance kicked Gaara into the air. This time Newton's law bound Gaara again, and Xiao Li was once again ignored by Newton. Xiao Li put a bandage on Gaara's body, turned around in midair, and punched Gaara in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Boom. With the terrifying sound, a big hole was smashed out. All quiet. Everyone was staring at the large pit in the center of the venue that hadn't dispersed the smoke. Naruto is no exception. Although he knew the result earlier, he still watched it attentively. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to experience on-site. After a while, the smoke dissipated. Gaara appeared in the pit. Gaara turned her gourd into the final sand defense to resist this final fatal attack. Although it was blocked, Gaara was also seriously injured. At this time, Gaara was half lying on the ground, looking embarrassed. Gaara, who was stimulated by the pain, became violent instantly, and the surrounding sand began to rush towards Xiao Li. He wants to kill Xiao Li. If you don't go to the rescue now, Rock Lee will die, Senior Guy. Naruto in the stands uttered again. Guy is hesitating whether to save Xiao Li, because if he saves Xiao Li, then Xiao Li will automatically surrender. Although Xiao Li is no longer able to fight at this moment, Gaara is also seriously injured. If Li can break out, maybe there is still a chance, but, is there really a chance? In the end, Guy still didn't listen to Naruto's suggestion and went to rescue Xiao Li in time. Rock Lee's body was still devastated. Looking at Rock Lee being carried away on a stretcher, Naruto shook his head and sighed softly. Why didn't you listen to me? Hey, Naruto, did you know this would happen? Tianshin came to Naruto and asked. Hyuga Neji also looked over. He also wanted to know how Naruto knew the result. Is it because he knows Gaara well, or does he have other strange abilities? Unexpectedly, Naruto tilted his head and said, I don't know. Times 2 inches. When the two were speechless, the candidates for the next match were locked. Uzumaki Naruto's Hyuga Neji. 23% Chapter 70 Uzumaki Naruto's Hyuga Neji. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Naruto and Neji jumped off the stands and onto the field. I have been hearing from Mr. Guy that you are very strong, and you are the real chief student of your class. Let me experience it now. Hyuga Neji rolled his eyes, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said. How come? Hyuga Neji was shocked by the huge amount of chakra in Naruto's body. Is this amount of chakra due to a special constitution? Neji did not lose his fighting spirit because of Naruto's huge chakra. After all, the amount of chakra does not mean that he is strong. And Hyuga's gentle fist method can seal the ninja's chakra release, so he doesn't worry about Naruto fighting with him. As long as Naruto hits his 8 trigrams palms, chakra's numbers are a show. Unlike Neji's shock, Naruto never took a serious look at Neji from the beginning to the end. He was biting a lollipop, with a lazy expression, as if he had no interest in this battle. However, it is not. Naruto is still very interested in fighting Neji. Of course, the interest is not in Neji's strength, but that Neji beat Hinata badly in the original book. Although Neji has never fought in this life, Naruto can hold his grudge. At this time, Orochimaru, who was disguised as Sanagakure Jonin, watched Naruto's appearance, subconsciously licked his tongue. I don't know why you, who mastered the Flying Thunder God, hid in Konoha. It's really curious, Naruto-kun. Let's start. After the announcement of Moonlight Gale, Neji immediately launched an attack after posing his hand. Facing a powerful opponent, he hopes to take the initiative. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. After Neji approached Naruto, he raised his palm and slapped Naruto. The high-speed palm slap made a palm shadow in the air. Hyuga Neji's palm slap was unexpectedly fast. Who do you prefer in this competition, Gale? In the exclusive auditorium for Hokage, Hyo suddenly said Moonlight Blast. After thinking about the information on the file, Moonlight Gale said, I am more optimistic about Hyuga Neji. After all, he was the chief student of the previous term, and he has 1 more year of experience than Uzumaki Naruto. I like Uzumaki Naruto, 3rd generation said with a smile. Moonlight Gale was stunned for a moment, and asked, why? You'll know after reading it. 3rd generation gave Moonlight Gale a trick, making Moonlight Gale confused. On the proving ground, Hyuga Neji slaps fast, but Naruto dodges faster. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms, Neji hit 64 palms, all of which were empty. Neji gritted his teeth and stomped on the ground to use his strength to distance himself from Naruto. Panting slightly, a tired Neji stared at Naruto with a puzzled expression. He couldn't figure out why Uzumaki Naruto was able to dodge them all. You must know that the gentle fist method is the gentle fist plus method, which is the application of skills, and it is definitely not something that can be avoided by being faster. Of course, just being fast may not be able to hide. But the speed is much faster, the brain reacts very fast, and there are a pair of good eyes, which is different. It just so happens that Naruto meets the above 3 conditions, with a great body and good eyesight. This Uzumaki Naruto's reaction speed is so fast, Moonlight Hayate said in surprise. Yeah, his physical fitness is comparable to Jonin, 3rd generation guessed. Thinking that his physical fitness was no match for a genin, Yuguang Gaifeng blushed a little on his pale face. The 3rd generation noticed Yuguang Gaifeng's embarrassment, and said with a smile, you have to pay more attention to your body, Gaifeng. Xian is still waiting for you to marry her. Her health is not good before she is married, and it will be even worse after marriage. Moonlight Gale's complexion was even redder, and it was rare for her pale face to show a rosy color. Advertisement. Maybe the cure for Moonlight Blast disease is to make him ashamed. I will take care of my body, Lord 3rd generation. Back on the field, Hyuga Neji has been confronting Naruto for half a minute without moving. Hyuga Neji is looking for Naruto's flaws, and then one hit the enemy. Naruto was thinking of a way to make Hyuga Neji lose more miserably and make himself weaker in front of everyone. Although Naruto has exposed some strength in 3rd generation, it doesn't mean that he can use his strength wantonly. If he wanted to use his power wantonly, he had to ask Nabe Shadow Danzo to die. For this, Naruto is already planning. But until then, he can't expose himself. Otherwise, Danzo and 3rd generation are fine, and I have to go to the roots or Anbu first. There was another 30 seconds of silence, and finally Neji was the first to lose his composure. He's not like Naruto who can relieve stress with a lollipop in his mouth. Neji charged at Naruto again, but this time Naruto didn't intend to let him get close. Wind style. Great breakthrough. A strong wind blew from Naruto's mouth and forced Neji to stop. Neji looked at Naruto a little depressed. He knew that he had completely lost the initiative. As long as Naruto keeps using ninjutsu to attack, it is impossible for him to get close to Naruto, and he can only be beaten passively. Maybe you can use Revolving Heaven to counter Naruto's ninjutsu, but you can't move when you cast Revolving Heaven. He can't always defend, and Revolving Heaven also consumes chakra and stamina. With Naruto's terrifying chakra volume, compete with him in stamina? Must die. Water-style water chaos. Sure enough, as soon as Neji made a judgment, Naruto started bombarding with ninjutsu. Numerous water jets emerged from the ground, forcing Neji to keep dodging in the field. However, before Neji could dodge all the jets of water, the ground under his feet suddenly became muddy again. Earth-style. Xiao Wangchen Swamp. With the help of the sea-level ninjutsu performed on the wet ground, ninjas whose strength is below Chunin and who are not good at physical jutsu can be trapped. But unfortunately, Neji's physical fitness is good. Just attach some chakra to his feet and get out of it. The failure of Earth style didn't make Naruto depressed. He just wanted to try it, and it wasn't unexpected that it didn't work. He knows too many ninjutsu, and this time Naruto intends to use low-level ninjutsu to defeat Neji, so he just tried each ninjutsu to see the effect, so that he can pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger in the future. Without giving Neji time to react, Naruto sealed again. Walk-in lightning style. FX. At this time, Neji is hopeless, bombarded by various ninjutsu and can't get close to Naruto. I got close to Naruto, but I couldn't hit Naruto in close combat. If you can't hit Naruto, you can't block Naruto's acupuncture points, and you can't hinder the flow of Naruto's chakra. If Naruto's chakra flow cannot be hindered, he will be consumed by countless ninjutsu. In such an endless loop, Neji only sees one result anyway: lose. This time, lightning style attacked on the rectified surface through the water stains left by the swamp and water turbulence, and Neji could not retreat. In desperation, Neji chose to expose his cards in advance. 8 trigrams palms. Revolving Heaven. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Neji released a large amount of chakra from the chakra acupuncture points in his body, and then made a circular motion like a top, isolating the lightning on the ground. As expected of Revolving Heaven, which is called Absolute Defense, it can even block underground attacks. Naruto sighed. Advertisement. Naruto, who originally planned to defeat Neji with low-level ninjutsu, couldn't help being a little shaken. Will it take too long? Hokage exclusive auditorium. Is that Revolving Heaven? I remember that only members of the Hyuga clan can learn this trick. Third generation was a little puzzled. Maybe I learned it secretly? Yu Guang Galifang guessed. Third generation shook his head and said, Revolving Heaven is a move passed down by word of mouth in the Hyuga clan, and it is impossible to steal it. Then, he realized it by himself. If that's the case, then the child's talent is really terrifying. Moonlight Galewind exclaimed. The third generation nodded, without further words. He looked at Hyuga Neji and always felt that he was suitable to come to Anbu. As a member of the branch house, there must be darkness in his heart, right? Can't let the roots take the lead. Not, where the wood Yifei dances, the Hokage lives endlessly. In the stands, Tianshin looked at Neji with a surprised expression. He actually managed to master this trick. This trick. Is this trick very powerful? Little Sakura asked Hinata, who was also from Hyuga's family, after hearing it. Revolving Heaven is a powerful secret technique of our Hyuga clan. It can deflect all physical attacks. Generally, only members of the clan can learn it, but Neji big brother. He should have figured it out by himself. Hinata said absent-mindedly. The reason why he is absent-minded is because Hinata is worried that Naruto will not be able to beat Neji. In her opinion, Revolving Heaven is an extremely powerful physical skill, and learning this move means that Neji's level is already one level higher than theirs. Although Hinata thinks that Naruto's strength should be invincible to Genin, but she is very confident about her family's ninjutsu. Unlike Hinata's worries, little Sakura completely believed in Naruto. It's just to bounce back all the physical damage. Naruto has plenty of ways to deal with him. I don't think so. Neji's move can be blocked by a jumping technique. Even Xiao Li's physical skills can't break through this defense, let alone Naruto. Ask for flowers. Stand by Hinata's side every day. Little Sakura and Tianshin held their own opinions, and after arguing, they all looked at their guide Jonin. Kakashi. Guy. It's better not to say such offending words, just pretend that you didn't see their eyes, the two thought. Proving ground. Naruto thought for a long time and finally thought of a way to easily defeat Neji without revealing his strength. The Revolving Heaven move has a short interval after it is cast. As long as Naruto catches the interval attack, it will be impossible for Neji to block it. So Naruto quickly sealed his hands and used the only exposed B-level ninjutsu, Wind Style, Windblade technique. The single Wind Style ninjutsu is fast enough and powerful enough. Neji can't dodge and can only use Revolving Heaven defense. After Wind Style, Naruto didn't perform ninjutsu in seals, but waited for Neji's Revolving Heaven to end. At the end moment, Naruto instantly threw a shuriken. Revolving Heaven. People. Naruto looking at Neji who started spinning again in less than half a second, Naruto was speechless. I still need a second to seal, don't you use Revolving Heaven to cool down? At least let your brain adapt to the rotation of the earth. Is it normal for you to see the world after turning around so many times? If this method does not work, then we can only find other ways. Advertisement at this time Neji is also looking for a way to defeat Naruto, but Fu has no clue. He can only be blasted away by ninjutsu if he rushes up, and he is a living target when he retreats from a distance. At this moment, Neji hated himself for not being able to play 8 trigrams air palm. The battle between the two froze, which seemed evenly matched in the eyes of others. They even felt that Hyuga Neji, who had mastered Revolving Heaven, had a slight upper hand. But if they know Naruto's chakra mass then you won't think so. After a while, Naruto, who couldn't think of a good way, chose to rush forward and fight Neji in hand-to-hand combat. Seeing that Naruto chose melee combat, Neji was both happy and distressed. The happy thing is that I don't have to be beaten passively anymore, but the sad thing is that I still can't hit Naruto. One palm after another, finally something happened when Neji hit the 36th palm. It wasn't that Naruto was hit by him, but Naruto grabbed his wrist and threw him directly over the shoulder. Boom. This time Naruto used a little more force, so Neji punched a hole in the ground that was comparable to Rock Lee's punch to Gaara. The power of Neji made Tien in the stands worry. She was just thinking that Neji would use Revolving Heaven to bounce Naruto away, but who knew Neji was useless at all? Is it because of inexperience, or what? I can't figure it out every day. The smoke and dust cleared, and Neji's distressed figure appeared in the pit. At this time, Neji was already covered in blood, but he still struggled to stand up. Are you going to admit defeat? Seeing Neji in such a mess, Naruto was inexplicably happy. This pleasure reminded Naruto of the leg that Kakashi owed him, and the life that Danzo owed him. When should they be returned? Neji didn't speak, just stretched out his hand in a fighting pose. The strong have the pride of belonging to the strong. A genius has the pride of a genius. Hyuga Neji can die standing, not kneeling Takashi. Naruto saw Neji's persistence and was deeply moved by his spirit. So, Naruto rewarded Neji with a lightning style walk. Seeing the proud Neji fell to the ground by Kurozumi's afro, everyone in the audience stared at Naruto with weird expressions. They don't understand why Naruto is so mean, he doesn't even have respect for his opponent. Does Naruto have no respect for Neji? Really not, this battle is a boring competition for him after all. Being able to bully Neji was the only thing he was interested in. Before, Neji had been using Revolving Heaven to block Naruto's ninjutsu, which made Naruto's heart itch when he wanted to shock Neji. Now that I finally have a chance, you want me to respect him? Then arrange a separate opportunity next time, let me give him another chance? Back in the stands, Tien stared at Naruto with weird eyes. Naruto selectively ignored, Little Sakura, Hinata, I'm a little tired for my husband, massage. Chapter 71 Father Namikaze Minato Previous chapter Next chapter. Advertisement Naruto enjoys a Hinata massage for less than a minute. The candidates for the next match have been announced, Hyuga Hinata vs Chibukai. The red armor is the companion of the bag, and also the spy of the Tone Ninja. What he is good at is touching the opponent with his hand to absorb the opponent's chakra, and consume the enemy to death. For Hinata, such an opponent is too easy to deal with. Hinata, the opponent's ability is to absorb the opponent's chakra by pressing the opponent with his hands. Be careful not to let his hands touch it, Naruto reminded. Yeah, oh, ***. Oh, being cared by Naruto, Hinata seemed very happy. Come to the field, Hinata stood opposite the red armor. As usual, Moonlight Gale looked at the two of them, and then announced the start. After knowing the attack method of the red armor, Hinata chose to take the initiative. Her physical skills are very strong, and she is not weaker than Hyuga Neji. If there is a difference between her and Neji, it should be Revolving Heaven. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, throwing straight palms, chopping horizontally, and slapping vertically, Hinata's blows hit the red armor in various ways. The red armor intends to fight back, but no matter how he wants to move, Hinata always seems to be able to predict his move and avoid his hand. Obviously, Hinata is superior to Chiguanya in physical skills. 64 palms. The last palm only hit the red armor's abdomen, sending it flying several meters away and falling to the ground. Moonlight Gale came to the field to check the injuries of the red armor. People don't have 237 dizziness, but his eyes reveal a lot of information. He is doubting life. It is also output with physical skills, and it is also attacked with hands. Why can you hit me, but I can't hit you? This is not a ninja. Although unbelievable, Akabane Rock has indeed lost. After being hit by Hinata's 64 palms, he is now completely unable to use chakra, and all the acupuncture points on his body are so painful. Getting up has become a difficulty. Seeing that the red armor didn't want to get up for a long time, Moonlight Gale immediately pronounced the verdict for him. Hyuga Hinata wins. The last battle was Temari's Jian Meichung, who had a bye for Tiantian and directly advanced to the next round. Jian Meichung's attack method is also a physical technique, using the body transformed by software to wrap around the opponent, suffocate the opponent, and even destroy the joints on the opponent's body, causing him to fracture. Of course, all of this is based on being able to contact the other party. Under Temari's win style, Jian Meichung has no chance at all. In the whole game, Jian Meichung was defeated within 5 meters of Temari. It can only be said that Muji can use win style, because it is a rogue. The final list of finalists is released. Game 1, Uzumaki Naruto's Tiantian. Match 2, Hyuga Hinata vs Temari. Game 3, Gaara's Sasuke. Advertisement. Match 4, Aburame Shinav vs Konkuro. The final is 1 month later, so Naruto gets a 1-month vacation without doing tasks or gathering. Things were going well, but Hinata was locked up at home for special devil training because of her promotion to the final. Only little Sakura can hang out with Naruto in Konoha. Of course, little Sakura is not always busy, and she is sometimes needed at home to help. For example, today, Naruto had no choice but to go to the Konoha bathhouse to pass the time without anyone to accompany him. After he doesn't have to worry about money, taking a bath has become his habit. Reading Jiraiya's works, lying in the men's bathhouse, next to the laughter of the women's bathhouse, it doesn't need to be too comfortable. At this time Naruto is reading vigorously. The high male hormones on his body caused him to bury half of his head in the water. Suddenly, a burly man with white hair walked in a bathrobe. Wow, the sun is shining, the time is quiet, today is also a good day to collect materials. Naruto. Hearing these familiar words, Naruto knew who he had met. One of Konoha Sannin, Jiraiya. Naruto, who often takes a bath in the bathhouse, has been thinking about whether he has a chance to meet Jiraiya, but he did not expect to meet him today. Turning around, Naruto looked at Jiraiya with half of his head exposed. 50-something, 40-something face, he wears a forehead protector with the word, oil, written on his forehead, and his 2 temples of white hair fall neatly from both sides. For some reason, Naruto felt that this hairstyle was very similar to Namikaze Minato. Hey, old man over there, are you peeping? The sudden sound startled Jiraiya, and after looking around, she realized that it was a kid lying in the water. Hey, kid, don't talk nonsense. What about peeping? I'm looking for material for my book. Jiraiya said with a serious look. Is this the book you're talking about? Naruto held up the Paradise in his hand. Oh. Jiraiya was a little surprised to see her book appearing in the hands of a little ghost. Little ghost, are you my fan? As he spoke, he showed a disgusted expression. What is a kid doing reading this kind of book? Don't you think you can't do it in your early years? Naruto. He admits that he likes to read books, but he does not admit that he touches himself. Why do people who both have girlfriends, or 2, can I touch myself? I don't even touch myself when I play mahjong. Getting up from the water, Naruto put on the bathrobe on the shore. Let me introduce myself, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, my father, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. After a brief silence, Jiraiya suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter, kid, this joke is not funny at all. Naruto. Then you are still smiling so happily? Naruto took off half of the bathrobe and showed Jiraiya the seal on his abdomen. What about this? You have an impression. Jiraiya finally stopped laughing. He recognized the seal of 9 tails at a glance. It is not known whether Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the 4th generation, but the matter of Jinchuriki is certain. Jiraiya looked at Naruto carefully. Advertisement. Not to mention, it's not quite the same as the 4th generation when they were young. Hey kid, are you really the son of 4th Hokage? Jiraiya asked. Naruto put on his bathrobe, and said lightly, it's as if it's fake. Opening a sealed scroll, Naruto took out a lollipop from inside and held it in his mouth. Jiraiya rolled her eyes and thought, it really is a kid. Then do you know who I am? Jiraiya asked. If I didn't know, I wouldn't have reported myself, Jiraiya-senpai. Since you know I'm Jiraiya, what's your purpose? Jiraiya can't believe that Naruto just came to meet him. Take me to Mount Myoboku, I want to learn Shienju, Naruto said bluntly. In order to better fish in troubled waters in the incident a month later, Naruto had already set his sights on Shanshu. If he can't meet Jiraiya here in the next few days, then Naruto will go to Orochimaru to make a deal with him and get away to Ryuchi Cave. Jiraiya was a little surprised that Naruto knew about the fairy art, but guessed that it might be something Minato left behind and told Naruto, so she didn't think much about it. Why learn Shienjutsu? Jiraiya asked. Naruto gave Jiraiya a blank look, and said, naturally, it's to become stronger, otherwise why? What's the purpose of becoming stronger? Jiraiya looked serious, and the sun was not disturbed by Naruto's white eyes. It is a dangerous thing for Jinchuriki to take the initiative to ask to become stronger. Even if Naruto is the son of his disciple, does one need a reason to become stronger? Don't you need it? Do you need? Don't you need it? Jiraiya was a little unconfident when asked by Naruto. No need. Naruto still gave the answer. Looking at Naruto's lazy eyes, Jiraiya thought for a while and said, if you don't have a reason, then I won't teach you. Oh. Naruto said lightly, then returned to the water and continued to take a bath. Jiraiya wondered that a person who wanted to become stronger gave up so easily. This is abnormal. Jiraiya came to Naruto and knelt down. Hey, kid, why don't you ask me a few more questions, in case I agree? Then will you take me to Mount Myoboku? Naruto really asked again. Ext. No. Jiraiya refused. Oh. Naruto responded lightly again, he had lost interest in Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's plain appearance, and became more and more strange. Why don't you insist, try to impress me, or find a reason to become stronger? That's too troublesome. I don't want to be so troublesome. Naruto said lightly, biting a lollipop. The more Jiraiya chats with Naruto, the more strange he feels. A person who wants to become stronger will find it troublesome? And even if you don't take me to Mount Myoboku, I can still learn Senjutsu. Any solution? Advertisement, Ryuchi Cave. Thinking of Orochimaru who has betrayed Konoha, Jiraiya feels insecure and dangerous around her. That man is too dangerous to allow Jinchuriki to come into contact with him. With that in mind, Jiraiya stared at Naruto with warning eyes and said, you can't go to Ryuchi Cave. Then you take me to Mount Myoboku? No, then I'm going. Okay, kid, I was defeated by you. Jiraiya said helplessly, I can consider letting you go to Mount Myoboku to learn fairy arts, but you have to pass my test. Is there a test? Forget it, it's easier to go to Ryuchi Cave. Hey, kid, don't push yourself too hard. Do I have it? Naruto looked at Jiraiya innocently, feeling numb from the afterlife. Okay, I was defeated by you, I will take you to Mount Myoboku. But if you are not recognized by Toad Sage, or if you can't learn magic, then I don't care. It's okay, if that toad doesn't let me learn it, I'll go to Ryuchi Cave, anyway, as long as it passes the test, it will be tested to learn. Asterisk. He found that Naruto was nothing like Namikaze Minato except that he looked like Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato is sunny, handsome and gentle. Uzumaki Naruto is lazy, handsome and cunning. Little ghost, how about we make a promise? Jiraiya rolled his eyes and said, 3.7. What agreement? Naruto asked. If you can go unbeaten for 5 minutes in my hands, I'll take you to Mount Myoboku and help you convince Toad Sage to teach you Senjutsu. But if you fail, then I'll still take you to Mount Myoboku, but you can't go to Ryuchi Cave. Both outcomes are good for Naruto. Jiraiya knew that Naruto would be obsessed with fairy arts, and would definitely find a place to inherit them to learn fairy arts. So for Konoha, he has to tie Naruto to Mount Myoboku. In fact, Going to Ryuchi Cave does not necessarily mean you will betray Konoha. Just like Konoha's special Jonin Mitarashi Anko, her summoning beast is the snake of Ryuchi Cave. She has the identity of the descendant of Ryuchi Cave, that is, Konoha's ninja. From this at least it can be seen that the place of inheritance does not necessarily affect the ninja's position. But Naruto is different. He made it clear that he wants to find Orochimaru, and Naruto is going for the magic, and Orochimaru does give him more help. So Jiraiya will try to prevent Naruto from going to Ryuchi Cave. Okay. Naruto was particularly interested in this kind of sure win bet. 5 minutes in Jiraiya's hands. Believe it or not, I'll give you a knife in 5 minutes. Have you heard of Flying Thunder God? The two put on their own clothes. Naruto gave up taking a bath, and Jiraiya gave up taking the material. All the way to Konoha Hushan. Chapter 72. Flying Thunder God's Formation. Toad Wangwang's Humiliated Life. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Leaf Back Mountain. Uzumaki Naruto, with a lollipop in his mouth and a lazy expression, stood opposite a white-haired uncle. Come on, I'll let you make the first move. In Jiraiya's view, it is impossible for Naruto to be so strong at the age of 12. I can test Naruto's strength in these 5 minutes. You know, Shienju is not something that just any ninja can learn, it requires goodness and certain strength. Looking at Jiraiya's casual look, Naruto knew he was underestimated. But Naruto was not unhappy. Instead, he's happy that Jiraiya can take him lightly. Because it might not take 5 minutes for him to end the battle. Open black lens bracket ding. Feeling that the host is underestimated by Jiraiya. Your body has learned ninjutsu, Rasengan, close black lens bracket. An A-level ninjutsu is better than nothing. Naruto's index finger and middle finger are close together, hands are crossed, and the seal of Ren is formed. Multiple shadow clone technique. This is the second time Naruto has used this ninjutsu in actual combat, and the first time he used it when he punched a local tyrant. Oh, there are so many clones. Jiraiya was a little shocked by Naruto's huge amount of chakra. Although it is known that the chakra of the Uzumaki family is very large, there are still very few chakras that are as large as Naruto. And he felt that Naruto still had strength left. Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin, Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique, 20. Naruto from all directions uses Fire Style to attack Jiraiya at the same time, and the light of destroying the ball illuminates the development of Jiraiya's white hair. Cold sweat dripped down on Jiraiya's forehead, and before he had time to complain and think, Jiraiya's hands formed mudras quickly. Finally, the ninjutsu was released the moment the great fireball hit him. Earth Style. Multiple earth flow walls. Several huge earthen walls rose on the ground around Jiraiya, blocking all 20 great fireballs. Inside the earthen wall, Jiraiya was like a grasshopper in a pot, sweating profusely from the heat. What kind of monster is this brat? Is chakra going to let him die? Jiraiya asked secretly. In a short time 18, the earthen walls surrounding Jiraiya were charred and blackened. 20 Naruto jumped onto the dirt wall and looked down at Jiraiya inside. For some reason, Jiraiya felt like a monkey in a zoo, being watched. Senior Jiraiya, be careful. As soon as the words fell, 20 Narutos threw shurikens at the same time. Flying Thunder God's Array. 20 Naruto left the Flying Thunder God mark on 20 shurikens and threw them at the enemy from different directions. 20 Naruto move on different shurikens to perform different attacks. Suddenly, 20 Naruto appeared beside Jiraiya like teleportation, attacking Jiraiya in different ways. What Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Shadow Leaf Dancer plus 8 Inner Gates. Wind Style. Wind Blade Fire Style, Great Fireball. Water Style. Water Dragon Bomb Lightning Style, Chidori. Earth Style, Heart Beheading Technique Advertisement. Even Rasengan. In short, all the ninjutsu and physical techniques that Naruto can use are used on different avatars at different times. Jiraiya has no chance to be surprised at this time, he has too many things to be surprised. Hastily dealt with the attacks of several Naruto clones, and after defeating several Naruto clones with the Chaos Lion Hair technique, one instant escaped from the encirclement of Naruto. His life is too short, his body won't be able to hold on if he hits him again. Stop. Seeing several Naruto avatars left the Flying Thunder God mark on their body at some point, catching up and preparing to continue fighting, Jiraiya hurriedly begged for mercy. This kind of battle is simply unbearable, Jiraiya thought. Several Naruto clones stopped, and Jiraiya was surrounded by other Naruto clones following behind. Are you going to throw in the towel? Naruto's body came to the middle of the clone and asked. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's lazy image, and couldn't imagine that such a kid showed cage-level strength just now. Do not fight. If you really keep fighting, Jiraiya certainly won't necessarily lose. But it's pointless to fight any further. Naruto's strength has exceeded the standard he set for him by too much. It's fine for him to lose the 5-minute game, anyway, with Naruto's talent, he can definitely learn fairy arts. There is no need to worry about him and Orochimaru getting together then. Thinking of this, Jiraiya said to Naruto, "Come here, boy." Naruto undoes Shadow Clone and comes to Jiraiya. "Write your name on this, and touch your blood on it." Jiraiya took out a huge scroll and opened it, saying to Naruto. Naruto looked at several names on the scroll, silently wrote his own name, then bit his finger and smeared blood on the name. And then, Naruto asked, "Then, of course, after you learn the summoning technique." Jiraiya feels that there is some darkness in Naruto, although it is not obvious, but he still hopes to expel Naruto's darkness with his own love. Open black lens bracket ding. The host has signed a contract with Mount Myoboku, and learned the summoning technique by himself. Close black lens bracket. Hai Shu, Shenwei. Naruto made a mudra in front of Jiraiya, and then slapped the ground with one hand. Boom. Huge smoke gushed out, and a toad with a size comparable to a building appeared on the scene with a huge cigarette holder in its mouth. Jiraiya looked at Toad Bunta, who was easily summoned by Naruto, with his mouth wide open and his eyes wide open. "I haven't taught Indian style yet, how can this kid learn it directly?" Toad Bunta saw Jiraiya standing in front of him for the first time, and said with a displeased expression, "Hey, Jiraiya, what did you call me for?" Jiraiya recovered, looked at Toad Bunta and said, "I didn't summon you, it was the kid behind you who summoned you." Huh? Toad Wen Taiyuan jumped up and turned around, and saw Uzumaki Naruto. Gamabunta is holding a cigarette holder, Uzumaki Naruto is holding a lollipop. There is an indescribable similarity between the two, but Gamabunta doesn't like Uzumaki Naruto at all. A candy-eating kid got some kind of shit luck to summon the old man, and the old man went back. Saying that, Toad Bunta is about to summon himself back to Mount Myoboku. Wait a minute. Naruto came to Gamabunta's head in a flash. "You are very good, sign a contract with me." Naruto and Jiraiya signed a contract with Mount Myoboku, using the summoning technique will only randomly spawn summoning toads. If you want to designate someone to summon, you must sign a contract with that summoning beast. "What did you say, kid? Advertisement. Do you know who you're talking to again?" Toad Bunta's tone became dull, and he was obviously a little angry. At this time, Jiraiya reminded below, "Wenta, be careful." Huh. Toad Wen didn't understand what Jiraiya told him to be careful, but he still paid a little attention to the kid on his head. Looks like a very thin figure, with the eyes of a big toad. Without the temperament and eyes of a strong man. According to visual estimation, it is 12 years old, and it will definitely not be the result of transformation technique. That's right, it's just a ghost. Hey, big toad, what are you looking at? Do you want to sign a contract with me? I am very strong, I will take you to pretend, take you to fly. Naruto knelt down and patted Toad Bunta on the head, saying. Toad Bunta had a huge well on his forehead, and he was already full of anger and shouted at Uzumaki Naruto. "Get down, old man, or I'll cut you down." Naruto, who knew he didn't have the talent to escape, curled his lips, and looked at Jiraiya who was standing under Hama Wangwang. "Hey, Senior Jiraiya, can I fight?" The corner of Jiraiya's mouth twitched. How would he answer? Hit. Of course you can. But can this be said? What if the Toad Bunta terminates the contract with him? You must know that Toad Wentai is his most powerful summoning beast. Oh, you can fight, then I will. Hey, I didn't say that, Jiraiya growled inwardly. Naruto looked as if he had agreed, then gathered chakra in his hand and punched him down. Boom. Toad Bunta's entire body slammed on the ground as if he had been severely injured. Hey, are you kidding me? The corners of Jiraiya's mouth slanted, his expression was incredible. How could this 12-year-old boy look like a monster in physical fitness? Naruto's physical fitness at this time is stronger than Guy's. Although the punch attached to chakra is not as good as Tsunade's, it is still enough to easily break the rock. Since rocks can be shattered, it is even more impossible for Gamabunta's body to hold it. Will you make a contract with me now, Big Toad? Naruto asked, clenching his fist and raising it, as if he would continue to beat Toad Bunta as long as he refused. Gama Wentai was in a trance for a while before raising his head from the ground. Being threatened by Naruto, Gama Wentai said angrily, I will sign with you. Boom. With another heavy blow, Toad Wentai nodded to the ground, knocking the ground out of a big hole. Sign up. I sign you. Boom. Looks like you played too lightly. 8 inner gates, Wong. Naruto opened the 7th gate. A white blue light appeared on his body, and his momentum suddenly became several times stronger. Are you signing? Naruto asked again, his fist raised high. Toadbunta. Now Naruto gives it a completely different feeling from before. Naruto with 8 inner gates turned on gives Gamabunta a terrifying aura. It has an inexplicable fear of beasts in its heart. You should know that it is not an ordinary animal, but the boss toad who masters the fairy art chakra. After hesitating for a while, Toad Wentai said aggrievedly, I will sign. That's right. Naruto withdrew the light of the 8 inner gates. The strong recovery power of his body allowed him to quickly heal the damage he suffered from using the 8 inner gates, but he was safe within a few seconds. Toad Wentai got up from the ground, touched the redness and swelling on his head, hiss, it hurts. Get out the contract scroll, Naruto urged, advertisement. Toad text as 2 white. Naruto glanced and summoned his own summoning scroll. Open it, throw it to Naruto, and said, here, sign it. Toad Wentai was full of displeasure. He was summoned out for no reason, beaten up for no reason, and signed an unequal treaty for no reason. It's all to blame. Jiraiya. Toad Wentai glanced at the tiny Jiraiya under him, his eyes were full of hatred. It's this guy who taught this kid summoning, so I'll be beaten up and sign the pact of shame. He hasn't heard of Toad's 907 contract scroll was forced to sign. He, Toad Wangwang, the boss of Toad, has become the number 1, Toad. This hatred must be avenged. Jiraiya was flustered by Gama Wentai's stare, and guessed that she was being vengeful by Gama Wentai. I sighed in my heart. It seems that I won't be able to call this guy for a long time. But what kind of monster is Namikaze Minato's child? A lot of chakra to scary. Learned the space-time ninjutsu that only the 2nd generation and 4th generation could learn, the Flying Thunder God technique, and also developed the Flying Thunder God formation. Use the ninjutsu of the 5 attributes at will. Physical fitness is stronger than cage level, and also mastered 8 inner gates. This is just more monster than monster. After a while, Naruto signed a full contract with Gamabunta. Since then, Naruto can appoint Gamabunta summoning out. Okay. Naruto threw the scroll back to Toadbunta, you can go back first. Toad Wentai glanced at Naruto resentfully, and then reversed himself to summoning back. Toadbunta returned to Mount Myoboku, and was instantly spotted by his 2 brothers. Boss, what's the matter with your head? Could it be that you encountered some powerful enemy? Toad Jian asked. I see why the boss's bag looks like he kowtowed, Ha Toma Guang said. Toadbunta. Go away, don't suffer lousy. It seems that the boss has suffered a lot this time. I don't know what kind of enemy Jiraiya encountered. Could it be 10,000 snakes? That little snake? I slashed it. You? Forget it, the boss can't hack it. Leaf Back Mountain. Naruto was not satisfied after signing the contract with Toad Wangwang, and turned his head to look at Jiraiya. Senior Jiraiya, do you know any other powerful summoning beasts? I want to reason with them and sign a contract by the way. Jiraiya. No, the summoning beasts on Mount Myoboku are average, and they don't like reasoning. Jiraiya didn't want to send her summoning beasts out to be beaten by Naruto. If all his summoning beasts get beaten up by Naruto, then he might be blocked by Mount Myoboku. Oh, since the summoning beast on Mount Myoboku is so weak, I'd better find a big snake and sign it, Naruto said seriously. Jiraiya didn't know if Naruto was joking or serious. But now he has to take this guy to Mount Myoboku, or he might actually go to Ryuchi Cave. Chapter 73. The Immortal Technique arrives in seconds. The Immortal himself. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mount Myoboku. Bunta Gama took Naruto and Jiraiya with the inverse summoning technique. Good job, Big Toad. Naruto patted Toad on the head and praised. Toadbunta has a huge well on his forehead. My name is Toadbunta. Okay, Big Toad. Let's go, Naruto, let's meet Toad Sage. Jiraiya stopped Naruto from continuing to tease Toadbunta. Every time Naruto molested Gamabunta, Jiraiya felt that his relationship with Gamabunta was 1 point away. Wow, this toad is purple. Can I sign a contract with it? Naruto asked, pointing to Toad Ken. Toad Jian. Quack. Jiraiya. Naruto, if you want to sign a contract with them, let's talk after we meet Toad Sage. Jiraiya is really afraid of Naruto, and he also has a premonition that there will be a bloody storm on Mount Myoboku in the near future. Okay. Naruto looked at Tomoken reluctantly. Soon, Naruto followed Jiraiya to Toad Sage's residence. Who is here? Although it saw Jiraiya from a distance, it still asked habitually. It's me, Jiraiya, Toad Sage. Jiraiya replied respectfully. Oh, little Jiraiya is here. Who is the person beside you? Toad Sage looked at Jiraiya and Naruto and asked kindly. He is the new disciple Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya replied. Open black lens bracket ding. The powerful celestial chakra on Mount Myoboku Great Toad Sage stimulates your body. Your body realizes that you don't have any celestial chakra, feels anxious, and starts to automatically absorb natural energy and fuse celestial chakra. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Your body has the magic chakra, and you have awakened the perfect sage mode. Close black lens bracket. The story is over before it even begins. The corner of Naruto's mouth slid over a beautiful arc and smiled in his heart. Huh? Toad Sage looked at Naruto, as if he had discovered something strange. He found that Naruto's body has been automatically absorbing the natural energy from the outside world since just now. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for ordinary people to absorb natural energy by themselves. Even if it is possible, there is no reason to absorb natural energy like Naruto, as if Naruto was born as a child of nature. What's wrong, Toad Sage? Jiraiya saw Toad Sage staring at Naruto, asked with some doubts. Toad Sage didn't answer Jiraiya immediately, but began to calculate the future of Naruto. Strange, did my prediction go wrong? Toad Sage saw something different from the previous prediction. It knows Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura from the first time it sees Naruto. It stands to reason that Naruto should fall in love with Indra's reincarnation and kill each other. But in the new mirror image prophecy, Indra's reincarnation Sasuke has very little connection with Ashura's reincarnation Naruto. Even if they met occasionally, there was no such thing as falling in love and killing each other. The two met several times like passers-by they knew. It also saw Naruto foot Uchiha Madara and punch Otsutsuki Kagaya someday in the future. Also see a group of women standing behind Naruto and even Otsutsuki Kagaya behind him. Wasn't Otsutsuki Kagaya defeated by Naruto? How did he appear there again? All kinds of questions filled Toad Sage's mind, but anyway, this Naruto should be the new child of prophecy. This is a man who can save the ninja world. Toad Sage. Jiraiya asked again. He just heard Toad Sage say that his prophecy was wrong, which made him very nervous. Which prophecy was wrong? Nagato? Advertisement. Toad Sage once predicted that Jiraiya's disciple would change the ninja world, and Jiraiya believed that this person was Nagato. Toad Sage came back to his senses, looked at Naruto, then at Jiraiya, and then pretended nothing happened and said, Oh, Jiraiya, you have a new student? You have a good eye. At this time Naruto stood up and protested, I object. Naruto pointed at Jiraiya, looked at Toad Sage and asked, he just asked me to sign the scroll of Mount Myoboku inheritance, how could I become his disciple? Toad Sage looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked a little embarrassed, then looked at Naruto angrily and said, Didn't you come to Mount Myoboku to learn fairy arts? If you don't worship me as a teacher, how can I teach you? Jiraiya thought that if he said this, Naruto would definitely compromise and become his disciple. But who knew that Naruto didn't bother at all? TCH. You really think I'm stupid? Don't you just need a toad who understands fairy arts to help me guide the natural chakra to learn fairy arts? What do you want? Serving tea and water. Jiraiya blushed. What about serving tea? I have experience. Do you understand the experience of transforming into sage mode? And your attitude has changed too much, right? Before you came, you still called me Jiraiya Senpai, but now you come to Mount Myoboku, you just cross the river and destroy the bridge, you. Anyway, I didn't say I want to be your disciple. Naruto turned around and said. Naruto has a crush on Jiraiya, but that doesn't mean he's willing to have another teacher out of thin air. Even Kakashi, who has been leading him to do tasks, he doesn't admit it very much. Jiraiya just came here and can't teach himself anything and wants to take advantage. Naruto can't afford this loss, you. Anyway, if you don't recognize me as a teacher, I won't teach you fairy arts. If you don't teach, you don't teach. I really think I don't know how to do it. Huh. Do you know magic spells? Naruto gave Jiraiya a disdainful look, and then under Jiraiya's surprised gaze, he transformed into sage mode in a second. See? I also want you to teach me sage mode. You. Why do you know sage mode? Didn't you say that you came to learn sage mode? Jiraiya looked Naruto up and down in surprise. This facial makeup, this sense of magic chakra. This is even more Sage mode than Sage mode. And what the hell is transforming in a second? It will take a long time for Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage to help me transform into Sage mode. What's your situation? The fairy himself. Just learned, Naruto said bluntly. Although Naruto wasn't lying, Jiraiya didn't believe it at all. He looked at Toad Sage, thinking of the way Toad Sage looked at Naruto before. He always felt that Toad Sage had an affair with Naruto. Today, the two of them conspired to see my jokes. Toad Sage, did you teach Naruto Sage mode? Jiraiya asked. Toad Sage shook his head and said, Naruto's Sage mode is learned naturally, and his body is very special, as if all the energy in nature can be used by him. Is there really such a constitution? Jiraiya couldn't believe it. I didn't believe it at first, but the truth is right in front of me, isn't it? Toad Sage said with a smile. Fukasaku, Shima, you two take Naruto to visit Mount Myoboku. I have something to talk to Jiraiya. Toad Sage said to Fukasaku and Shima on the side. Yes, great Toad Sage. The two toads understood and took Naruto to Mount Myoboku for a stroll. Advertisement. Naruto knew that Toad Sage had to avoid himself if he had something to say, and he didn't have 8 trigrams in mind. He just seriously followed Fukasaku and Immortal Shima for a stroll. He didn't want to sign contracts with a few more powerful toads. In this way, you can summon a bunch of toads when you fight in the future, and then watch the show by yourself, saving you from being tired. Just as Naruto left here, the great Toad Sage said to Jiraiya, Little Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto should be the one we've been looking for. Son of Prophecy? Jiraiya was taken aback. What about Nagato? The great Toad Sage shook his head and said, maybe Nagato is too, maybe not. My prediction may be wrong. The prophecy it sees cannot be explained in detail with other people. If it is said, it will find changes in the future, and it will not work. So now Toad Sage began to wonder if he talked too much with Sage of Six Paths, which caused the fate of Ashura and Indra to change. I also suspect that I talked too much with Jiraiya, which led to Naruto's change. The prophecy went wrong? Jiraiya couldn't believe it. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya asked, then what should I do? Take him as a student, but he doesn't seem to want to at all. Great Toad Sage took a sip of his drink and said, do nothing. It has already made up its mind not to prophesy anymore, so King prophesy. Naruto wandered around Mount Myoboku with Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage, and met various toads along the way. But they don't seem to be able to play very well. Fukasaku Immortal, do you know where the big purple toad is? Purple? You mean Hama-Jien? Do you know him? I don't know you now, but I will know you later. Looking at Naruto's smiling face, Fukasaku didn't feel warm, but had a bad premonition instead. Even so, Fukasaku still did not reject Naruto. Naruto is now valued by the great Toad Sage, so it is naturally difficult for them to refuse Ming Xiaoxiao's request. All the way to Toad Jien's house. Toad Jien, come out. Toad Jien walked out of the house in response to the sound. It was wearing a fishing net suit, holding a harpoon full of thorns in its hand, and a pot-shaped shield on its back. The most distinctive thing is that it has a black U on its face shaped tattoos. Note that this is not a face mask, but a tattoo, the kind that cannot be erased. Master Fukasaku, Master Shima, do you have anything to do with me? Gamaken asked, looking at the two. This human wants to get acquainted with you, Fukasaku Sento said, pointing to Naruto. Toad Jien lowered his head and looked at Naruto beside him. His eyes were a little surprised. You look like someone who has been here before. Who? Naruto pretended to be puzzled. I don't remember his name, but he should be Jiraiya's disciple. Gamaken thought for a while and said. His name should be Namikaze Minato, he is my father, Naruto said. Namikaze Minato also learned the immortal technique at Mount Myoboku. Maybe Gamaken met Namikaze Minato at that time. So that's it, I said you look so alike, Toad Jien said with a smile. At the same time, Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage looked at Naruto in amazement. They didn't expect that the person in front of him who was born with a fairy body turned out to be Minato's child. Ken Hama, do you want to sign a contract with me? Naruto asked Ken suddenly. Sign the contract? After examining Uzumaki Naruto for a while, Toad Jien refused. No, you should sign a contract with some other little toads. You are too weak. When you grow up, I will consider signing a contract with you. Advertisement. Immortal Shima. This kid knows how to Sage mode, you tell me he is weak? I'm not weak, your boss Gamabunta has signed a contract with me, Naruto said. Boss Wentai? Toad Jien was stunned for a moment, then laughed, are you joking with me? Even Jiraiya has to be respectful to Toad Bunta. How can a powerful toad like Bunta boss be with a teenage boy? How about signing a contract? You do not believe. Unless Boss Wentai tells me personally, I will never believe you, Hamo Jien laughed. Okay, I'll call it here. Hai Shu, Shen Wei, summoning technique. Is the toad okay at Mount Myoboku summoning? Boom. With a loud noise, a huge orange toad with a cigarette holder appeared on the scene. Toad Bunta looked at Naruto, who summoned himself. Okay, with a speechless expression, I said, kid, wouldn't you just call me if you have something to do? I live not far away. How would I know? Naruto looked innocent. Gamabunta had begun to get used to Naruto's attitude, looked around, and found Gama-ken, Fukasaku Senjin, and Shima Senjin. Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage were higher than it, so it honestly greeted the two sage toads. Hey, Toad Jien, why are you here? Asked Toad Wentai. Gama Jien didn't expect that Naruto could really summon Gamabunta, and it was luck that ruled out that 1/10,000th possibility. Gama-ken believes that Naruto did sign the summoning contract with Gamabunta. This is my home, Mrs. Wen. Oh, is it? Toad Wentai looked around and found that it was really Hama Jien's home. Then he looked at Naruto again, so why did you ask me to come to Gama-ken's house? I asked you to come out and prove that you have signed a summoning contract with me, so that it will believe and follow me. Naruto explained while biting a lollipop. Toad Bunta. It has never encountered such a bad contractor. If Jiraiya dared to use this kind of reason to hand himself over, it would definitely knock out his Shangdu. But Naruto, no, he can't beat the boat. The difference in strength is too great, and Toad Wentai can only eat this bitter fruit. Boy, don't call me for such things, or I will make you look good. After speaking, Toad Bunta left towards his home. You can't beat it, but you can still be tough. And in front of his little brother, Hamo Bunta still pays attention to face. He didn't want his little brother to see him being submissive after suffering a disadvantage. Chapter 74. Lying down and watching Konoha Azuki Shien. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. After Gama Wentai left, the simple and honest Gama Jien signed a summoning contract with Naruto. Then Gama Jien was still very sensible and took Naruto to find Gama Hiroshi, the three brothers of Toma. In this way, Naruto successfully signed a contract with the three most powerful toads. But Naruto is not satisfied. Under the leadership of Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage, Naruto has signed a contract with all the toads that seem useful and stronger. Such a trip to Mount Myoboku is complete. In the next few days, Naruto and Jiraiya did not immediately return to Konoha. Instead, I stayed and studied chakra nature transformation with Jiraiya for a while. There are 7 types of chakra nature transformation, the 5 most common of which are: Fire. High temperature chakra can burn anything it touches, makes the target burn, and belongs to the attack specialization type like Oka. Chakra, like a sharp blade, can cut through everything. It is used to deal with special ninjutsu and ninjutsu. When used on the chakra blade, the cutting power will be brought into full play, and the attack power is the most powerful at medium and short distances. Thunder. It is most suitable for medium and long distance diffusion ninjutsu. Added to metal weapons, it will increase the lethality and electric shock effect. T. Ability to change the hardness, composition, mass, and gravity of objects. Masters can make ninjutsu objects and even bodies as hard as steel, are as soft as clay, and soil, as very suitable for making earth walls to resist other ninjutsu attacks. Water. Applicable to shape change. It can turn into mist shinobi to hide, or turn into a tsunami to block others, or turn into a form like water dragon bomb to attack the enemy, which has a high auxiliary effect. After Jiraiya's teaching and systematic fighting spirit, Naruto mastered them all and developed 5 different Rasengan ninjutsu. Explosion Rasengan. A ball-shaped ninjutsu thrown out will cause a violent flame explosion when it touches the target and burn all objects within a radius of 10 kilometers. Grade, level. The Spiral Shuriken. This one was not created by Naruto, it was learned by the system. It's powerful, but it hurts people. Grade, S grade. Lightning Rasengan. Different from other Rasengans is that this spiral speed is very fast, and it is also a throwing move, but it is not a large-scale attack ninjutsu, and its power is weak. Grade, grade A. Heavy Rasengan, which integrates the mass and gravity changes of the Earth Attribute Chakra, belongs to the close-range attack Rasengan, and the single target damage is devastating. Grade, S grade. Fog Rasengan. Rasengan thrown out. When thrown out, there will be water attribute chakra rotating around to form a thick fog, covering an area of 5 meters. It is an invisible ninjutsu. Grade A. 5 kinds of Rasengan did not enhance Naruto's strength much, but enriched 33's means of using Susanoo. At that time, once Susanoo is activated, I will throw a few S+ level ninjutsu at will. The other 2 nature transformations are Yin Dun and Yang Dun. The nature transformation of the Yin attribute chakra includes the shadow ninjutsu of the Nara family and the spiritual ninjutsu of the Yamanaka family, and even the illusion is also a transformation of the Yin attribute chakra. Yang attribute nature transformation has Akamichi family's doubling ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu. For the nature transformation of these 2 attributes, chakra, Naruto also followed suit, and gradually stimulated the system to master them vigorously according to the method taught by Jiraiya. In this way, Naruto can be considered to have thoroughly mastered the chakra nature transformation of the 7 attributes. After mastering the chakra nature transformation with 7 attributes, Naruto also successfully created the truth-seeking ball. After transforming into Sage mode, 9 truth-seeking balls will naturally appear behind Naruto. These black balls can attack from a distance of up to 70 meters, and can be transformed into various weapons to help Naruto fight. In terms of power, they can easily destroy a forest, half of Konoha village. That is to say, this truth-seeking ball is comparable to Shinra Tenjin at a glance. Now everything is ready for Naruto, except for Orochimaru's attack on Hokage village to attract attention. Back to Konoha, Naruto and Jiraiya appear in the bathhouse. Thinking about the principle of not soaking for nothing, the 2 took a bath here again. Naruto, Minato taught you your Rasengan? That's right, Naruto lied. It seems that Minato really cares about you and left you so many things. Naruto hee in his heart. Maybe his father really cared about him, but Minato really didn't have so much time to leave things for himself. I took a bath in silence for a while. Naruto, do you want to be Hokage? In no mood. Why? I think you are very suitable. The body of the old man of 3rd generation has not allowed him to hold that position for a few more years. Advertisement, Konoha needs a new Hokage. How many years? He will be gone in a few days. A few years is too much to think of him. Naruto thought to himself. Konoha needs a new Hokage. Why don't you just be one? What can a mere 12-year-old genin do? A mere 12-year-old genin. Which 12-year-old genin have you ever seen know how to perform magic tricks, flying thunder god, and transform the properties of chakra within a few days? You are not only the fairy himself, but also Versailles. I don't want to be a Hokage. My character can't be a Hokage. Beeb, Jiraiya said. Me too. What do you think of Konoha? What do you think? I'll lie down and watch. I'm serious, Naruto. Jiraiya turned to look at Naruto aside. Naruto didn't turn his head back, biting the lollipop in his mouth, always looking like he had nothing to do with himself. I'm serious too. Do as Konoha does. I will not be their shadow, nor will I be their root. I just want to take a nap next to this tree. Ext. Forget it, it's up to you. Jiraiya sighed helplessly. Although it's a pity that Naruto doesn't have the will of fire, he won't be Konoha's enemy anyway. So Jiraiya is satisfied. Soon after, Jiraiya started gathering material. In order not to be thought of as an accomplice, Naruto stepped away from the church. When I got home, I saw the letter left by little Sakura. In the letter, she wrote that in order not to be pulled down by herself and Hinata, she went to special training. During the few days on Mount Myoboku, Naruto didn't tell little Sakura what he was doing. Little Sakura thought too much, so she secretly worked hard. At this time, Hinata has not been released yet. Sasuke and Kakashi went to special training. All the finalists are working hard in special training. Only Naruto finds himself with nothing to do. I'm almost done eating the lollipops, let's go stock up. Konoha Street, Naruto transformed into a familiar 8-year-old blonde kid to shop on the street. Naruto big brother. Naruto turned his head to look, and it turned out to be the 3 little ghosts of Konohamaru. Suddenly there was a big black line on his forehead. Why are these 3 unlucky guys again? You've got the wrong person. After speaking, Naruto turned his head and was about to leave, but the 3 of Konohamaru obviously wouldn't be fooled so easily. Who made him always love to transform into a person? Konohamaru. Naruto big brother, stop, we know it's you. The 3 stopped Naruto. Manghuang. That's right, you went shopping like this last time, we haven't forgotten. Naruto. Cute yellow is not cute at all, but one glance at the skin color, it is a bit yellow. Well, what are you stopping me for? Naruto admitted helplessly. The three of us recently studied the three-body technique with Yubisu-sensei, and we want you to see what we've achieved, Udon said. I do not want to see. Looking at the expressions of the three of them, we won't let you go unless you look at us. Naruto felt a headache. If I leave now, will these three unlucky things chase me to my house? Okay, let's take a look. I'll give you 5 minutes. Naruto sighed. Advertisement 73. Come to Konoha's empty practice field. Let's start quickly. Naruto said while biting a lollipop. Well, the orange flavor in this world is full of nature. Of the three, Konohamaru showed first transformation technique. Konohamaru has changed into Naruto, but it doesn't seem normal. Naruto looked at Konohamaru's transformed appearance, and asked with black lines all over his head, am I so fat in your eyes? The Naruto transformed by Konohamaru is at least 2 grades fatter than himself, and weighs 200 kgs. Boom. With a sound, Konohamaru changed back again. He, I'm still not proficient in ninjutsu. Hamaru smiled awkwardly. In fact, Konohamaru has learned this ninjutsu for a long time, but he has not improved. The next ninjutsu, I will definitely show it perfectly. Saying this, Konohamaru began to make seals again. Boom. Another Konohamaru appears. The performance of this clone technique is not bad, except for some small flaws, there is basically no problem. After dispelling the clone, Konohamaru laughed and said, ha 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 ha, I'm amazing. Naruto said perfunctorily with blank eyes. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Just one last body replacement technique. On body replacement technique, Konohamaru let Mo Huang attack him, and then he thought it was very quick to switch positions with a piece of surgery head that would always appear. There seems to be no problem in the result, but the process. What happened to Meng Wang's attack that clearly looked like a drill? Can such slow motion really hit people? Naruto complained secretly in his heart. Body replacement technique itself is not difficult, it is difficult to use timing and speed. But apparently, Konohamaru is not up to the mark. Naruto didn't say anything about Konohamaru's problem, it's not his business. Okay, Meng Wang, Udon, you two also want to demonstrate? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry to go home for dinner. What? Naruto big brother is not serious at all, Meng Wang said angrily. Naruto ignored the opinion, and they were afraid that the performance would end without urging. This uninteresting show doesn't mean anything. Soon after, Mo Huang and Udon demonstrate the three-body technique. Neither of them are as talented in ninjutsu as Konohamaru. Meng Wang is okay, transformation technique is not bad. Udon really can't do all 3 ninjutsu. Okay, the performance is over, I'm leaving, you guys have fun. Saying that, Naruto was about to leave, but just 2 steps away, he found an unexpected person, Azuki Shion. At this time, Mao Yu Xian's eyes were full of viciousness, and she kept chopping the wooden stake in front of her with her sword fiercely, as if she had encountered something sad. The thing that can make Azuki Yuyan so painful is probably because Moonlight Hayate was killed, Naruto thought. This big sister is so fierce. The words of the 3 of Konohamaru attracted Azuki Shion's attention, and when she looked over with one look, the 3 little ghosts of Konohamaru were startled. Scary eyes, Konohamaru said, and Mo Wang and Udon nodded wildly in agreement. Azuki Shion frowned and looked at the 4 little ones. Ghost, at this time Naruto is still transformed. She knows Konohamaru, and she has also seen Mo Wang and Udon next to Konohamaru. But she has never seen this transformed Naruto, and she felt a strong chakra breath in Naruto. Advertisement chakra of this strength should not be present in an imp. Azuki Shion approached the 4 of Naruto with a sword in hand, and the 3 of Konohamaru hid behind Naruto in fright. Naruto was biting a lollipop, staring at Azuki indifferently. What does this woman want? Why do I feel murderous in her? Does she want to kill some brats to vent her anger? Just as he was guessing, Azuki Shion made a move. Konoha Ryu swordsmanship dance of the crescent moon. From top to bottom, Azuki Shion sent 2 shadow clones to attack Naruto. Naruto looked at Azuki Yugo who was coming from 3 different directions. There was no movement, no expression. It was the same until Maoyue Shion's 3 swords stopped a few centimeters in front of his face. Naruto smashed his mouth, switched the candy from his mouth to the other side, and asked, "What do you want?" Azuki Shion looked at the calm Naruto, feeling a little surprised. Is this guy confident, unresponsive, or stupid? After Azuki Shion sensed the abnormal chakra strength in Naruto's body, he suspected that Naruto was a spy trying to abduct Konohamaru. So I want to test Naruto, who knows that the other party seems to be very confident. Seeing that Azuki Shion didn't answer, Naruto looked at himself with surprised eyes, so he knew what Azuki Shion was thinking. Is this treating me like a spy? Naruto said with some displeasure. Have you been Anbu for a long time, are you stupid? You know I'm Anbu's. Generally speaking, no one knows the real identity of Anbu members except for some companions and Hokage who have been working together for a long time, but Naruto does. This made Azuki Hyuga look at Naruto more vigilantly. Glancing at the Konohamaru 3 behind Naruto. The other party has 3 hostages, which is a bit troublesome. And judging from his reaction just now, it's definitely not that he can't react. That's a real confidence. Naruto did not answer Azuki Shion, but directly contacted the appearance of the transformation, changing to his original appearance. It's me, Naruto said flatly. Uzumaki, Naruto? Azuki Shion hasn't seen Naruto for a long time, so she's not sure. Her latest impression of Naruto comes from when Naruto made a big fuss in the Hokage building a year ago. At that time, Moonlight Gale was hit by Naruto's seduction technique, and she had a nosebleed. Thinking of the Moonlight Blast, Azuki Shion's expression suddenly dimmed again. Why, Haifeng, why did you leave so suddenly? Naruto saw that Azuki Shion was in a bad mood, so he didn't want to chatter. Just before leaving, Naruto intends to correct some of its mistakes. Lend me your knife, Naruto said. Azuki Shion was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Naruto wanted to do. But before she could understand, Naruto took her knife away without authorization. You. Azuki Shion was angry, but Naruto had already started to dance with his sword. Looking good. Naruto splits 2 shadow clones, leaps into the air. Then it slid across the air like a crescent moon, and appeared in front of Azuki Shion in an instant. The 3 Naruto are holding 3 swords, and each sword is facing a deadly position against Azuki Hyuga at this time. Neck, heart and back of the brain. This is the dance of the 3 suns and the moon. Chapter 75 Swordsmanship, is it difficult? Mitarashi Anko. Previous chapter next chapter advertisement. How did you do this? Azuki Hyuga stared at Naruto in disbelief. I saw Senior Haifeng used it, and then I learned it. As Naruto said, he put away his sword and released Shadow Clone. You can learn by watching. Azuki Shion is even more unbelievable. Is there really anyone in this world who can learn a high level of swordsmanship just by looking at it? The answer is of course not. Naruto's Dance of the 3 Moons was learned from Azuki Yuyan when Anbu was pranking a year ago. However, because the system is very competitive, Naruto's swordsmanship has long surpassed Azuki Yuyan. Your sword. Naruto returned the sword to Shion. The reason why he wants to show this trick is not to pretend to be a cup. It's his repayment for Uyue Shion's 3 swords just now. He never liked to take advantage of others. Azuki Shion hesitated before taking the sword. For some reason, she felt that her sword would be more valuable with Naruto. I'm leaving. Naruto waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Azuki Shion called Naruto to stop. Naruto asked, anything else? Shion looked into Naruto's eyes, as if there was something unspeakable. After a while, Shion said as if she had made some important decision. Your talent for swordsmanship is very good. Do you want to learn swordsmanship from me? She has scruples about Naruto Jinchuriki's identity, but she really doesn't want to bury such a swordsmanship genius. Learning swordsmanship from you? Your swordsmanship is not as good as mine, Naruto said with a look of disgust. Azuki Shion blushed and said angrily, I admit that your Dance of the 3 Suns and Moon is better than mine, but my other sword skills must be better than yours. Like, Naruto, for example. For example, my Konoha Ryu swordsmanship. Obscure Moon Knight, Azuki Shion said. Then let me see if you perform it again, Naruto said with a half smile. Okay. Look carefully, my Hazy Moon Knight is not something you can learn just by looking at it. Saying that, Azuki Shion jumped into the air, then swung her long sword in the air to create an afterimage like a full moon, and then jumped down to pierce a wooden stake. Ding. Accepting the challenge from Azuki Shion, your swordsmanship has mastered Konoha Ryu. Obscure Moon Knight. Current proficiency, superb. The corner of Naruto's mouth draws a beautiful arc. Swordsmanship, is it difficult? How is it, have you learned it? Azuki Shion approached and asked. Of course. Naruto smiled confidently, lend me your sword. Azuki Shion handed the sword to Naruto with a suspicious expression on his face. She doesn't believe that anyone can learn their own swordsmanship after watching it once, even copying the ninja Kakashi. Look good, little girl. Naruto leapt up and crossed the full moon in the sky in a more elegant way than Azuki Yugo. At a more agile speed, more phantoms stabbed another stake. This sword, in terms of power, speed, and elegance, is far superior to that of Azuki Shien's obscure Moon Knight. It is a true swordsmanship that surpasses Azuki Shien. This is the obscure Moonlight Knight, Azuki Shien. Although you are really handsome when you are wielding a sword, you are really handsome when you say this. Advertisement, did you really learn it just now? Azuki Shien asked suspiciously. She thinks that a beginner, no matter how talented he is, can't be better than Blue at a glance, right? If you don't believe me, you can do another trick, and I'll show you. Naruto made a sword trick, and returned the sword to Azuki Shien again. Of course Azuki Shien couldn't be more powerful in swordsmanship. Obscure Moonlight is already the strongest swordsmanship she knows, and she is really helpless for Naruto's next move. Forget it, I really can't teach you. Azuki Shien sighed. Then I'm leaving, goodbye, Senior Shien. Shien still wanted to call Naruto to stop, but found that she seemed to have no reason to keep Naruto. Seeing Naruto's figure drifting away, Azuki Shien didn't feel like she was living in Mention. The past 2 days have had too many dreams. Haifeng died and met Jinchuriki, a swordsman genius. Alas, Naruto big brother, what's the name of your move? Dance of the Crescent Moon, so handsome. And that trick called Obscure Moonlight Knight is so cool. Can you teach us swordsmanship, Naruto big brother? The three of Konohamaru danced their limbs while asking for advice, and imitated Naruto in a low voice. This is the dance of the 3 suns and the moon. This is the obscure Moonlight Knight, Naruto. 3 idiots. If you don't teach me, where did you 3 brats come from and where are you going back? Naruto said annoyed. No, if you don't teach us, we won't leave. Yes, we're not leaving. If you don't teach us, we will keep pestering you. Even if you go home, we will squat you at your house. Naruto stared at the 3 for a while, then suddenly a flying thunder god disappeared. So cunning. Damn Naruto big brother, don't run away. Let's go find him at his house. Out of fear of the 3 little ghosts, Naruto did not go home that night. So the 3 little ghosts squatted in his house for a lonely time, and then were taken away by Ebisu. The next day, returned to Konoha after dealing with Naruto who spent the night at Mount Myoboku. Instead of going home immediately, he found Mitarashi Enko's home. The purpose of finding Mitarashi Enko is simple, he wants to go to Ryuchi Cave to recover some big snakes. Although he already has a group of toad thugs, but in terms of combat power, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave are stronger. First of all, the strongest pure combat power of Mount Myoboku should be the 3 brothers Toad, while the ones in Ryuchi Cave are Wan Snake and Shin Ya. In a one-on-one situation, Toad Wentai couldn't beat Wan Snake. As the most irritable and strange existence in the big snake group, Shin Ya, strength will definitely not matter to Stone Snake. What's more, it can also spray liquid that turns objects into rocks. With Wan Snake's huge body, it can't escape Shin Ya's liquid attack, so Wan Snake is probably weaker than Shin Ya. Advertisement with 2 existences stronger than Toad Bunta, Naruto has no reason to give up such an excellent thug. Who? It's me, Senior Enko. Naruto didn't take the usual way, and jumped directly into Enko's house. Uzumaki Naruto. Mitarashi Enko wondered, how could Naruto come to her house? Is that so? Your summoning beast comes from Ryuchi Cave, right? Naruto specially used the honorific title to ask for help. How do you know about Ryuchi Cave? Enko stared at Naruto with some vigilance, fearing that he would be bewitched by Orochimaru. Listen to teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya taught Naruto chakra nature transformation, and Naruto is willing to call him a teacher. Jiraiya? Jiraiya of one of the Sannin? Enko asked with some surprise. Yeah. Naruto nodded. Is he your teacher? Enko asked again. Yeah. Naruto nodded again. What proof do you have? Enko demanded. Hai Shu, Shen Wei, summoning technique, boom. The smoke enveloped and dissipated, and Toad was summoned by Naruto. Quack. Naruto, what did you call me out for? Naruto pointed to Mitarashi Enko next to him and said, she asked me to prove that I was Jiraiya's disciple, so I handed you over. Toad Zhang. The new descendant of Mount Myoboku is terrible. He even called himself out for such a small matter. But I heard that Mrs. Wen didn't dare to mess with this guy, so I'd better not get angry. Thinking of this, Toad looked at Mitarashi Enko honestly and said, yes, I prove that he is Jiraiya's disciple. Is there anything else you want to ask, little girl? Mitarashi Enko. Not anymore. This is the first time she has been called a little girl as an adult. By the way, how old is this little toad? Naruto, I'm going back first. Toad Tadashi said to Naruto. Well, you go back first. Naruto waved goodbye. Boom. There was another puff of smoke, and Toad Zhang disappeared in place. Now do you believe it? Naruto said, looking at Anko. Believe it. The only ones who can summon the toad from Mount Myoboku are Jiraiya-sama, one of the Sannin, and the dead fourth Hokage, Anko said. Mitarashi Anko. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Why are you asking about Ryuchi Cave? Naruto. I hope you can take me to Ryuchi Cave. The purpose is to find some big snakes as summoning beasts. Looking for a big snake to be a summoning beast? Mitarashi Anko looked at Naruto's expression as if he was looking at a madman. You have the aura of Mount Myoboku on you. No big snake will follow you when you go to Ryuchi Cave. That's not necessarily the case. You must know that there is nothing that cannot be resolved by force. If there is, then I will reason with it. Reasonable? Big snakes are very cruel, and they never reason with people. Anko didn't know that the reasoning that Naruto said was not really reasoning, nor was it really speaking. It's okay, you can just take me there anyway, Naruto said. Advertisement, no, I won't take you there, your identity is too important. I can't let you go on an adventure in Ryuchi Cave. Mitarashi Anko rebuffed Naruto. I'll buy you meatballs. Naruto tried to make a deal. What do you think I am, kid? Can a ninja like me be seduced by a ball? Mitarashi Anko looked at Naruto like he was looking at an idiot. Meatballs for a month. Naruto was still trying. Grunt. The sound of swallowing came from Anko's neck. Don't. Sneak. Don't try to tempt me. I tell you that I have money. Mitarashi Anko said with his hand around his halazi. Meatballs for a year. Anko was stunned. A year of meatballs. There is no limit on how much you can eat. How much does it cost? Wrong. How is this kid a genin so rich? Boy, do you have money? Are you here? Naruto raised his hand to undo a sealed scroll, which brought out tens of millions of silver notes. Anko was dumbfounded on the spot, and collapsed on the ground. You snatched Master Hokage? Don't worry, the origin of the money is absolutely serious. Is Anko worried about where the money came from? Of course not, she was just worried that someone would come to her to go back. He snatched up the movie tickets, deal. But this counts as your deposit, I don't just eat these meatballs for a year. Seeing Mitarashi Anko turning into a little money fan, Naruto somehow felt funny. Are the current special jonin this poor? Don't worry, your money won't be lost. Naruto opened a lollipop and bit it in his mouth. Soon Anko hid the money in his seal scroll, and then said to Naruto, I can take you to Ryuchi Cave, but when you get there, you have to listen to me, I don't allow you to go. Fang, you must not go, understand? It's one thing to value the money you get for meatballs, it's quite another to value the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Anko will not forget Konoha's comfort. 9 tails must not be lost to Konoha. Of course. Naruto laughed, now that I have promised so much, I don't know who to listen to when I arrive. Then you go out first. Go out? Idiot, do you want me to go to Ryuchi Cave in pajamas? Mitarashi Anko blushed angrily. After Anko said this, Naruto realized that Anko was wearing red pajamas at this time. And the hair is messy, the neckline of the clothes is slightly larger, and some slightly larger things can be seen. What a good figure. Naruto couldn't help admiring. Mitarashi Anko. Go out. Naruto was kicked out, and Anko started to change clothes. While changing clothes, Anko also cursed Naruto, followed Jiraiya and learned nothing, but learned Jiraiya's lust. 25% Chapter 76 Ryuchi Cave The Bad Contractor Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. After a while, after changing his clothes, Anko called Naruto in. Not surprisingly, it is still the fishnet suit that remains unchanged for 10,000 years. Hands on my shoulders, Mitarashi Anko ordered. Naruto obediently put his hand on Anko's shoulder, and Anko followed the trend. Summoning technique. Next second, there was a bang somewhere in Ryuchi Cave, and 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Okay, this is Ryuchi Cave, you follow me, I will take you to find 2 powerful snakes to sign a contract. Mitarashi Anko said to Naruto. Good strength. Naruto wondered what kind of good method Mitarashi Anko said was good strength. Soon, Naruto followed Anko to find a snake nest in the humid environment of Ryuchi Cave. The snakes here are generally 4 to 5 meters long, and the strongest of them are only 7 or 8 meters long. You just pick a summoning beast you like among these guys. Mitarashi Anko put on a proud look, as if this place belonged to her. The truth is similar, the snakes in this small place are all summoning beasts of Mitarashi Anko himself. The other stronger ones are deep in the Ryuchi cave, and she cannot subdue them. There's nothing I like here, let's go inside. Naruto just took a look and rejected Anko's kindness. Did you listen to me, boy? If you go deeper inside, you will encounter a big snake. Do you know what a big snake is? That is an existence that even Jonin level may not be able to defeat. Do you want to go in and be eaten by them? Mitarashi Anko said earnestly. But these snakes are too weak, 290, and my toad Zhang can beat them. Naruto said with a look of disgust. Hey, brat. Mitarashi Anko said frustrated with Naruto's hair. What did you say when you came here? After you come in, you have to listen to me. Have you forgotten? Naruto patted off Anko's hand that was ravaging his hair with a look of disgust. What do you want? Why don't I remember that I promised you such a thing? Mitarashi Anko. Good boy, since you are disobedient, this girl can only beat you up and send you back. Saying that, Mitarashi Anko loosened his muscles and prepared to teach Naruto an unforgettable lesson. Mitarashi Anko punched Naruto. In her opinion, she can easily subdue Naruto as long as she uses physical skills. But the result is often unexpected, and Naruto's body moves sideways, allowing Mitarashi Anko's fist to miss. Good boy, you have two skills, you are indeed Jiraiya-sama's disciple. While speaking, Mitarashi Anko's attack did not stop. Clenched his left hand and waved vigorously, but was dodged by Naruto. Then he took a turn kick, but was still dodged by Naruto. Continuous punching and continuous kicking, all of which were easily dodged by Naruto. Don't waste your efforts. The difference in strength between you and me is too great, it is impossible for you to bring me back. After Naruto dodged countless attacks, he dodged to distance himself from Mitarashi Anko. Mitarashi Anko frowned, the current situation was beyond her expectation. Originally, she dared to bring Naruto here because she was a special Jonin, and Naruto was just a genin. Even if Naruto is a disciple of Master Jiraiya, he can at most reach the strength of Chunin. You can easily handle it yourself. But now something seems wrong. The ability that Naruto is displaying now is definitely not something that a genin, or even a Chunin can do. You must know that although she is a woman, her physical skills are no worse than ordinary Jonin. But Naruto can dodge all her attacks so easily. Advertisement. This is very abnormal. After some hesitation, Mitarashi Anko decided to get serious. Boy, since your strength is beyond my expectation, I plan to use ninjutsu, don't die. Of course, Mitarashi Anko said this to scare Naruto, and she still didn't dare to kill Naruto. Yin zi wei zi yin, shulker snake hand. Mitarashi Anko swung his left sleeve towards Naruto, and as many as 7 or 8 snakes came out of her cuff. He swooped towards Naruto at a fast speed. These fast, petite snakes have a certain poison that can paralyze people's nerves. It is the means used by Mitarashi Anko to capture Naruto alive. In the face of 7 or 8 snakes flying around, Naruto did not show any expression, and performed a summoning spell in a second. Boom. A toad with arms as hard as steel appeared. Hey, iron-armed toad, help me fly them, Naruto commanded. Leave it to me, Naruto. The iron-armed toad danced its arms, and then a child knocked down all the snakes of Mitarashi Anko with a punch. After the fight, the iron-armed toad waved his arms, showing off his strong arms like a bodybuilder showing his muscles. Naruto, am I hard? Naruto twitched the corner of his mouth, not knowing how to answer it. Tay. After all, it is one of the future thugs, Naruto still decided to give it a face. On the other hand, Mitarashi Anko was a little annoyed when he saw that Naruto summoned the toad from Mount Myoboku and knocked down all his snakes with ease. Carrot, do you have a summoning beast that you can fight? Didn't you see that the snake nest behind me is all my subordinates? Furious, Mitarashi Anko quickly communicated with the group of snakes behind him, and then surrounded Naruto and Toad. HMPH, if you don't want to be bitten to death by snakes, I advise you to surrender obediently, Naruto, Mitarashi Anko sneered. Naruto, I can't stop so many snakes, why don't you bring some reinforcements? Iron-armed Toad said nervously looking at the surrounding snakes. The iron-armed Toad is only 2 meters tall and is good at single body defense. There is no way to face group fights. Alright, Naruto pouted, and then performed a summoning spell. Boom. Huge smoke enveloped the Ryuchi cave in an instant. 10 giant toads with a height of 17 meters appeared on the scene. Huh. Why does this place smell like snakes? Toad asked him to look around, feeling unspeakably uncomfortable. Turning his head, he saw a woman who seemed to be frightened. Turning around again, well, it's this vicious bastard contractor again. Hey, Naruto, where is this place? Why do I feel that there is a guy named Wansha here? Buntagama asked. This is Ryuchi Cave, the 10,000 snakes you mentioned. I feel like it's coming soon. Naruto sensed that a creature with a huge chakra was approaching, excluding humans and white snake sages. Then exclude Shinya, who will not appear in 10,000 years, and consider the reaction of Bunta Toad. There is no mistake, that is, the 10,000 snakes are here. What did you say? Is this Ryuchi Cave? Advertisement. Hamawen was so frightened that the cigarette holder fell off. Although it is fearless in Mount Myoboku on weekdays, it always looks like a big boss outside. But in Ryuchi Cave it still dare not be presumptuous. Here is a white snake fairy who has lived for thousands of years. And unlike the great toad sage who is good at prophecy, the white snake immortal is very good at fighting. If it is targeted by the white snake immortal, it will be eaten. Hastily picked up the cigarette holder, Gamabunta said to Naruto, I'll go first, be careful yourself, Ryuchi Cave is not a good place. After finishing speaking, Toadbunta will perform reverse summoning technique and return to Mount Myoboku. But at this time the snake appeared. Old Toad, since you're here, why don't you come and sit inside? Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Toadbunta. Toadbunta glanced at Naruto, thought about it and gave up and left. He drew his knife and was ready to fight 10,000 snakes for 300 rounds. Although after fighting for a long time, I will definitely not be able to defeat one snake, but I can still do it by suppressing it. It's over, it's over. At this time, Mitarashi Anko came to Naruto with a flustered expression. How did you summon such a powerful toad? Now that it has attracted one snake, we must all die. Naruto glanced at Anko and asked, as Orochimaru's disciple, does he not give you some face? Anko turned to give Naruto a look, and said, excuse me? The last time I went to Ryuchi Cave with Orochimaru to meet 10,000 snakes, it almost ate me right in front of Orochimaru. It seems that Orochimaru has not been able to fully tame this 10,000 snakes, Naruto said. Taming snakes? Mitarashi Anko was speechless to ultimate. Let's run away. The toad you summoned should be able to hold on for a while, we still have a chance to escape. Escape? Why escape? Naruto smiled slightly, holding Mitarashi Anko and jumping directly on the head of Toadbunta. Big Toad, protect this woman, I'll subdue 10,000 snakes. Conquer the snakes? Gamabunta and Mitarashi Anko both looked at Naruto in a daze. Mitarashi Anko couldn't believe Naruto's audacity. Toadbunta is doubting life. Are you not the inheritor of Mount Myoboku? What happened to the snake that subdued Ryuchi Cave? Toadbunta has a lot of words in his heart and wants to scold Naruto, but it dare not. Naruto turned on Sage mode for a second, and then appeared in front of one snake in a flash. Heavy Rasengan. The S-level single-body ninjutsu directly hit Wansha's flat head, deforming its head, and then came into intimate contact with the ground. Boom. Wan Snake's head was deeply embedded in the ground. Because of this trick, Ryuchi Cave also created a huge crack, and rocks continued to fall from the top. For a few seconds, Ryuchi Cave gives the illusion of apocalypse. But fortunately, Ryuchi Cave is big enough, and Naruto's move can't hurt its roots. It's just that if Naruto has been bombarding 10,000 snakes with S-level ninjutsu, the tears might really be unstoppable. Gamabunta and Mitarashi Anko looked shocked at one snake who was thrown into the ground by Naruto's punch. Naruto is better than Jiraiya in Sage mode, right? Knocking down 10,000 snakes with one punch, Naruto is so much stronger than Orochimaru? Both of them were shocked. Naruto came to one snake's head without any scruples and knocked on its head. Advertisement. Hey, are you still alive? 10,000 snakes. 10,000 snakes suddenly sprang up and bit Naruto, who was close at hand. But as soon as the head came out, Naruto directly pressed its tongue and pressed it into the ground. Why are you so excited? You don't have to be so excited if you're not dead. While speaking, Naruto kept hitting one snake's head on the ground. Boom, 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 again and again, until three figures appeared. Tienshin Shinheim, Ichikushima Heim, Sutsuhime Ryuchi Cave is second only to the three high-rises of the White Snake Immortal. My little brother, please release 10,000 snakes first, the immortal White Snake wants to see you. Tuanjin-ji smiled at Naruto. Naruto put one snake's head down, at this time one snake had fainted. White Snake Immortal? Naruto thought Liao thought about it and said, lead the way. Naruto. Toad Bunta wanted to stop Naruto. After all, the White Snake Immortal is not an easy snake to get along with. The White Snake Immortal is a cannibal. Oh, by the way, you're still here. Naruto seemed to just think of Toad Bunta, and said, you go back first, it's a pity that you weren't allowed to fight this time, and I will definitely let you have a good fight next time. Toad Bunta. Do you believe me when I say I don't like fighting? Naruto, you'd better not meet the White Snake Immortal, Gamabunta said. Why? Speaking of why, Toad Wentai couldn't answer it, it just felt that the White Snake Immortal was very dangerous. Isn't this a snake? Tuanjin 4.6G suddenly looked at Hamo Wentai and smiled. This should be the toad from Mount Myoboku, and there is a strong magic chakra in it. I really want to make it into food to see what it tastes like. Tianshin Shenji said. Toad Bunta. If it wasn't Ryuchi Cave, it would definitely be unbearable for Gamabunta. Lifting the knife will fight these 3 women for 300 rounds. At this time, Naruto came to the head of Toad Bunta, and hugged the confused Mitarashi Anko. Go back first, Yinda, I won't be in danger. Looking at the facial makeup and eyeshadow on Naruto's face, Hamuen thought too much and gave up trying to persuade Naruto. This guy who learned magic in a second is not something he can guess. Maybe the White Snake Fairy in Ryuchi Cave can't beat Naruto? Then I'll go first, be careful yourself. Gamabunta said as he disappeared and went back to Mount Myoboku. The troublemakers are gone, now let's go see the White Snake Immortal, Ichikajima Haim said to Naruto. Can I take it away? Naruto pointed at 10,000 snakes and asked. Why did you take it away? Ichikashima Haim was a little puzzled. Does this human like to eat snakes? Thinking of this, Haim Ichikashima trembled inexplicably. Terrible humans. I want to sign a summoning contract with it when it wakes up. I'll go with you now. What if it wakes up and runs away later? Then I just beat it for nothing. City Kishima Haim. Tuanjin-ji. Tien Shin Shen-ji. What a bad contractor this is. Chapter 77 The Shocked White Snake Immortal Mitarashi Anko's Desire. Previous chapter Next chapter advertisement because Sanshin-ji promised Naruto to help him persuade Wan Snake to sign with him. So Naruto gave up the idea of waiting for 10,000 snakes to wake up, or taking 10,000 snakes to meet the White Snake Immortal. Going deep into Ryuchi Cave, you will see the White Snake Immortal in the form of an old woman in a short while. Open black lens bracket ding. The celestial chakra in the White Snake Sage body will make your celestial art move, and your celestial art will let you learn the Ryuchi Cave celestial art, White Shock technique, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your celestial art has mastered celestial art camouflage, snake eye shadow, close black lens bracket. White Shock technique is a very powerful and terrifying celestial technique, which can directly injure the enemy's interior regardless of defense, destroy Susanoo's mode, and make the user immune to young techniques. But the shortcomings are also obvious: 1000 damage to the enemy, 800 damage to oneself. This White Shock technique is an indiscriminate range attack. Regardless of enemy or friend, the power is huge. But this seemingly strong fairy art is very tasteless in Naruto's eyes. He has no shortage of attack methods, and he has Mangekyo himself, which is basically immune to illusion, and relies on Susanoo to fight output. Naruto, who has these methods, naturally looks down on Beiji technique. If nothing else, Naruto will never use it in his life. As for Shienju camouflage, snake eyeshadow, Naruto can be used in many places. The White Snake Immortal didn't notice the change in Naruto, and looked up and down Naruto in sage mode. After a while, the White Snake Immortal said, "The inheritor of Mount Myoboku came to my Ryuchi Cave for what? Find some summoning beasts," Naruto said bluntly. "Is the toad from Mount Myoboku dead? Let you, the descendant of Mount Myoboku, come to my Ryuchi Cave to find the summoning beast." The White Snake Immortal chuckled. The big toads at Mount Myoboku are not bad, but I think Ryuchi Cave would be better with a few stronger big snakes as summoning beasts. After all, compared to the pimple-covered toad, the snake is still more vicious, and it can bring out my haki. Immortal White Snake. Although he thought what Naruto said was strange, the White Snake Immortal was still in a happy mood. Right. What's so good about the toad at Mount Myoboku? They are covered with pimples, and the celestial arts are so easy to learn and so weak. It took only a few decades to find 3 people who mastered the art of immortality, unlike the immortal art of our Ryuchi Cave in the 18th century. Because it is too strong, no one has learned it in the past few decades. It's a pity that the guy in front of him has already learned the magic of Mount Myoboku, otherwise he could learn the magic of Ryuchi Cave. Thinking of this, Immortal White Snake felt a little sorry for Naruto. It's a pity to lose a good piece of jade. Originally, Ryuchi Cave does not welcome other people who have mastered fairy arts, but I think you are very good, and I make an exception to allow you to look for summoning beasts in Ryuchi Cave. However, the method should be as gentle as possible. My Ryuchi Cave can't stand the bombardment of your previous move. Naruto naturally knew what the White Snake Immortal said, so he nodded and said, I will try my best to be gentle. I have a question for you. Considering that the next question would be dangerous, Naruto specially used you to improve his impression in the eyes of the White Snake Immortal. What's the problem? The White Snake Immortal asked. Naruto wore the eyeshadow of Mount Myoboku, looked at the White Snake very seriously and asked, will you be my summoning beast? The atmosphere suddenly became dignified. Sanshenji said nervously to the White Snake Immortal, for fear that it would get angry. Advertisement Mitarashi Anko is stupid, stupid again. Is this human? It's fine if you go to someone else's site to recruit younger brothers, and the other party agrees. It's good for you, if you make an inch, you will turn everyone's boss into a younger brother. The immortal White Snake had an indifferent expression, and suddenly turned into a white snake tens of meters tall. Its eyes are very cold and full of danger. The White Snake Immortal stared at Naruto and asked word by word, are you sure? Naruto will not be intimidated by an old guy who has lived for 1,000 years. The Sage mode is fully activated on the spot, and the momentum explodes. The entire Ryuchi cave seems to be suppressed by the invisible wire, and the strong wind keeps blowing in the cave. The White Snake Immortal stared at Naruto's eyes, and Naruto stared back at the White Snake Immortal's eyes. The two seemed to be fighting if they disagree. But the atmosphere was dignified for a long time, and Immortal White Snake put away his aura first. Forget it. I don't care about you, a junior. The White Snake Immortal changed into the appearance of an old woman again. I am not interested in signing a contract with others, and there is nothing I can do to help you. If you want to learn the magic of Ryuchi Cave, you can come to me. But you'll have to forget the senjutsu you learned at Mount Myoboku before then. I don't care about the argument that it is naturally for the sake of face. In fact, the main reason is that it is not necessarily Naruto's opponent. His aura is too strong. Naruto is also imposing, he has no intention of subduing the white Naruto. He just suddenly felt that the White Snake Immortal was quite strong and could be the choice of the summoning beast. Since the other party refuses, that's fine. As for what the White Snake Immortal said, forget about Mount Myoboku's celestial art and learn Ryuchi Cave's celestial art. Naruto felt that it was completely unnecessary, and neither of them was stronger or weaker. All have power enhancements for the user. Moreover, Ryuchi Cave's most valuable celestial technique, the Beiji technique, has already been learned by him, so it doesn't matter if there are others. After rejecting the White Snake Immortal's invitation to learn the magic of Ryuchi Cave, Naruto followed Sanshinji to find the big snake's lair in Ryuchi Cave. Looking at the back of the three gods leading the way, Naruto suddenly asked, I said 3, are you interested in signing a summoning contract with you? Sanshinji. Not interested in. After seeing the miserable situation of one snake, how dare they sign a contract with you? In case one day gets upset and calls our 3 sisters over and beats us up, we won't be able to run away. Really, that's such a pity. Naruto shook his head regretfully. Mitarashi Anko, who followed all the way, has a numb expression, and now she can accept anything Naruto does or says. This Naruto is simply a hidden boss. But why does Naruto hide his strength? Mitarashi Anko glanced suspiciously at Naruto's profile. This glance doesn't matter. Mitarashi Anko sees a familiar figure directly in Naruto. 4th generation. Mitarashi Anko's sudden voice caught Naruto's attention. What? Nothing. Mitarashi Anko shook his head, expelling the unreliable thoughts from his head. How is it possible? How could Jinchuriki look like 4th generation? See, Mitarashi Anko has nothing to do. Naruto put Yuko on the main Shinji again. Advertisement in the case of not transforming, the 3 sisters look pretty good, but the cannibalism makes their image somewhat vicious. Soon, they came to the territory of 10,000 snakes. At this time, Wan Snake has awakened and is hiding in the lair to recuperate. Wan Snake, come out, someone is looking for you. Tien Shinji said to the cave. The mountain shook for a while. Wan Snake walked out of the cave, and saw Naruto at a glance. Wide-eyed and small-eyed, Wan Snake looked very embarrassed. Why is this guy here? It originally thought that Naruto left after knocking it out. Who knows if it will appear again? It was brought by Sanshin-ji. He wants to accept you as a summoning beast. You can decide if you want it or not. Tien Shin-Shenji said as if she had nothing to do with herself. 10,000 snakes are also considered high level in Ryuchi Cave, and they are the king of the big snake group. His status is second only to Immortal White Snake, on the same level as Sister Sanshin and Nan Ya. But now he has to succumb to the despotic power of a human being and become the opponent's summoning beast. Having been taught by Naruto, Wan Snake handed over his summoning scroll to Naruto for his signature without any resistance. In the future, if you want me to do something, you have to prepare 100 human sacrifices for me. After signing the contract with Naruto, Wan Snake stated his own hands-on conditions. But will Naruto get used to it? Obviously not. I summoned you to come out. If you don't make me lose face, I'll take you and beat him together. So what to do when the time comes is up to you. With a lollipop in his mouth, Naruto threw the scroll back to 10,000 snakes. 10,000 snakes stared at Naruto's eyes, his gaze was full of danger, as if he would strike at any moment. But after a moment of hesitation, it gave up again. The difference in strength between it and the human in front of him is too great, and it is absolutely impossible to threaten Naruto like he threatened Orochimaru. Forget it, the big deal is to eat a few less meals and be a few more free laborers. Wan Snake thought that he would flee to his lair. Let's go see the other big snakes, Naruto told Sanshin-ji. Shikajima gave Naruto a white look and said, don't treat us as your servants, we are just obeying Master White Snake's order to help you lead the way. Tuanjin-ji glanced at Mitarashi Anko and said to Naruto, do you want to learn fairy art, your companion? Just pass the assessment of the three of us. Mitarashi Anko was a little surprised that Tuanjin-ji suddenly looked at herself, but what it said moved Mitarashi Anko very much. The magic of Ryuchi Cave. If I learn this trick, I will be able to compete with Orochimaru, right? Mitarashi Anko was thinking about agreeing to suit Tsuhime, but Naruto refused for her. She can't learn it, so don't put your mind on her. Mitarashi Anko. Uzumaki Naruto, what do you mean? What do you mean I can't learn? I'm very talented. Naruto said without turning his head to Kaido. It's really strange that a talented person will be abandoned by Orochimaru. Mitarashi Anko. After being silent for a while, she insisted. I want to learn, you don't listen to him. Okay. Tuanjin-ji smiled and was about to agree. Not good. Naruto stared at Tsuhime, and warned. I advise you to stop thinking about people around me, if you don't want to die. Sanshin-ji trembled a few times, but did not speak. No promise to Mitarashi Anko either. Such a situation made Mitarashi Anko go berserk, and she, who has always been persistent about Orochimaru's abandonment of her, has a rare desire for power. Advertisement now that Chang Li took the initiative to find her, she didn't want to give up anyway. Why do you stop me from learning Senjutsu? Mitarashi Anko yelled at Naruto. Naruto remained expressionless, followed Sanshin-ji all the way, and said, you have to pass the challenge of these three guys to learn the Zeonhi of Ryuchi Cave. But the result of failing the challenge is that you get eaten by them. Mitarashi Anko's expression became stunned, she really didn't know this. When she thought that this was suggested by Tuanjin-ji, she felt full of malice. This guy didn't want 780 to let me pass the level at all, did he? Naruto continued. Even if you were lucky enough to pass the test of these three guys and get the qualification to learn fairy arts, you may not be able to learn fairy arts, and the result of failing to learn fairy arts is to be eaten by the White Snake Fairy. Immortals also eat people? Mitarashi Anko asked in disbelief. People are still can eat people, why can't the immortal? Naruto replied casually. Mitarashi Anko fell silent, she longed for power, but she didn't want to die. But giving up this opportunity, she has no better way to improve her strength. Without Orochimaru's teachings, her strength has stagnated for many years. I still want to try. Mitarashi Anko's words made Naruto stop and looked over. Putting his hand on Mitarashi Anko's forehead, he asked, are you out of your mind? Mitarashi Anko. You're out of your mind. I just really want to have power. Mitarashi Anko said sadly. Naruto doesn't know what Mitarashi Anko wants power to do. In his eyes, Mitarashi Anko doesn't have any darkness other than his abandonment hatred for Orochimaru. Is she going to get the power to revenge Orochimaru? Naruto thought. If you insist on power, you don't need to be attached to the magic of Ryuchi Cave, Naruto said. Is there any other way? Asked Mitarashi Anko. Of course, I'll teach you. Naruto patted Anko's head with a smile, forgetting that the woman in front of him was 12 years older than him. Mitarashi Anko was stunned for a moment, and then said a little annoyed, "Little devil, why are you taking pictures of this girl's head? I'm afraid you'll be out of your mind and do stupid things, so take a shot of your brain." Naruto laughed. "Wake up your head. This girl has always been a special jonin characterized by intelligence." Naruto looked at Mitarashi Anko with disdain. "What kind of eyes do you have? Believe it or not, I'll dig out your eyes." "Do not believe. VR. After a while of noise, everything finally calmed down. "Are you really going to teach me?" Mitarashi Anko whispered. "Of course, if you want to learn." After hesitating for a while, as if he was trying to make himself accept something embarrassing, Mitarashi Anko said, "Study, but you can't tell me that you are my teacher, or I will be in Konoha." "I can't get along." Naruto glanced at Mitarashi Anko, and said, "Who is going to be your teacher? I just teach you to become stronger. It's just because of interest, can't you?" The corners of Mitarashi Anko's mouth twitched. Out of interest? Of course. She can't wait to take advantage of Naruto for nothing. Chapter 78. The Summoning Beast Fights Back Jiaolong Shinya. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Naruto subdued many big snakes in Ryuchi Cave. The two-headed snake with two heads, the three-headed snake with three heads. There are green snakes that are good at attacking with venom, and there are big steel snakes with metal leather sheaths. But compared with 10,000 snakes, these snakes are much shorter and can't speak. Unlike Mount Myoboku, toads, no matter how small or weak, seem to be able to talk. A pool in Ryuchi Cave, this is Shinya's territory. Naruto's last goal is this red one-eyed snake that is on the same level as 10,000 snakes, even stronger. No need for Sanshinji to call Shinya. The moment Naruto and the others arrived, Shinya felt their presence. Straight out of the pool, Shinya is 60 to 70 meters long. The right eye has been closed, and there is an obvious wound. I don't know what hurt it. Sanshinji, why did you bring two humans here? Shinya looked unhappy. Although it is an ally with Sanshinji, Shinya will not give them face. This person wants to sign a summoning contract with you. You can figure out what to do. Shinji pointed to Naruto, and then moved away from the other two Shinki. Shinya's temper is the most irritable among all big snakes. All big snakes don't like Shinya. Even if Sanshinji and Shinya know each other, they don't want to have more communication with her. Shinya looked at Naruto, and without saying a word, one tail swung him over. It really deserves to be the most violent big snake. Facing the one-tail bar, Naruto didn't make any moves. 9 truth-seeking balls behind him flew out and hit Shinya's tail. Boom. Shinya's tail was knocked back by the truth-seeking ball, leaving a small blood hole. Hiss. Shinya cried out in pain. Apparently truth-seeking ball did it a huge disservice. At this moment, Naruto came up to Shinya and said lightly, "I'll give you a chance to choose. 1. Sign a summoning contract with me, and 2. I'll cripple you. You sign a summoning contract with me again." Hearing Naruto's arrogant words, Shinya, who was already furious, became even more manic. When the mouth is facing Naruto, countless liquids are sprayed out. These liquids carry natural energies and are the result of the use of the magic chakra. The task object will turn into a stone statue when it touches the liquid. Naruto didn't want to try whether he was immune to the liquid, and dodged away. When it reappeared, it was already on Shinya's head. Fire-style burst Rasengan. The Rasengan with the breath of fire hit Shinya's head all at once. The space seemed to pause for a moment. Shinya was stunned and motionless. But in fact everything is still in motion, but Nanya is suddenly flooded with unbearable pain. Its brain cannot give feedback immediately. Bang! There was a loud bang. There was a violent explosion on the top of Shinya's head, and the flames roasted Shinya's head. Advertisement explosion. Rasengan's follow-up damage exploded suddenly, blasting Shinya's scalp a lot, and a small part of the red head became charred black, like roasted snake meat. Shinji, the dreadful descendant of Mount Myoboku. Ichikishimaheim. Poor Shinya. Tuanjinji, I can't offend this guy in the future, I don't want to be roasted. Smelling the faint scent of snake meat in the air, the three gods could not help expressing emotion. Shinya was hit by Naruto's burst Rasengan and fell to the ground powerlessly, drooping his head, sticking out half of his tongue. After the severe head injury, Shinya seemed to be not working well. Naruto stood on Shinya and found the reverse scale on his body. This Nilin is the chief culprit of Shinya's violent temper. As long as this Nilin is taken down, Shinya will become docile. But Naruto doesn't want a docile summoning beast. You must know that character has an impact on the combat effectiveness of creatures, let alone a big snake like Shinya. A docile Ziggy is no match for a tyrannical Ziggy. So in order to ensure Shinya's absolute combat power, Naruto will not pull out its reverse scales. Hey, you're not dead yet, give me your summoning scroll if you're not dead. Naruto kicked Shinya and said. Shinya lay powerlessly on the ground, looking at Naruto standing on top of him. He couldn't let go of the indignation in his heart. This class is too strong. It is so strong that it can't even see victory. No, it is almost impossible to even injure the opponent. Shinya, I think you should stop being brave. Even one snake was killed by this kid with one punch. There is no point in persisting. Tien Shin Shen-ji snickered. They Ryuchi Cave are not in love with each other like Mount Myoboku. Each snake is a competitor. Shinya gave Tien Shin Shen-ji a ferocious look, and then spat out all of his summoning scrolls. Naruto looked at Shinya's summoning scroll, his eyes narrowed into a half moon, very happy. Looking at Tien Shin Shen-ji, Naruto took out a lollipop from his pocket and threw it, your reward. Tien Shin Shen-ji. It never saw such a shabby contractor. Don't you know that our Sanshin-ji is a cannibal? What does it mean to give me a lollipop? Naruto didn't care about Tien Shin Shen-ji's feelings, and turned around and signed his name on Shinya's summoning scroll. Very good. Naruto narrowed his eyes and returned the scroll to Shinya. Then he thoughtfully treated Shinya with healing jutsu. During the treatment, Mitarashi Anko came up. Looking at the terrifyingly large snake in front of him, his eyes were complicated. One day ago, she thought Naruto was a genin, but one day later, Naruto directly became a cage-level powerhouse, and also mastered fairy arts. This strong contrast made Mitarashi Anko unable to let go easily. Especially in the near future, Naruto will teach her how to become stronger. Mitarashi Anko blushed at the thought of being taught by someone 12 years younger than him. Why am I so weak? Mitarashi Anko thought to himself. Seeing Mitarashi Anko coming, Naruto thought she also had thoughts about Shinya, so he asked, do you want to sign a contract with it? Mitarashi Anko. Looking at Shinya who spat a snake letter at him, Mitarashi Anko decisively chose to refuse. The summoning beasts of Ryuchi Cave will only submit to the strong, and the king will only be eaten by them as food. Advertisement: she didn't want to be eaten by Shinya. No, thank you. Mitarashi Anko said lightly. Naruto spread his hands indifferently. 5 minutes later, Naruto stopped treating him. Open black lens bracket ding. Your summoning beast Shinya has been impressed by you, and its life level has been raised vigorously. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. Shinya suddenly got up from the ground, his whole red body boiled like in a sauna, and countless mist came out. Including Naruto, everyone in the snake watched Shinya's transformation in amazement. What happened to it? As soon as doubts arose from everyone's hearts, Nanya completed his transformation. At this time, there are 2 small horns protruding from Shinya's forehead, and his limbs. Yes, it has limbs. It has gone from a wriggling snake to a 4-legged one. Tien Shin Shenji looked shocked. What's going on with Shinya? Limbs? Horns? Tuan Jinji. I feel that Shinya is not like a snake at this time, but like a dragon? Ichikajima Haim. Jiaolong. Are you kidding me? How could a snake really become a dragon? Is it because Shinya has reverse scales? Tien Shin Shenji. But why didn't it change before, but it became like this after being treated by this man? The 3 looked at Naruto in unison. They knew that the reason for Shinya's big change must be Naruto. Naruto was only slightly surprised. Although he has subdued so many summoning beasts without the system responding, he has already guessed that summoning beasts can also be very competitive. Because even the 9 tails in his body can be recognized by the system as his property, so the summoning beast naturally has no problem. But why is Shinya the only one who is very competitive? After completing the metamorphosis, Shinya also became stronger, but the stronger it did not bite Naruto back. Because of the system, it is very clear why this kind of change occurred, all because of the existence of Naruto. Shinya, do you act like this by walking, or can you fly? Naruto asked. You can fly, master. At this time, Shinya was full of respect for Naruto, but because I just got this power, I think I need to get used to it before I can take master to fly. Naruto really wanted Shinya to take him to fly just now, but since Shinya still said so, it can only be next time. Definitely next time. After talking to Shinya for a few more words, Naruto let it go back to his cave. At this time, Sanshinji stepped forward. Shenji. Naruto, what happened to Shinya just now? Naruto puffed up his cheeks with a lollipop in his mouth, and said inarticulately, I have a special power that can increase the life level of my summoning beast, but this power appears randomly. Raise. How can there be such power? Shinji suspected that Naruto was lying to them. Believe it or not. Naruto said indifferently, if you were eager for this kind of power and don't believe me, you can come and try it. I'm looking forward to it. Seeing Naruto's dangerous expression, Mikami-ji shuddered. No need. It's not that Sanshinji didn't have the idea of torture Naruto. But this premise is that they can beat Naruto. Actually, you don't need to be too entangled with this power. Isn't your Ryuchi Cave's fairy art a kind of life level improvement for you snakes? It's just different from Shinya. Your level promotion direction is different. You three goddesses and immortal white snake can turn into humans, but Shinya can turn into a dragon. Advertisement of course. Sanshinji knows that practicing immortality can improve their life level. But hasn't it changed for many years? It's inevitable to be a little curious when I see a new road all of a sudden. Of course, if you really want to gain the power of Shinya, it's very simple, just sign a contract with me. Naruto smiled slyly. But didn't you say that your power appeared and happened randomly? Shinji asked doubtfully. Yeah, it happened randomly to my summoning beast, Naruto said. According to Sanshinji, Naruto's words mean, I will give this power to whoever feels comfortable. Sanshinji didn't force Naruto's power, nor did she sign a contract with Naruto. They have been used to this way of life for so many years, if they are allowed to sign a contract with Naruto, a dark and vicious contractor, their lives may become chaotic. Soon, Naruto left Ryuchi Cave with Mitarashi Anko. Sanshinji reported Shinya's affairs to Immortal White Snake. The power of evolution? The White Fairy was very interested, it's just that the conditions to obtain this power are a bit harsh, to become that kid summoning beast. Forget it, that kid is not a good stubble. Who knows if that kid made Shinya evolve just for us to sign a summoning contract with him. Sanshinji trembled in her heart, is there such a terrible contractor in this world? If they really signed a contract with Naruto, doesn't that mean Naruto became the new owner of Ryuchi Cave? Scary just thinking about it. This human being is really not a good stubble. Sanshinji thought to herself. Let Shinya come to see me, I want to see the power in it. Immortal White Snake said to Three God G. Immortal White Snake, Shinya is stronger than us now, so he might not listen to us. Shinji said with some embarrassment. Immortal White Snake frowned, feeling very unhappy. This Shinya is indeed such a bad-tempered guy. Before evolution, Shinya didn't listen to it very much. And Sanshinji, Wang Nujiao, is only a peer relationship. Now that Shinya has evolved, and its strength has become stronger, it is very likely that it will not even listen to its words. In the past, the White Snake Fairy could threaten Shinya with force if he wanted to be obedient. After all, it ruled the entire Ryuchi Cave. All the big snakes in Ryuchi Cave listened to it, and its own strength is also the strongest in Ryuchi Cave. But now, it doesn't dare to say that its strength is stronger than Shinya. In that case, I'll go and see it myself. The White Snake Immortal said as he transformed into White Snake Sage, and rushed towards Shinya. Sanshinji looked at the departing White Snake Immortal, and muttered to herself, who is stronger, White Snake Immortal or Shinya? Naturally, Immortal White Snake went to Shinya this time not to reason or negotiate conditions. The communication between the powerful in Ryuchi Cave is battle. 3 days later, the battle between the White Snake Immortal and Shinya is over, and the winner is the White Snake Immortal. Compared with the newly evolved Shinya, the White Snake Immortal is more proficient in his own power, and can exert 120% of his power. And because Shinya is not familiar with the new body and strength, it is not bad to be able to exert 80%. As the winner, the Immortal White Snake fulfilled his wish and asked Shinkai to observe it. Shinya humiliated and agreed, but the White Snake Immortal observed Shinya for several days, but still could not see anything special. The evolution of Shinya is like the natural evolution of Shanshu practice to a certain level. This made the White Snake Immortal unable to understand, and could only attribute all these changes to the mysterious power that Naruto said. As a human being, what power do you possess? Chapter 79 The final begins summoning technique debut versus Tianshin. Previous chapter next chapter advertisement. In the blink of an eye 1 month has passed. The final of the Chunin exam has finally arrived. The first game, Naruto's every day because the original referee Moonlight Hayate was killed, Shiranui Genma will be the referee for the next match. The rules of the game are that one side falls down, or surrenders, and must not kill the other side in the game. Under certain circumstances, as a referee, I have the power to decide whether to win or lose, and prevent one party from being unable to control the strength to kill the other party. Do you understand the rules? Understood. 2. Shiranui Genma glanced at the two, and then said, then the game will begin. Tien. Mr. Naruto, I know that I was lucky to advance to the final. Both Neji and Shaoli are more qualified to stand on this final stage than me. However, I still won't give up. So please continue to use the strength that defeated Neji, and go all out to fight me. Seeing Tien's serious appearance, Naruto did not put away his usual lazy appearance. But to show respect, Naruto crushed the lollipop and ate it in one bite. Come on, then, Naruto said. After speaking the pre-match rhetoric, the two were ready to go. Hai Shu, Shenwei. Naruto took the rare lead, summoning technique. Boom. A small puff of smoke exploded. 10 toads with bracers on their arms appeared, iron-armed toads. Summoning technique of Mount Myoboku. Third generation looked at Naruto in the field with some astonishment. Is it because Jiraiya is helping Naruto's rapid improvement in strength this year? Third generation secretly guessed in his heart. At the same time, the pupils of 4th Kazekage, disguised by Orochimaru, sitting next to third generation shrank. Flying Thunder God, Mount Myoboku summoning, Jiraiya? At the juncture of Konoha's destruction plan, 667 suddenly appeared related to Jiraiya, which made Orochimaru uneasy. If Jiraiya really came back, even if he killed third generation in the 4 purple flames, it would be difficult to evacuate Konoha. As Jiraiya's former teammate, Orochimaru is very aware of Jiraiya's difficulties. Although Orochimaru is vaguely worried, there are only an hour or 2 left before the plan is implemented. Advertisement. It is too late to change. I can only bite the bullet and continue to release the plan. The summoning technique displayed by Naruto not only surprised third generation and Orochimaru, but also surprised Kakashi and others in the auditorium. After all, it is the signature summoning technique of Jiraiya, one of Konoha Sannin. Hey, Kakashi, that toad. Might Guy was a little surprised. Well, there is no mistake, it is the summoning technique of that lord. Kakashi nodded. It seems that Naruto got in touch with that lord at some point. It's no wonder that I'm not serious about training and I'm so strong. It turns out that I have a better teacher than me. Kakashi's words attracted the attention of Sasuke and little Sakura next to him. Who is the better teacher, Mr. Kakashi? Little Sakura asked. Kakashi stared intently at Naruto on the field and said, Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sannin, is the same existence as Orochimaru who cast a spell on Sasuke a month ago. Sasuke subconsciously covered his neck. Being on the same level as Orochimaru, no wonder Naruto is stronger than me. At this moment, Sasuke's heart was shaken early. Kakashi is very strong, and he guided himself very seriously. But Kakashi is just an elite jonin after all. He who has not reached the cage level can't teach himself much. If he's going to surpass Naruto, and kill that man, he needs a stronger teacher. Sasuke thought so in his heart. He didn't even feel the dull pain in the curse mark on his neck. That pain is strength in Sasuke's eyes. It is the power that needs to be gained. It's amazing, Naruto-kun's teacher is such a powerful existence. Little Sakura laughed like a nympho. Across the auditorium, Hyuga Hiyashi, the head of the Hyuga clan who was also paying attention to Naruto, also frowned. How could Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, accept him as a disciple? While complaining secretly, Hiyashi also glanced at Hinata not far away. At this time, Hinata stayed in the Yuhihong team and didn't want to stay with them. The reason is also very simple. He couldn't help saying bad things about Uzumaki Naruto again, which made Hinata angry. Hey, this kid, why can't he figure it out? He sighed inwardly, and the competition below officially started. Seeing Naruto summoning a toad to fight every day, I was a little surprised and a little excited. Because he thinks that Naruto really respects himself, knowing that Naruto and Neji didn't summon the summoning beast to fight together. Just when I was excited for less than 2 seconds every day. Naruto suddenly patted Toad on the shoulder, pointed at Tianshin and said, Go, beat her. Sky. Naruto-kun, do you look down on me? Tien asked angrily. Naruto looked at Tianshin and said, "No, Iron Arm Toad can deal with ordinary Jonin, but I take the fight with you very seriously. Can it deal with the average Jonin's toad?" Tien looked at the silly 2-meter-tall toad in front of him, feeling a little skeptical. Advertisement: can something this stupid really work against Jonin? Without waiting for Tianshin to doubt, the iron-armed toad rushed forward with a vigorous step. Iron-armed toad jumped up with its elastic hind legs, and appeared in front of Tien across a distance of more than 10 meters. Although Tianshin's combat power is not strong, his speed is rarely considered weak. So before the iron-armed toad hit her with a punch, Tien dodged to dodge. A few backflips quickly opened the distance from the iron-armed toad, and at the same time, he drew countless hidden weapons from every corner of his body and threw them at the iron-armed toad. Hidden weapons shot towards the iron-armed toad like raindrops, but the iron-armed toad easily blocked all the hidden weapons just by raising its arm. It's so hard. Tianshin felt, beachy, the thorniness of the iron-armed toad. This toad is a tank. Concealed weapon bombs. Take out a scroll every day, pull out some sharper and bigger weapons from the scroll and throw it at the iron-armed toad. Tens of hundreds of hidden weapons were thrown out continuously, and the iron-armed toad blocked it with a flat expression. Unscathed. This toad seems to belong to Jiraiya, right? Third generation looked at the strength of the iron-armed toad, and was more sure of Jiraiya standing behind Naruto. Why did Jiraiya contact Jinchuriki silently? Because Minato. Impossible. Jiraiya was already not in the village when the Nine Tails rebelled. About the real identity of the new Jinchuriki, only he and a few high-level Konohas know. They will never divulge secrets. Excluding this possibility, the only possibility that third generation can think of for Jiraiya to contact Naruto is to control Jinchuriki. First, Orochimaru targeted the descendants of Uchiha, and then Jiraiya secretly recruited Jinchuriki as his apprentice. What the hell are you two going to do? At this time, third generation felt that his will of fire was already in jeopardy. The hidden weapon did not hurt the iron-armed toad at all, which made Tianshin feel invisible pressure. At this moment, Tianshin was really sure that Naruto hadn't lied to her. He is really fighting against himself seriously. If you can't break through this toad's defense, then you can only capture the thief and the king first. Tien glanced at Naruto standing in the distance without any trace. I can't break this toad's defense, can't I also break yours? Thinking of this, Tianshin began to fall into a passive state. In this small venue, she started an infinite escape, aiming to find the best time to attack Naruto. Naruto naturally saw Tianshin's thoughts, but he didn't take it to heart. A Tianshin with 100% genin strength made him unable to have any interest in fighting. Advertisement: Naruto's attention is on fourth cage in the distance, it should be Orochimaru. When Orochimaru's action starts, determines when Naruto's action starts. Nabe Shadow Clearance Project. Orochimaru felt Naruto's gaze, and panicked again. He found me? Without waiting for Orochimaru to think, Naruto looked away again. Coincidence? For some reason, Naruto always gives him a very mysterious feeling. Tien kept dodging in the field, and the iron-armed toad kept chasing after him. Finally, after an iron-armed toad made a mistake, Tianshin found a chance to go around behind Naruto. Double Rising Dragon. Tien jumps into the air and opens two huge scrolls of dragon patterns. Temporarily block Newton, spin between the two reels every day, pull out the hidden weapon and throw it towards Naruto. Hidden weapons rushed to Naruto's back like a tide. For a moment, it seemed that the battle was reversed, and Naruto was in crisis. Those who knew Naruto in the auditorium couldn't help but worry. But just as this worry arose, a toad suddenly appeared behind Naruto. With me around, how could you make a sneak attack, quack? Iron-armed toad stretched his arms in front of his body, using his hard body defense to block all the thousands of hidden weapons on Tien's two scrolls. All the hidden weapons were blocked, making Tianshin slightly astonished. The body in midair fell from the air as if it lost its balance. What? Seeing that Tien was about to fall to the ground, a figure suddenly appeared. 1 second before Tien was about to fall to the ground, he caught it by the middle. Lying in Naruto's arms, Tien closed his eyes tightly, and opened his eyes slowly when he found that he hadn't touched the ground for a long time. When he found himself in Naruto's arms, his face turned red. Jumping away from Naruto's embrace, blushing and whispering, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Naruto turned around and came behind Toad, "Go ahead. Sky. Continue to be a ghost, I have fired up all my hidden weapons." Sighing in my heart, I signaled to Shiranui Schwanma every day, I admit defeat. Chapter 80. Sasuke's Ambition. Konoha's collapse plan begins. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Game 2, Hyuga Hinata vs Temari. Hyuga Hinata was about to rush to the battlefield, but before the start, Temari suddenly surrendered. Hinata wins. Hinata returned to Yuhihong's team with a depressed face. Winning the final without a fight did not bring her joy. Because it means that her hard work for nearly a month cannot be shown. Why did this Sand Shinobi admit defeat? Inuzuka Fang said everyone's doubts. They all involuntarily looked at Temari on the other side of the auditorium. Temari, who is standing in the Sand Shinobi team, looks very confident and healthy, and there is no reason for her to quit. Maybe it's because I want to preserve my strength for some reason. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded, and the Yuhihong team turned their heads to look, only to find that it was Naruto walking over. Mr. Naruto. Hinata hugged Naruto excitedly. Long time no see, Hinata. Naruto said while stroking Hinata's hair. Before the match, Naruto had not been able to meet Hinata. After the game started, Naruto was the first to play, so naturally he had no chance. Now is a rare opportunity to get together. Long time no see, Sister Hinata. Little Sakura jumped out from behind Naruto and laughed. Long time no see, little Sakura, Hinata blushed, and felt a strange feeling of stealth inexplicably. Of course, apart from this momentary feeling, Hinata is more envious of little Sakura. She thinks that little Sakura can be alone with Naruto for a month. She is really happy, Bugung. What Hinata doesn't know is that little Sakura only sees Naruto about 10 times in a month. Most of the time, either Naruto is busy or she is in special training. Naruto, what did you mean by that? Kurenai Yuhi noticed the peculiarity of Naruto's words. To preserve strength? Why preserve stamina? Is there going to be another fight? Naruto looked at Yuhihong, and said with a smile, it's literally, Mr. Yuhihong. If it wasn't for the need to consume energy later, I don't think she has any reason to give up the game. After all, she doesn't look weak, and she is both mentally and physically healthy. But what can we do to consume energy later? Yuhihong asked. How do I know that? Naruto didn't intend to continue to say anything, hugged Sakura and Hinata in his arms, and focused on watching the game. Seeing this, Yuhihong could only sigh helplessly, and looked at her proud disciple Hinata with some regrets. Why would a girl as good as her be willing to serve a husband with other people? Comparing herself, Kuroyuki feels that she is not as good as Hinata. But even so, there is a famous and firm suitor. Looking at Sarutobi Asuma not far away, Yuhihong felt a little inferior unconsciously. If she hadn't grown up with Asuma, maybe she wouldn't have been able to associate with the son of Hokage at all. It was also impossible to get the Jonin position so early. Considering her strength as a special Jonin, it is normal, but compared to other Jonin, she is almost the weakest one. Simply put, she feels like she's relying on Asuma's status, which makes her a little concerned. At this time, on the field, Sasuke and Gaara are already in place, and an exciting game is about to begin. Because of Naruto and Kakashi, Sasuke's strength at this time is higher than the original. Chidori also mastered within a month. Advertisement. No more rushing to the game site. Shiranui Genma glanced at the two, repeated the rules again, and then announced the start of the game. The moment the game started, Sasuke suddenly disappeared from the spot with a dodge. What a fast speed. Xiao Li in the stands looked at Sasuke, feeling incredible. He always thought that his physical fitness was the strongest among genin, and even a genius couldn't be stronger than himself. But right now Sasuke's speed and physicality aren't at all weaker than when he's unloaded. Even faster than him. This made him unconsciously feel inferior. He always thought that hard work could surpass genius, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. After so many years, he is still the tail of the crane. Thinking of this, Xiao Li, who was sitting in a wheelchair, clenched his fists tightly, bleeding from his hand. Tears flowed out of his eyes unwillingly, and he had to lower his head to hide it. The Might Guy on the side noticed Xiao Li's sadness, and patted Xiao Li's shoulder heavily. Li Yu, a man won't be easily defeated by such a thing. Crying is one of the most unforgivable things about youth. Look carefully at those two people on the field, remember their looks, remember their fighting skills and methods. Remember, they are nothing but geniuses, and you are their inevitable opponent. As long as youth is still burning, we will eventually defeat those geniuses. Xiao Li was moved when he heard it, and was about to say a youthful sentence to thank his teacher. Unexpectedly, Tianxian poured cold water on the side, So teacher, have you defeated Kakashi? Might Guy. Shao Li. Oh, T-2, Mr. Guy is a liar. Arena, Sasuke constantly harassed Gaara with his strong physique. Although Gaara has an absolute defense of sand, Sasuke can still occasionally hit Gaara a few times. It's a pity that Sasuke's strength is lacking, and hitting Gaara can't break his sand armor. Seeing this, Sasuke was a little impatient, and was about to use ninjutsu to fight, but found that Gaara did the same. Gaara was disgusted by Sasuke's fly-like attack, in order not to repeat the result when he played against Rock Lee. Gaara controlled the sand in the gourd to wrap herself completely. Seeing this, Sasuke smiled coldly. He felt that Gaara was acting like a coward. How can you attack if you wrap yourself in sand? Isn't it just passive to be beaten? With this in mind, Sasuke raised his hand and pulled out a few kunai. The force of kunai's throw was so great that Sasuke wanted to use it to break through Gaara's sandball. But alas, Sasuke muttered the defense of this sand. The extremely powerful kunai hit Gaara's sandball as if entering a swamp, stopped instantly, and was gradually swallowed by the smash ball. Seeing this situation, Sasuke didn't dare to try to attack the sandball easily with physical skills. If the body is accidentally swallowed by this weird sandball, it may be more catastrophic. After thinking about it, Sasuke ran towards the distance. He intends to use the new ninjutsu learned from Kakashi against Gaara. In fact, it would be better to try out other ninjutsu first, but after Sasuke learned the new ninjutsu, he had a desire to show off. He can't wait to let people know, he's strong too. I am not a fake graduate student. Uzumaki Naruto, I will pass him too. Time has passed, and Sasuke once again has the ambition to challenge Naruto. With chakra attached to his feet, Sasuke ran all the way up the wall. Ugly Mao Shen advertisement after the seal. Sasuke grasped the wrist of his right hand with his left hand, and the lightning flashed in an instant. Hokage seat, third generation watched in amazement as Sasuke performed Kakashi's famous stunt. Kakashi actually taught Sasuke this trick. Looks like Orochimaru really put a lot of pressure on him. In order for Sasuke not to be addicted to power and follow Orochimaru to leave, Kakashi chooses to teach Sasuke all his unique skills. But now it seems that it has the opposite effect. Kakashi tried his best to guide Sasuke to become stronger, but Sasuke began to feel that Kakashi was too weak. Not worthy to teach yourself. The eyes of Orochimaru, who was disguised as fourth Kazekage, turned cold, and he was smiling evilly with his tongue out behind the veil. It's only been a month and it's grown to this point. Sasuke, I really value you more and more. If it wasn't for the Konoha collapse plan to be implemented now, he would like to take Sasuke away now. With such a powerful and talented body, he has longed for it for too long. Auditorium. Might Guy is pointing at Sasuke with jaw-dropping eyes, blaming Kakashi for being too messy. Completely forgetting that I let a 13-year-old kid carry a lot of weight and learn the 8 inner gates forbidden technique. Well, modal particles, Sasuke is a genius. Kakashi smiled around Shiro. Might Guy. After being speechless, Might Guy saw the heavy-hearted Shao Li again. Then he encouraged youthfully. Li, you are a hard-working genius, and you will be able to defeat these people sooner or later. Teacher Guy. Did you defeat Kakashi-senpai? Might Guy. Might Guy's face was full of bullshit. He never thought that one day he would be stabbed in the scar by his dear disciple. Just kidding. Shao Li suddenly smiled. I won't give up, Mr. Guy. One day in the future, I will definitely surpass them. Seeing Shao Li regain his confidence, Might Guy couldn't help feeling relieved. Ask for flowers. Well, Li, let us master and apprentice go hand in hand. Kakashi. Kakashi is full of annoyance when he thinks that Might Guy will continue to challenge himself. It was a very lucky day. Thinking, Kakashi looked at Naruto, who was hugging left and right not far away. Why doesn't he have this trouble? Field. Sasuke finally completed Chidori's charge, and rushed towards Gaara with lightning-like steps. Cracking. A bird's cry continued to resound in the field. Under thunder and lightning, Chidori pierced through Gaara's sandball defense like a shooting star. Sasuke smiled coldly. He felt his Chidori touch Gaara's body. Chidori broke through Gaara's defense, blood flowed out along the sandball. Victory is near. Sasuke, who was overwhelmed for a moment, didn't pull out his hand immediately to launch a new round of attacks. Instead, he was thinking wildly there, causing Gaara to awaken in anger, and One Tail's power to guard the crane began to emerge. The sandball is no longer silent, and raps towards Sasuke. Advertisement. Fortunately, Sasuke reacted quickly and retreated in time. After paying the price of a serious arm injury, he escaped the sandball attack. Covering his right hand, Sasuke's face was extremely ugly at this time. The battle that was supposed to be victorious has become confusing again. It's just because he was arrogant just now, just as Sasuke was thinking about how to deal with the upcoming Gaara attack. In the audience, the snow-white feathers slowly fell, and ordinary people and weak ninjas began to slowly fall asleep. Nirvana abode technique, a level large-scale illusion. The power is not strong, but the effect is not small. The sudden accident in the auditorium put Anbu on alert. As the third generation's personal bodyguard, he was nailed to the wall by a kunai just as soon as he reminded the third generation to be careful. Orochimaru, disguised as fourth Kage, also came behind third generation in an instant, using kunai to control him. Kage, do you know what you're doing? Do you want to start a war with Konoha? It's too late to stop now, we can talk. Looking at the third generation who is still calm and peaceful despite being beaten by himself. Orochimaru laughed, he showed his face and licked the air with his long tongue. Teacher, you are really old. There can be no real peace if you just blindly seek peace. The best way to stop a war is always another war, or to unify the ninja world. Orochimaru. Third generation frowned, where is fourth Kage? Orochimaru sneered and put kunai away. He knew that kunai couldn't kill third generation at all. These are not important, the important Konoha collapse plan started. As soon as the words fell, the four purple flames descended and trapped Orochi and third generation inside. The battle at the Hokage seat was on the verge of breaking out, and the audience seat did not stop. A large number of Sanagakure ninjas attacked and killed Konoha shinobi. As soon as Kakashi solved a sand shinobi, he saw Gaara being taken away by Kankuro and Temari, and Sasuke chased after him. Kakashi, who was worried about Sasuke, saw Naruto embracing soy sauce in the crowd at a glance. Naruto, please help Sasuke, Kakashi said to Naruto. Naruto was enjoying it, and was immediately upset when Kakashi ordered him like this. I know, it's really troublesome. Sasuke is really troublesome. So complaining, Naruto chased Sasuke with the two daughters. Everything seems so natural, but at the other end of the leaf, the base of the root. Someone who shouldn't be here is approaching. This person has blonde hair, handsome face, wearing a white shirt and shorts, with a lollipop in his mouth, calm and unrestrained. That's right, this man was Naruto who was supposed to go after Gaara. In fact, Naruto's body left the arena as early as the end of the first battle, and what remained there was just a shadow clone of Naruto. According to the information, the route is probably near here. Naruto scratched his head and thought, then his figure gradually changed. He grew taller and thinner, the clothes turned into long gowns with clouds, which looked out of place in this hot summer. A head of blonde hair turned into short black hair. Take another orange mask and put it on your face. Waraiwa Afe, Waraiwa Uchiha Madara, welcome to the trial, Mr. Nabekage Danzo. Chapter 81. Roots devoured by Black Flame Izanagi. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Leaf roots. At this time, Danzo had just received the news that Orochimaru had attacked Konoha. However, facing the report of his subordinates, Danzo seemed to have expected it, and his expression was calm. Order. All root members are not allowed to leave to support. Yes. The people at the root have been instilled with the will of the root by Danzo, so no matter how much this matter seems to be against Konoha's interests at present. Nor will they refute, because they firmly believe that everything they are doing is for the better development of Konoha. They represent the darkness of Konoha, and those who live in the darkness will be the people of darkness and do dark things. Boom. What? As soon as Danzo gave the order, there were explosions and countless screams outside the root. What's going on? Danzo asked outside the door, frowning. But no one answered. Silence. An eerie silence hung over Danzo's office at this time. Seeing no answer outside, Yamanaka-Fang on the side took the initiative to apply to check outside. Master Danzo, I'll go and have a look. Can't you sense what's going on outside? Danzo asked. The Yamanaka wind has an extremely powerful perception ability, and can perceive everything around it after opening. 383, Yamanaka shook his head and said, I can't perceive it. It seems that there is some kind of interference chakra perception barrier around. I think it should be some enchantment ninjutsu. So we're blocked here. Danzo sneered, wondering who was so bold to attack the roots. Take the roots and send your worms to look, Danzo ordered. Although the bugs that took the roots couldn't send back images, they could still send back some information. After taking the root command, some bugs were sent to sneak out of the house, but they died within a second. Ku General frowned. He couldn't figure out what power could kill all his bugs in an instant. You must know that insects are such small and flexible creatures that there is no way to kill them so many insects so quickly. Kyugen looked at Danzo, shook his head, dead, for a moment. Danzo finally felt the danger, and even the bugs sent from all corners could be killed instantly. The opponent is either too strong, or there are too many people. And Danzo is more inclined to the former, because if there are only a large number of people, it is impossible for all his subordinates outside to respond. Danzo thought for a while, and said to another root member in the office, "Leopard, you go." Leopard knows that Danzo wants to use himself as bait to get information, but he will not refuse. For the roots, he can die generously. Yes, Lord Danzo. The leopard cautiously approached the door, the corner of the anus. Advertisement. Nothing happened. Not letting go of his vigilance, he carefully threw a smoke bomb outside the door before rushing out. But just go out. Ah! What is this? Fire, black flames. What? The horrible screams lingered in the ears of the three of Danzo. But somehow some information came back. Black flame? Danzo immediately thought of Uchiha Itachi. Could it be him? At this time, Yamanaka Fung and Aburame Kyugen have stood in front of Danzo, ready to face the attack of unknown enemies at any time. Da da da. Footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door, step by step like Shinigami's urging talisman. Invisible pressure arises in Yamanaka Wind and Aburame Root Heart. After a few steps, footsteps finally came to the door. It's just that the door was half covered, and they couldn't see the appearance of the man outside. But it doesn't matter anymore, let's act first. Secret technique. Poisonous bug technique. Countless bugs gushed out from Kyugen's body and rushed towards the door. It's just that these bugs just touched the door, and the flames started to burn. The bugs, even the door was burned with black flames. It really is Amaterasu. Walk. Knowing that Amaterasu is difficult to deal with, Danzo and Yamanaka immediately used ninjutsu to break through the roof and came to an open place. If surrounded by Amaterasu in a small house, they can be in trouble. Maybe Danzo will be fine with Izanagi, but Kei's Yamanaka and Aburame will definitely die. Now Danzo only has these two subordinates left, and the other subordinates know that Amaterasu has burned them all. Among them is Sai. When they came to the roof, Danzo and the others saw a doomsday scene. A huge enchantment high in the sky will block all the roots in a radius of 10 kilometers from the center. Countless black flames were burning inside the barrier, and most of the houses under them were burned by the black flames. Danzo frowned, thinking about countermeasures. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared. This person is wearing a red cloud robe, with short black hair on his head, and a spiral mask on his face revealing a Mangekyo Sharingan. Don? Are you dressed like that guy who called himself Uchiha Madara years ago? Where's that guy Itachi? Advertisement. I didn't expect to let him go undercover at the beginning, but now he turns to bite the master. HMPH, I knew I shouldn't have trusted this guy back then. Uzumaki Naruto inside the mask couldn't help laughing at Danzo's distraught look. Owner? Really took myself seriously. Uzumaki Naruto didn't answer Danzo's words, only to see that his exposed Mangekyo Sharingan's ring-shaped hook jade pupil kept spinning. Then the Amaterasu flame burst out from Yamanaka's body. What? What is this? The wind of Yamanaka kept beating the black flame on his body, trying to extinguish it. But the result was that the flame spread to his whole body faster, and finally burned him to ashes. Aburame took a half step back in fear, but still stood firmly in front of Danzo. Amaterasu? You are not that Uchiha Madara, you are Itachi? Of the few remaining people in the world who possess a Sharingan, only Uchiha Itachi has this ability. Who knows? Naruto chuckled. It was a very unfamiliar voice, and the tone didn't sound like Itachi either. Could it really be that guy who called himself Uchiha Madara years ago? But Amaterasu, while Danzo was in doubt, Naruto didn't want to continue spending time with him. Amaterasu. Wherever the eyes can see, the place where the black fire burns. Aburame took the root and was burned to death without accident. For this kind of weird attack method, they have no experience at all. Only Danzo was left, and he finally didn't sit still. Wind style vacuum wave. Open black lens bracket ding. Your wind style is striving to learn B-level ninjutsu wind style. Vacuum wave close black lens bracket. Faced with this attack, Naruto did not choose to dodge, but summoned his own Susanoo for the first time. The purple meditating giant enveloped Naruto, and the vacuum wave hit the giant and disappeared without causing any ripples. How is this possible? Danzo looked at Naruto's Susanoo in disbelief. Purple Susanoo? This guy really isn't a weasel. It's just that he will Amaterasu. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi's eyes were taken by that Uchiha Madara? I used to wonder why Uchiha Madara only showed one eye. Come to think of it, he probably only has one Sharingan. Are you really Uchiha Madara? Danzo murmured, wanting an answer and delaying time. Advertisement. He felt that the masked man in front of him was tricky, and he was likely to be killed by his means alone. Naruto didn't answer him. It doesn't make sense to talk nonsense. And the third generation can't last long. If Konoha reacts, new troubles will inevitably arise. With that in mind, Naruto began to use Susanoo's ability. Wind-style vacuum wave. The wind-style ninjutsu of level B can directly reach level A under the addition of Susanoo. Danzo was slightly surprised when he saw his ninjutsu coming towards him. Is it a coincidence? Without thinking, Danzo dodged Naruto's attack. But as soon as he dodged, Danzo saw colorful attacks coming towards him. Damn it. Doesn't this guy need seals? The attacks coming towards him at this time include Fire Style, Great Fireball, Water Style, Water Dragon Bomb, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bomb, Wind Style, Vacuum Wave. In short, all kinds of ninjutsu of the 5 attributes hit him like raindrops. Wood Style, Violent Spear Technique. In terms of defensive ninjutsu, this is already the strongest Danzo can perform. But under the devastating ninjutsu bombardment, his violent spear technique turned into nothingness after only resisting it for a moment. In the end, even Danzo himself was swallowed up. Open black lens bracket ding. Your Mangekyo Sharingan has learned a new pupil technique, Izanagi close black lens bracket. A minute later, Naruto's ninjutsu was finished. Danzo remained intact. His first life is gone. 5.7 Danzo glanced at a closed Sharingan on his arm, feeling a little distressed. This Sharingan is one less. Looking up at Uzumaki Naruto again, he felt that the overwhelming strike just now must not be used all the time. Now is his chance. Haishu Shen Wei, summoning technique. Danzo quickly seals and summons his summoning beast, the Nightmare Taper. The Nightmare has an elephant trunk, tiger claws, and a bull's back, and its ability is to enhance the history of wind-style ninjutsu. Wind-style vacuum Lianbo. Danzo released several vacuum waves, and the Nightmare swallowed these vacuum waves, and then spit them to Naruto. In this way, the B-level wind-style ninjutsu also becomes the A-level wind-style ninjutsu. It's just that no matter whether it is B-level ninjutsu or A-level ninjutsu, it is useless. Naruto's Susanoo is completely immune to all ninjutsu attacks. So under the inconceivable eyes of Danzo, several vacuum waves spit out by the Nightmare hit Naruto's Susanoo like a sea of mud. Can't make any movement. How is it possible? What kind of ability is your Susanoo? Chapter 82. Wood-style Danzo's shock. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although A-level ninjutsu is not as terrifying as level 5 ninjutsu, Danzo still has the confidence to hurt Susanoo. In fact, it worked really well against Sasuke's Susanoo. But unfortunately, Naruto's Susan is such a bug. A-level ninjutsu. S-level ninjutsu is useless. Amaterasu. While Danzo was in a daze, Naruto rolled his eyes, and a black flame appeared on Danzo out of thin air. Consumed one use of Izanagi again. Looking at another closed eye on the right arm, there is no time for heartache. He must seize the 60 seconds of injury-free time to defeat Naruto, otherwise he will definitely consume more Sharingan later. When Danzo is in a dying state, Izanagi's protection will be triggered, turning the caster's damage and unfavorable factors including death into a dream. The duration will be determined by the user's chakra amount, and Danzo's chakra amount can only make him invincible for 60 seconds. Wind style. Big vacuum sphere. Danzo raised his hand and played a wind style, and then his body began to flash in the field. After approaching Naruto, another move is wood style, violent spear. Open black lens bracket ding. Your wood style has learned the wood style, violent spear, close black lens bracket. This second use of Danzo finally made Naruto's system live up to expectations. The new wind style ninjutsu and wood style have no effect on Naruto's Susanoo, and they are still like dust in the sea of mud, unable to stir up any waves. Seeing this, Danzo gritted his teeth and chose a move to kill them all. Wood style tree root burial. After getting close to Naruto's Susan, Danzo used his right arm to create a huge tree that swallowed himself and Naruto's Susan instantly. 18. The power of this wood-style ninjutsu is not bad, barely reached level 5. It just didn't work for Susanoo in Naruto. After a while, the root explosion was lifted. Danzo's Izanagi is on time, and Naruto remains unscathed. How is this possible? Danzo was already in shock, already a little desperate. All his attacks can't hurt the Susanoo in front of him, but the opponent can kill him again and again. Amaterasu. The black flames struck again, but this time Danzo dodged with great speed. Does just dodging work? Flame control. The originally empty Amaterasu began to spread, covering the entire roof in an instant. Danzo can't fly, so naturally he has no escape and was forced out of Izanagi by Amaterasu again. The third Sharingan closes. Advertisement. Danzo gritted his teeth, looking unwilling. He wanted to escape, but the surrounding area was already covered by Amaterasu and barriers, and escape was almost impossible. But if you don't run away, you can't beat him. Look at the summoning beast that has been burned to death by Amaterasu, the nightmare taper. Another burst of distress. Who the hell are you? You are definitely not Uchiha Itachi, and you are definitely not the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara. With Mangekyo Sharingan, it is impossible for such a powerful Uchiha clan to exist in this world. Can't fight, can't escape, Danzo can only try to escape. Naruto didn't say anything this time and went straight to the fight, because Izanagi's 60-second invincibility time, his attack will also be invalid. Why waste energy? Guess who I am? Naruto asked Danzo with a half-smile. Danzo gritted his teeth, attracted to find a way out from his mouth. Are you Uchiha Shisui? He could try to counter-kill Naruto with distinguished heavenly gods, but only if the opponent doesn't know about this ninjutsu and his bandaged eyes. If Naruto doesn't look at him, this ninjutsu will not work well. There is only one chance, and he must first talk about Naruto's reality. No, I'm not Shisui, keep guessing. Naruto propped his cheek and smiled. Subconsciously wanted to eat a lollipop, but endured it. Although it has been determined that Danzo must die, and there is no one around to see the situation here, just in case, he still does not want any possibility of revealing his true identity. That would make no sense for him to kill Danzo. He himself did this in order not to be forced to defect by this idiot. Danzo pondered for a long time, several figures flashed in his mind, and finally guessed, Uchiha Fugaku? Ha 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 ha. Naruto couldn't help but feel amused. Uchiha Fugaku's body was indeed lying in the study room on the night of the genocide, but maybe Danzo didn't get Fugaku's Mangekyo, so he guessed this. Maybe Fugaku faked his death. Naruto shook his head again, and said, 60 seconds passed. Amaterasu. Flame control. In this place shrouded in black flames, there was no way for Danzo to retreat, only to lose one Sharingan again. Fourth, 7 left. Danzo didn't guess again, because Naruto wouldn't tell him the truth at all. Talking to Naruto is just dying slowly. Danzo starts running, he's going to get close to Naruto, and when he's not looking, use distinguished heavenly gods. Naruto was naturally aware of Danzo's plan, so, shadow clone technique. A few more Naruto and his meditating Susanoo appeared in the void. Danzo was surrounded by Susanoo, cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he scolded his mother directly in his heart. What is this thing? Why does shadow clone still use Susanoo? Advertisement. No one can answer the doubts in his heart, and he can't be sure which one is Naruto's body. Of course, if he knew that Naruto's Susanoo couldn't move, he would have guessed that Naruto didn't leave his original position at all. Wood-style birth of the tree world. What? Under Danzo's unbelievable eyes, countless trees rose up and surrounded him. How do you know how to use wood-style? Who are you? While dodging the attacks of countless trees in the forest, Danzo questioned Naruto around him. Does it matter who I am? Naruto counted 10 seconds silently in his heart. The time was up. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. In the forest, 5 or 6 thick wooden dragons of tens of meters suddenly appeared and rushed towards Danzo. The range of movement blocked by the birth of the tree world was also attacked by the wooden dragon in all directions without dead ends. Helpless, lost one Sharingan again, leaving only 6 Sharingan. Danzo, who was gradually feeling desperate at this time, began to rush towards the nearest Naruto along the road opened by the wooden dragon. But, birth of the tree world. Naruto's chakra seemed to have no limit, and large trees reappeared to cover all the places destroyed by the wooden dragon. So Danzo could only miss Naruto's goal again. Danzo traveled through the forest all the way, and finally found a Naruto after a minute. Amaterasu. The body is activated again. Izanagi. Danzo only has 5 Sharingan left. Suppressing his bleeding heart, Danzo rushed all the way to this Naruto, tearing off the bandages on his face. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Open black lens bracket ding. Hosts Mangekyo Sharingan strives to learn a new pupil technique, Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Close black lens bracket. It was a shadow clone that was cast by Danzo with Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Facing Danzo's move, it just bang and dissipated into smoke. Naruto didn't know if shadow clone would be controlled by Distinguished Heavenly Gods, so he didn't dare to take the risk. Danzo rushed to nothing, gritted his teeth secretly. This guy really knows the existence of Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Although he already knew that survival was hopeless, Danzo still didn't want to give up. He still spared no effort to find Naruto's shadow clone one after another in the forest. Was also killed by Naruto's shadow clone again and again. 5 minutes later, Danzo forced 5 Naruto shadow clones to disappear, but he also had no Sharingan to cast Izanagi. Everything is over. 5 elements Rasengan. All kinds of Rasengan fall from the sky and smash into Danzo. Danzo looked up at these Rasengan, muttering to himself, 4th generation. Jiraiya? Uchiha? Who the hell are you? No accident happened, and Danzo, who was already at the end of his skills, was killed just like that. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief, and used flame control to control the burning of black flames to completely engulf the roots, and then used Kamui to leave. Advertisement. After mastering the Distinguished Heavenly Gods himself, Naruto didn't want Danzo's Shisui's eye. He didn't want to risk getting the eye by Danzo. You must know that Sasuke was able to kill Danzo at that time, but it happened to be in the cooldown period of Distinguished Heavenly Gods. If Danzo didn't use Distinguished Heavenly Gods on Mifune, Sasuke might be blocked by Danzo and turn to the doctor. The main body returned to Konoha, burned all the camouflage on his body with black flames, and then a flying thunder god caught up with his shadow clone. Ah! Naruto? Hinata and little Sakura stood up in surprise, looked at Naruto beside them, and looked at Naruto who had just appeared, feeling a little overwhelmed. Could it be that someone is using the transformation technique to take advantage of us? Just wondering, Naruto beside them suddenly disappeared into smoke. 187 Naruto accepts the shadow clone's memory. After receiving Kakashi's order, the Naruto clone took the second daughter to support Sasuke. But Isshin's Naruto avatar, who only wanted to play soy sauce, only dealt with Sasuke's sand shinobi who was chasing a few times, and now he and his second daughter are slowly rushing towards Sasuke's place. Indeed, there is no need to worry about this kind of thing. Naruto, you are. The Earth Girl is full of doubts about Naruto now. Naruto stepped forward and silently said to his sons and daughters, I just left for something, so I let the clone accompany you. The second girl could feel Naruto's special breath, and Hinata also confirmed with white eyes that the person in front of him was fine. Because of what? Hinata asked. Secret. Naruto didn't answer, he didn't want to lie. The second daughter gave Naruto a white look. Going to support Sasuke next, right? Naruto scratched his head and changed the subject with a smile. Let's go, that kid is not Gaara's opponent after transformation. Transform. You will know when you arrive. Naruto took the 2 daughters forward, and soon met Aburame Shino who died with Kankuro. Shino. Because she and Shino are companions, Hinata exclaimed a little worried. Let's go and see. Naruto came to Shino's side, checked Shino's body, and he didn't die. It's just that the physical exertion was too great and he was poisoned, so he passed out. Naruto treated Shino with healing jutsu for a few minutes, and he woke up. Shino moaned and opened his eyes. Naruto? Turning his head, he looked at Hinata and little Sakura again, heaved a sigh of relief. You guys are finally here. In fact, it only takes a few seconds for the Naruto avatar to solve those sand shinobi, but because of the habit of fishing, Naruto avatar will dawdle with those sand shinobi for so long. As a result, Aburame Shino has solved the opponent, and the talents such as himself can be bullied. Shikamaru and Sasuke are still ahead, you go and help them, I have nothing to do, Shino said. Naruto nodded, and then created a shadow clone. I leave a shadow clone to protect you, let's go first. As Hinata's teammate, Naruto still cares a little about Shino. Chapter 83. Nine Tails Mode. Shuhei was defeated by one move. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. The three went on. A short while later met Temari oncoming. The four stood facing each other, Hinata and little Sakura made a fighting stance. Damn, how could I meet these three guys at this time? Especially this Naruto, it seems to be on par with Gaara. Just when Temari thought it was going to be another tough fight, Naruto said suddenly, "Let's go, leave her alone." Ah. Why? Little Sakura asked puzzled. She has no physical strength, and there is not much chakra in her body, so there is no threat. Naruto said lightly, holding the lollipop that had been quitting for an hour in his mouth. No threat, why not arrest her now? Little Sakura asked again. It's not necessary, it's just a small one, and it's useless to catch it, Naruto replied. Temari. It was the first time she was underestimated like this. But there is no way, she really has no physical strength now, and there is no way to refute Naruto. In the end, Naruto left with Hinata and little Sakura, and continued to rush towards Sasuke. Temari looked at Naruto with a little more concern, and thought, although his mouth is not forgiving, he is still a nice person, and he is very handsome. Temari was still grateful to Naruto. If Naruto hadn't let her go, she would have been caught 100%. It's just that Naruto came from Kankuro's position, which made Temari worry about Kankuro's safety. Now Gaara is going berserk, and she can't intervene in this kind of battle, so she plans to find Kankuro first. Hope you're okay, Lang. Meanwhile, Sasuke is being chased and beaten by Gaara, who is completely tailed. Facing the tailed beast bomb attack by Shuzuru, Sasuke could only keep dodging in the forest, unable to fight back at all. Just when Sasuke was feeling troubled, Naruto finally arrived. Yo, Sasuke. The three of Naruto came to the place where Sasuke was hiding and said hello. He was taken aback. It's too late. As if complaining, Sasuke accused Naruto. What's the matter, aren't you dead? Candy. Sasuke. Children eat this kind of thing. Sasuke refused. Forget it. Advertisement. Naruto set his sights on Shukaku not far away. That's right, Shuhei. At this time, Gaara has completely lost consciousness, because she has lost control of her body. Looks like Sasuke had cornered him before. Naruto, what should I do? This guy looks very difficult to mess with, little Sakura said with some fear. Hinata suggested, how about we wait for the other Jonin to deal with it? Sasuke objected, don't wait for Jonin to come over. As long as Naruto cooperates with me, I have a chance to defeat him. By Chidori? Naruto glanced at Sasuke and asked. Sasuke looks at Naruto, seems to ask, is there any problem? Chidori can't do it, this guy is a tailed beast, Naruto said lightly. Tail beast? Sasuke didn't know much about the word tail beast. There was no way, the family members died so suddenly, there was no time to tell him anything. Like this, Naruto said, releasing the power of 9 tails in his body. An extremely vicious and violent aura surged out. Sasuke was frightened on the spot, and little Sakura and Hinata were also a little scared, subconsciously took half a step back. Shuhei not far away was also stunned, and stopped the tailed beast bomb's wild bombing. Looking in Naruto's direction blankly, Kurama? Naruto put away the power of 9 tails in his body, looked at the second daughter, sorry for scaring you. The second daughter blushed a little, they were scared by this force and left Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. The second daughter apologized softly. Naruto smiled and didn't care. Some fears cannot be controlled by inner thoughts, which come from the subconscious reaction of creatures to fear. There is nothing wrong with it. Of course, there are accidents in everything, because people with strong hearts also have their own coping methods in the face of fear. But apparently small Sakura and Hinata are not part of this accident. Well, Sasuke doesn't belong either. It's okay. Naruto patted the head of the second daughter, and then looked at Shuzuru who had rushed over. I'm going to fight, you guys stay away, Naruto said to the three, and then threw it towards the guard. Looking at Naruto's leaving back, the three of them had complicated eyes. They can't imagine what it's like to grow up with a creature of that diabolical power. Little Sakura and Hinata's eyes are full of distress. Sasuke clenched his fist secretly, he felt a huge gap in the power just now. Such a terrifying power can be used at will according to Naruto's words, how much power does he hide? Can a strong teacher really bridge the gap between us so far? Not far away, Naruto stood opposite Shuzuru, advertisement. Shuzuru. Kurama, come out, I know you're inside this kid. 9 tails in Naruto. You know a mallet, you don't know how miserable I was in this kid's body. You think I don't want to go out? All Laozi's power has been taken away by this kid, do I have the power to get out? Stop barking, Kurama can't hear it. Naruto smiled, but if you want to experience Kurama's power, I can satisfy you. Saying that, Naruto instantly transformed into Nine Tails mode, and his whole body was wrapped in the power of Nine Tails, emitting golden light. You have mastered all of Kurama's power. One Tail stared at Naruto in disbelief. Something's wrong. How can you get its full power unless Kurama agrees? Without answering Shuzuru's question, Naruto smiled slightly, and his figure flashed into a heavy Rasengan. The S-level ninjutsu hit Shuzuru, and it was thrown into the ground without even reacting. Boom. There was a loud noise, and a 10-kilometer radius around the place where the crane fell to the ground turned into a pothole. You're lying. Naruto actually has this kind of power. Small Sakura was startled by Naruto's strength. Hinata covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. She knew that Naruto was strong, but she didn't expect Naruto to be so strong. Sasuke was even more unwilling. An hour ago he thought he had gradually caught up with Naruto. The distance between the two has been shortened, but now it seems that they are too far apart. The power of Naruto's blow just now surpassed that of Kakashi. Was he always this strong, or Sasuke's gums were bleeding from the bite? Far away, Temari had just rescued Kankuro and was rushing this way, when he was blown away by the storm created by Naruto Rasengan's attack. Temari and Kankuro somersaulted a few times in the air, hitting the tree hard on the back. Kankuro is alright, he has the puppet crow parrying it. Temari was in trouble. The iron fan on her back had no cushioning effect, but instead aggravated her injury from the impact. Temari, are you alright? Kankuro got up from the ground and ran towards Temari. Temari struggled to get up from the ground, looked at Kankuro, and said, "It's okay." After speaking, he touched his back again, feeling the pain unexpectedly. What happened over there? Why is there such a big wind and wave blowing over there? Temari had a bad feeling. It should be that Gaara went berserk. Kankuro couldn't think of any other possibility. If Gaara is controlled by the monster inside him, not only the Konoha shinobi, maybe we will be in danger too, Temari said with a serious face. After a moment of silence, Kankuro suggested, "Let's touch it, but don't show your head, and we'll talk after we confirm the situation. If there is no other way, we can only go back and ask for help, but we don't know if Jonin from San Shinobi Village can come here now. If it's Konoha's Jonin who comes, we have no choice but to catch him without a fight." They are unwilling to give up Gaara. Even though Gaara has never been friendly to them, they are deeply afraid of Gaara. Advertisement, but the elder brother always has love for the younger brother, which has always been hidden in their hearts. The two packed up their emotions and moved on. They couldn't wait to get to Gaara. On Naruto's side, an enhanced version of the S-level Rasengan directly guards the crane and beats it into a daze, and lying in the big pit will not be able to come to life that day. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? He asked 3 times in his mind, then fell into a deep sleep and returned to the seal. Although Gaara's sealing technique is flawed and cannot seal Shuhi perfectly, it's not that Gaara's loss of consciousness once can make it break through the seal. The one who defeats the seal will always be the release of the seal. If the seal is not released, no matter how noisy Shuhei is, he will still be in Gaara's body. After Naruto defeated Shukaku, he returned to normal. Glancing at Gaara, he had no intention of bringing him back to Konoha. Anyway, bring it back and return it to Tsunade. They can't kill Gaara, and they can't keep him. Let's go, little Sakura, Hinata, Naruto said back to Iran. The second daughter froze for a moment, then nodded hurriedly. Well, yes. The 3 were about to leave, but Naruto found that Sasuke hadn't followed, so he asked, "Sasuke, aren't you going to leave?" At this time, Sasuke has already wavered about staying in Konoha, and he intends to take advantage of the current chaos in Konoha to leave. The money is good. But where can he go after leaving? He has no way of contacting Orochimaru. Sighing inwardly, Sasuke followed Naruto. Let's go. Sasuke's voice was still so cold. In this way, the 3 left Gaara sleeping in place, drifting away. Soon after, Temari and Kankuro rushed back here. Looking at the huge pothole of 1 kilometer, the expression is incredible. What's going on here? Kankuro wondered. Temari was also surprised and speechless, and looked into the cave, only to find Gaara lying inside. Gaara. Temari rushed towards Gaara, and Kankuro followed after spotting it. The 2 came to Gaara and lifted him up. Put your hands on your nostrils and breathe. Alive. The 2 breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like Gaara was defeated by the terrorist attack that created this crater, but who has such power? Kankuro mused. Naruto appeared unconsciously in Temari's mind. The strongest existence among those who came here just now is just a genin. Does it really have such power? Without further thinking about it, Gaara and Konkuro left in a hurry. Konoha should not stay for long. Chapter 84. The roots are destroyed. Uchiha Itachi is blamed. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. The four of Naruto met Sarutobi Asuma on the way back, and they were really worried. According to Shikamaru, he was the first jonin to come over. Naruto, Hinata? Asuma was slightly surprised to see Naruto came back unharmed. You must know that the enemy they are dealing with is one-tailed Jinchuriki. Although Gaara has been seriously injured, it shouldn't be as easy as Naruto. Among the four, Naruto, Small Sakura, and Hinata are all very clean, except for Sasuke who has a little scar. It felt like Sasuke was going to fight, while Naruto 3 just went for nothing. Shikamaru also looked at several people with concern. Weird, Shikamaru thought to himself. Senior Asuma, Shikamaru, Hinata greeted the two. Didn't you go after Gaara and them? What happened to them? Asuma asked curiously. The three of them ran away, Naruto said looking at Asuma. Although he doesn't have to worry about anyone in Konoha attacking him now, he doesn't need to declare his strength in a loud and high-profile way. Know that with great power comes great responsibility. He didn't want to be assigned too many tasks in Konoha after the war. Running this answer made Asuma more acceptable, at least until he knew Gaara was let go after being defeated by Naruto. In that case, let's go back quickly. Asuma looked at the venue of Chunin's exam, and he had a vague premonition. On the way, they picked up Aburame Shino again, and the seven of them returned to the Chunin examination venue all the way, and the third generation had died. A group of Jonin and Anbu surrounded the corpse of the third generation with sad faces. Asuma. Shikamaru looked worriedly at the teacher beside him. Asuma did not respond to Shikamaru, he just took out a cigarette and lit it, looked at his father's body silently, and swallowed his words. The death on the third generation side has just reached the ears of Konoha advisors Utatane Kaharu and Minato Toyin. I didn't expect Sarutobi to be killed by his student 100. Minato Huyon couldn't help sighing. This is not something we should lament. The most important thing now is to arrange the follow-up of this war. Hokage's death will put Konoha in crisis, Utatane Kaharu said. Well, recall all the ninjas who are performing missions outside. Before the new Hokage is determined, Konoha will no longer accept missions, Mitokado Homura said. Well, the question now is who should take over Hokage. Utatane Kaharu finished speaking and was quietly waiting for a response. However, one that should have appeared in the first place did not appear. Where's Danzo? He can't be so close to the news, he doesn't even know the end of the war. Advertisement, someone tell him to come here. Maybe he is self-conscious that he is the only Konoha who can succeed Hokage, so he is complacent. The two advisors knew about Danzo's ambitions. For the third generation's death in this battle, Konoha suffered heavy losses, and Danzo's roots cannot escape the blame. If Danzo is willing to come to support at the first time, what will be the result? No one can predict it, but it will definitely be better than it is now. After waiting for a while, the ninjas sent by the two advisors came back in a hurry. Two consultants, it's not good, the roots have been wiped out. What did you say? Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu stood up with disbelief on their faces. Say, Beatty, again, what the hell happened? Konoha Hokage was killed, and at the same time the roots were also wiped out. Konoha is completely dangerous now. We went to the original address of the route to find Master Danzo, but when we arrived at the location of the route, we found that it was surrounded by a kind of black flame. We can't extinguish that black flame with water style. A companion touched the black flame out of curiosity, and was burnt to ashes by the black flame. Hearing this, the two consultants also understood the result. It is impossible for the roots to survive surrounded by this black inflammation. And from the fact that Danzo has not come back now, it can be seen that he is also in danger. After a few seconds of silence, Utatane Kaharu immediately ordered. Immediately seal off the route where no one can get close, and all those who know are not allowed to leak the fire hall. In addition, immediately call all the high-level members of Konoha to the flame building to discuss matters. Let them come at once. Yes. After Hokage dies, the consultant can temporarily direct all actions of Konoha. 30 minutes later, the Hokage building panicked all the high-level Konohas. Head of the Hyuga family Hyuga Hiyashi, head of the Akamichi family Akamichi Choza, head of the Yamanaka family Yamanaka Haiyi. In short, all the big families of Konoha participated in the meeting, and even the reconstruction of Konoha village and the appeasement of civilians were postponed. The two consultants sat in the most prominent positions in the conference room, staring at the serious crowd. The death of third generation is a great loss for Konoha, but, not long ago, we got even worse news. Advertisement and worse news? Everyone's heart tightened. That means the roots have been wiped out. What? How is this possible? It is impossible for Orochimaru and Sand Shinobi to jointly attack the village and still have the combat power to attack the roots. Could there be other forces eyeing Konoha? Two consultants, is there really no problem with the news? How is this possible? That's right, that's the root. There are dozens of ninjas. How can it be said that they will be destroyed if they are destroyed? Everyone didn't believe this fact, it was too unbelievable after all. During the short period of about 2 hours when Orochimaru attacked Konoha, there were still people who were able to attack the root of Konoha at the same time and wiped out the group. It's just unbelievable. Be quiet. The consultant still has a lot of status in the hearts of the high-level officials. Mitokado Homura just calmly said something to quiet the parliament. The result of the root being destroyed is a fact, there is no need to question it. There are two most important things now. One is to recall and arrange for all the ninjas of your races to defend Konoha. Konoha will not take up tasks until a new Hokage is established. All the tasks that have already been accepted are also stopped. The second thing is to determine the murderer who destroyed the roots. If there is an unknown force that has been attacking our Konoha in the dark, then no one knows whether they will come to your clan next time. It never occurred to the two consultants that destroying roots could be done alone. Then, do you have a clue? Nara Shikajiu of the Nara clan asked. Utatane Kaharu looked at Nara Shikahisa, and said, yes, Black Flame, Amaterasu. Although Uchiha Itachi's matter is not known to other Konoha clans, the two advisors, Third Generation and Danzo, are aware of Uchiha Itachi's ability. Black Flame, Amaterasu? The patriarchs of the great clans looked astonished. Yes, this ability we know as Uchiha Itachi, the S-class rebel who destroyed the Konoha clan a few years ago. What? Uchiha Itachi? It's a lie, that guy is back. First destroying Uchiha, then destroying the roots, what the hell is this guy trying to do? Why Itachi wants to exterminate the Uchiha clan, the two advisors know very well. But they would not say such a thing. If this kind of thing is known to these big families, it will inevitably make them feel bad. At that time, Konoha will only be more precarious. Advertisement. According to intelligence, Uchiha Itachi joined an organization called Akatsuki after defecting from Konoha. We don't know anything about this organization. So the Akatsuki organization is the most suspicious existence in terms of the root being wiped out. Pause. In addition, you can't spread the news about the matter of the root, and you must keep your mouth shut about the people in your family. Your task is to protect Konoha and keep an eye out for Uchiha Itachi. He may have come back to Konoha. What about Uchiha Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi is his big brother, right? Asked the patriarch of a family. I suggest that he be locked up. He must have a connection with Uchiha Itachi. Maybe he is Uchiha Itachi's inner ghost, and the inside should cooperate with the outside. Otherwise, Uchiha's genocide, why did he stay behind? After everyone discussed again, Nara Shikahisa asked a question. If Uchiha Sasuke is to be locked up, will Kakashi agree? He's just a Jonin. What power does he have? He has no power, but if we imprison his subordinates without any evidence, I am worried that he will do something stupid. He's a mere Jonin, he dares. Nara Shikajiu glanced at the angry family patriarch, but he was the patriarch of a small family, and his strength was nothing more than a special Jonin. I don't know where he got the confidence to say, Jonin. No matter how you say it, what Nara said makes sense. We don't have evidence. Let's send Anbu to watch Sasuke first, and at the same time tell Kakashi about the roots. Minato Huyan said. Kakashi, as one of the few Jonin who has the potential to reach cage level, the two advisors don't want him to have a conflict. I have another report. The intelligence department's Morino Ibiki also participated in the meeting. Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sannin, came back to Konoha and helped us when we fought against Sand Shinobi. Jiraiya is back. Both advisors were delighted. This is luck among many misfortunes. Now Konoha just lacks candidates who can be Hokage, and Jiraiya can just do it when he comes back. Then the meeting will come here first, and the funeral of the third generation will be held in a week. Ibixi, take us to Jiraiya. The two advisors couldn't wait to find Jiraiya, afraid that he would run away again. Morino Ibiki didn't know where Jiraiya was at this time, but he was doing intelligence. As long as he knows that Jiraiya is in Konoha, then he has a way to find Wu. Chapter 85 Distinguished Heavenly Gods and Tsunade. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Konoha Bathhouse. Naruto found Jiraiya, who was still taking material here. Sexy old man. Naruto called. Jiraiya said without looking back, "What right do you have to call me a pervert?" Naruto didn't retort, "Are you going to succeed Hokage?" Although he knew that Jiraiya would not agree, Naruto still asked. "What if?" "No," Jiraiya withdrew her peeping gaze. "What, you want to be a Hokage? Then I'll recommend you to Konoha's senior management." Naruto. "No, I don't want to be Hokage." "Then what did you come to me for?" Jiraiya looked impatient. Apparently the death of the third generation made his emotions not so easy to control. Otherwise, he would never be so impatient with Naruto, who is also the legendary son of prophecy anyway. "I guess you want Tsunade to be the next Hokage. Are you going to find Tsunade? How about taking me with you?" Naruto said. At this time, Naruto showed extraordinary strength, and Jiraiya didn't want to bring Naruto with him. He can't teach Naruto more things, and he can't protect Naruto. With Naruto's strength, he can protect himself. That's why Naruto has this request. The reason why Naruto wanted to meet Tsunade together was because he was worried that Tsunade would not come back without Naruto's confession. And if Tsunade hasn't overcome his fear of blood, there's not much he can do back home. All Naruto has to do is to bring back his satisfied Hokage, Senju Tsunade. With distinguished heavenly gods, he intends to give his pupil technique to Tsunade for the first time. Jiraiya was a little surprised. Naruto knew what he was thinking. "What are you going to do with me?" "Because I don't think you're attractive enough to bring Tsunade back," Naruto said. "What do you mean I'm not attractive enough?" Jiraiya blushed. "How could a handsome man like me be rejected?" "I didn't talk about anything other than persuading her to go back to Hokage." You were rejected by Tsunade? Ext. Ahem, of course not. I just said that if a handsome man like me invites her back to Konoha, she will definitely not refuse," Jiraiya said with some embarrassment. "Oh, but I'm sure I can cure her phobia," Naruto said. Advertisement, what? Are you sure? Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's shoulder excitedly, and asked with a vicious expression, "No, how do you know that Tsunade has hemophobia?" "It's not important." Naruto didn't count it as an explanation. "Anyway, I have a solution. You take me with you and I will help you solve this problem." Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, then looked at himself, the cheap apprentice. Genius, child of nature, seeking the many titles on Naruto made him seem very mysterious, so mysterious that he, a half-master, couldn't grasp Naruto's mind. "Do you think I'll be bad for Tsunade?" Naruto asked as Jiraiya was still hesitating. "That's not enough." Jiraiya looked Naruto up and down. "For no reason, I found that this kid is quite handsome. He looks like Namikaze Minato, but his temperament is more mysterious than Minato. This gratuitous mystery makes Naruto far more charming than Minato." "Hey, I said you're not targeting Tsunade's people, are you?" Jiraiya said suspiciously. "I'm sorry, but I'm making you right," Naruto thought to himself. "Can I, a teenager, fall in love with an old woman in her 50s? Naruto said with a glance at Jiraiya. "That's not necessarily the case. Tsunade's figure, that leg, that thorn." Jiraiya wiped her drool to wake up from the fantasy. "But since you want to go, I'll take you there. Anyway, you kid is useless in Konoha, and Konoha has no sense of responsibility." "It sounds like you have a sense of responsibility," Naruto complained. Jiraiya didn't want to respond to his words, but urged impatiently. "Okay, let's leave now. I still need to collect materials, and I've got some karaokes recently. I don't have anything to do when I leave, so why not spend a day in this bathhouse?" As Naruto said, he took off his clothes and merged into the pool. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto and said nothing. A week later, at the funeral of the third generation, everyone was dressed in black, and Naruto was no exception. One by one the ninjas went forward to deliver flowers. When it was Konohamaru's turn, he couldn't help himself for a long time. Because he was still a child and it was his grandfather who died, he cried and made noise at the funeral. Before the death of the third generation, Konohamaru wished that he would abdicate early, but after the death of the third generation, he wished that the third generation would remain in power forever. Naruto couldn't leave, but was upset by Konohamaru's crying. He walked up to Konohamaru with a displeased face. "Stop crying, brat." Everyone looked at Naruto in disbelief. At the funeral of third generation, This genin dared to speak to the grandson of third generation like that? Konohamaru didn't stop crying. He didn't have any deep feelings for this Naruto big brother who had been hiding from them for a month. Advertisement: when disaster strikes, will someone come to help you if you cry? Whose sympathy do you want, kid? Konohamaru was furious. I don't want anyone's sympathy. I just don't want my grandpa to die. A dead person cannot be brought back to life, but a murderer can. Naruto said flatly, understand what I mean, brat? If you want revenge, act like a man. Don't *king cry. Remember the man who killed your grandpa, try to become stronger, and kill him. That's what you do. Konohamaru froze for a moment, seemed to realize something, and finally stopped crying. Then Naruto took out a red lollipop and put it into Konohamaru's mouth with a dull expression. Wow, it's so spicy. Konohamaru spit out the red lollipop instantly. Lollipops fell to the ground, contaminated with dirt. Naruto walked slowly, picked up the lollipop, and put it back in front of Konohamaru. This is my custom-made lollipop. In the inherent definition, sugar seems to be sweet, but it doesn't have to be, it can also be spicy. Spicy is a pain, a pain. Feel the pain of waking up from this sweet dream, Konohamaru. Remember your enemy and kill him. As Naruto said, he put the lollipop into Konohamaru's mouth again, and the other ninjas couldn't bear it, and wanted to stop Naruto. But Naruto is faster and they can't stop it. After Naruto finished all this, he went to send a flower to third generation in the last period, then turned and left. Looking at Naruto's back, Jong has mixed feelings. What Naruto said is both right and wrong. The right lies in the facts, and the wrong lies in violating the will of fire. If the leaves reject sunlight, then it will die. What Naruto did was both right and wrong. Yes, Konohamaru really needs to get out of the predicament and understand some truths. What was wrong was that Naruto did too much to the grandson left by third generation. Ask for flowers. How can you put a muddy chili lollipop in Master Konohamaru's mouth? Just thinking about it, everyone found that Konohamaru still had the lollipop in his mouth. His eyes were weeping, his face was flushed by the spicy, but he didn't spit out that dirty and spicy lollipop. He just looked at the tombstone of third generation, silently weeping, and clenched his fists. Sasuke 2.0, Konohamaru, I want to create a world with a grandpa. Karmic reincarnation, third generation and higher up created a Sasuke full of hatred, so now it's his grandson's turn. After Naruto left, Kakashi came to chat with him. Advertisement. Two of the most important things are. One is that Konoha's senior management was extremely dissatisfied with his behavior at the funeral. Originally, Konoha's senior management wanted to promote Naruto to Chunin based on his performance in the Chunin exam. The other is that Sasuke was monitored by Anbu, hoping that he would cultivate Sasuke. Hearing this request, Naruto immediately rolled his eyes. 0. Let me enlighten Sasuke. Didn't you see how I enlightened Konohamaru? Kakashi knows what Naruto means, but Sasuke has too few bonds in the village. Today, only Naruto, who has always been regarded as an opponent by Sasuke, can speak a few words. Soon after Kakashi left, Sasuke unexpectedly came to the door. Recently, there are always ninjas following me. I heard from Kakashi that there are some special reasons that I need to protect me. After this period of time, it will be fine. After a pause, Sasuke said again, I don't believe him, you tell me what happened. He believes that Naruto's strength has a way to know the reason. Naruto sensed the surroundings, and there were still 5 or 6 Anbu's people around. But the distance is far enough that I can't imagine hearing their voices. Just in case, Naruto quietly cast a sound barrier. Because the roots were destroyed, they suspect that your big brother did it, Naruto said lightly. Hearing the word, big brother, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but run away on the spot. But thinking that he still doesn't know the location of Itachi, he forced himself to calm down again. Itachi, he's back, Sasuke said heavily, panting. Naruto looked at Sasuke, and said lightly, not yet, but soon. Soon? Sasuke was puzzled. In short, if you want to see Uchiha Itachi, you can just wait a few more days. He is wearing a red cloud and black robe, which is easy to recognize. Naruto told the truth like a prophet. Sasuke didn't question Naruto, he knew that Naruto had a lot of mysteries. It's normal to know things that people don't know. Thank you, said Sasuke, clenched his fists and was about to leave. Wait. Naruto stopped Sasuke, if you want to seek revenge on your big brother in a few days, I suggest you wait. Your strength is too weak. Sasuke stood there for a long time without saying a word, then left straight away. He knew that he was still weak, and he also knew that he might not be able to beat the Uchiha Itachi who came back now, but he couldn't control the anger that was about to take revenge. When you live under the soil for a long time, you will not fall in love with the light again for a moment. Because it is too dazzling, it will cause irreparable damage to your existing life. Chapter 86. Kiss Kurenai Yuhi in Asuma's face. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. After Sasuke left, Naruto also followed a few Anbu, but they just watched Naruto for a day and then left. A few days later, Naruto has no idea what Jiraiya is up to. In short, there is still no plan to set off to find Tsunade. According to what he said, he is looking for information. But is there really information in romantic places such as bathhouses? Naruto didn't even want to expose Jiraiya's little thoughts. On this day, because of Konoha Shinobi, no one will accept any more. Bored, he went to find the second daughter as usual. Walking on the road, Naruto suddenly met the combination of Asuma and Hyuga. Just after my father died, I wanted to pick up girls, but you really have it, Asuma. Naruto thought to himself. Not intending to participate, Naruto was about to leave as if he hadn't seen anything. But Kurenai Yuhi found him. Isn't this Uzumaki Naruto? Are you looking for Hinata again? Naruto nodded and said, well, what about you, Senior Yuhi-hong? Naruto asked knowingly, and looked at Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma again. Yuhi blushed, and Asuma was also a little embarrassed. It's really embarrassing for such a thing to be smashed by a kid, Asuma thought. We are just on duty. Shihahong explained. Oh, on duty, that's good. Naruto responded subconsciously, but suddenly realized. Isn't today the day Uchiha Itachi returns to the village? As soon as this thought arose, two men in red clouds and black robes came slowly. It seems that the 960, that Konoha's senior management said paid attention to Uchiha Itachi and Akatsuki's organization did not get the attention of the people below. Maybe they gave up after searching for a week without finding Uchiha Itachi, or maybe they didn't know what they were looking for. Uchiha Itachi? Who is that? The ninjas produced in these years really have no memory of history. Although the young ninja doesn't know Uchiha Itachi, Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi are very familiar. Every face of Konoha's S-class rebellious ninja is in the minds of these jonin. Staring at the two people in red clouds and black robes drifting away, Kuroyuki suddenly said to Naruto, Naruto, do us a favor and inform Kakashi and the other jonin, just say that Uchiha Itachi is really back. After speaking, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi-hong followed the two figures and left. The two of Uchiha Itachi also seemed to have noticed that someone was following them, so they speeded up and disappeared in a flash. Followed by Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi also flashed away. Naruto looked at the place where the four disappeared, thought for a while and still didn't inform Kakashi and them. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, he took care of himself. Naruto dodged and chased after him. Uchiha Itachi has an attacking phantom, Tsukuyomi, which Naruto cares about very much. So Naruto wanted to try to see if he could inspire the system. When Uchiha Itachi and Kazaki Kaki came to the remote place of Konoha, Asuma and Yuhi-hong appeared and stopped them. Advertisement, Uchiha Itachi, stop. Asuma took out his chakra four-finger knife, and Kurenai Yuhi also took a fighting pose. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame also stopped in coordination. Asuma frightened Uchiha Itachi by himself, and asked Uchiha Itachi with some confidence, what are you doing in Konoha? Uchiha Itachi glanced at him and said lightly, come and see the place where I used to live and miss it. Would you, Uchiha Itachi, miss the past too? Sarutobi Asuma sneered mockingly. Uchiha looked into Asuma's eyes, there seemed to be some anger in his flat eyes. The decision to destroy the Uchiha clan was not mine, thought Uchiha Itachi. While sighing in my heart, I also regained my calm. At this moment, an old tree suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Itachi, and the branches of the old tree bound Uchiha Itachi. Kurenai Yuhi jumped out from the middle of the tree trunk, and Hiji Kanai stabbed directly at Uchiha Itachi. Magic tree-bound kill technique. This ninjutsu can be regarded as the most advanced single-body illusion that Yuhi-hong currently masters. But unfortunately, what she met was Uchiha Itachi, the existence with the highest level of illusion among the living people. When the screen changed, Yuhi-hong, who was stabbing at Uchiha Itachi, was entangled by the old tree. Instead, the weasel leapt out from the tree trunk and used Kumana Thorn to red at the sunset. Of course, both Kanai and Itachi are illusions, and the real Itachi doesn't even bother to deal with small characters in this way. Red. Seeing Kurenai being counterattacked by her own illusion, Asuma rushed to Itachi with a chakra knife, trying to rescue Kurenai Yuhi. But at this time, the dried persimmon ghost dragon drew his sword and attacked, and Asuma was sent flying with one blow. Asuma caught Kisame's attack with the chakra knife, and the skin of his finger cracked. What a powerful force! Asuma was secretly startled. He himself is a strong physicist, but now he was hit by another person with a knife. Who are you? Asuma demanded. Kisame looked at Itachi, as if seeking his opinion. There's no need to hide anything from the dead, Itachi said lightly. That's right, Guixier sneered, and then took off the hood that covered his face. One of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirigakure's class renegade ninja, Hoshigaki Kisame, Asuma looked shocked. This is not good. Asuma looked at Yuhi, who was still in the illusion, and suddenly felt that the two of them were a little too big. How can one act without authorization in the face of such an opponent? Now caught in a situation of advancing and retreating for 2 years, we can only pin our hopes on Naruto's support. However, Naruto did not go to support at all. At this time, Naruto was hiding in the dark, hoping that Uchiha Itachi would send Tsukuyomi to Senior Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi, and then stimulate his own system to fight. However, Asuma and Yuhi are too disappointing. The two Konoha Jonin, who couldn't even cause a little trouble for Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Kaki, were about to be defeated. After a while, Asuma was crushed and beaten by Kisame, and he was about to lose. Kurenai Yuhi broke free from the illusion control, but was kicked into the water by Uchiha Itachi and fell into the river. Advertisement, read. Asuma said anxiously. There's a flaw, Kisame sneered. Then he knocked Asuma's chakra knife away with one blow, and then swung the knife down again. Asuma's chest was cut with a big knife mark by Kisame. Asuma fell to the ground in pain, but after falling to the ground, he still stared at the place where Kuroyuki fell into the water. His eyes were actually worried. HMPH, a ninja is bound by emotion when fighting, no wonder you are only like this. Said that the dried persimmon ghost is about to kill Asuma, but at this time Naruto appeared. He appeared in front of Guixier and kicked Guixier. Kisame reacted very quickly and blocked it with a knife in an instant, but was still kicked away by Naruto's powerful force. Hiss, what a lot of strength. Kisame, who was kicked away, was secretly startled. Uchiha Itachi on the side also looked at Naruto, thinking about something in his calm eyes. Uzumaki Naruto? Uchiha Itachi asked with some uncertainty. In his eyes, Uzumaki Naruto is only 12 years old, and it is impossible for him to kick Kisame away with one kick. And why did he suddenly run in front of him as a Jinchuriki? Don't you know that our purpose is to catch you? Now what reason can I find to let you go? Of course it's me. Naruto smiled, and then looked at the small river next to him. Wait a minute, I'm chatting with you. My senior Shihahong is about to drown. As Naruto said, he disappeared in another flash and jumped into the water. Uchiha Itachi. What a speed! Uchiha Itachi was secretly startled. At this time Hoshigaki Kisame came back to Uchiha Itachi, glanced at Sarutobi Asuma, and asked, shall I kill him? But Itachi said, it's too late. As soon as the words fell, Naruto stood in front of Asuma with Kurenai Yuhi on his back. He glanced at Weasel and dried persimmon ghost Zhao warily, and then suddenly smiled. Do you mind if I do artificial respiration first? Saying that, Naruto separated 2 shadow clones, and then put down Kuroko Yuhi in front of Itachi and gave them artificial respiration. Uchiha Itachi. Dried persimmon ghost shark. Let's go. The exercise also needs to be serious. Obviously Uchiha Itachi is a very dedicated actor. He knows when he should be serious and when he should let go. Don't let yourself show your flaws, and don't let things go out of control. Itachi and Kisame fought Naruto with a shadow clone alone. Naruto concentrates on artificial respiration for Kurenai Yuhi. Glancing at Asuma beside him, tisk tisk, I'm sorry, Senior Asuma, who made you faint, I can only do this kind of thing for you. As he spoke, he opened Yuhi Hong's mouth and began to blow air, then pressed several times on his chest, and so on. A minute later, cough cough cough. Shihahong started spitting water out. After spitting out a large amount of river water, Yuhi Hong finally woke up leisurely. Advertisement. After waking up for a moment, I was shocked to see Naruto, who was about to continue giving him artificial respiration. Ah! Naruto, what are you doing? Yuhi Hong exclaimed. Naruto realized that Kurenai Yuhi had woken up, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Take a breath, I'll save you again, Senior Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai Yuhi blushed and was a little annoyed, but she couldn't blame Naruto either. After all, the other party is indeed saving himself. If I still care about these details, wouldn't it be Naruto's heart? I'm fine now, thank you, Naruto. Yuhi Hong struggled to get up from the ground, but suddenly found that Amy was not far behind. Asuma. Kurini Yuhi ran to Asuma with some worry. He's fine, Mr. Yuhi Hong. Naruto explained, he was just slashed in the chest, so he won't die. Evening read. If you hadn't saved me just now, I would definitely want you to look good, Yuhi Hong thought. Let me do it. Naruto came to Kurenai Yuhi's side, and put his palm on Asuma's wound. Seeing Naruto whose palm was glowing green, Kurenai Yuhi was a little incredulous. Healing jutsu? How could you do this? I'm afraid of death, so I learned it. Naruto sent a green light to Asuma, while responding to Kuroyuki. I'm afraid of death, so I learned it. Shihahong had never seen such a person in Versailles. Fortunately, Naruto can healing jutsu, otherwise Asuma would be in danger. With such a large chest wound, even if it is sent to Konoha Hospital now, it is very likely that it will not be cured. 0.3 Unknowingly a minute passed. Naruto stopped treating Asuma. It's not that he has been cured, but his shadow clone can't hold on anymore. At this time, Naruto's shadow clone is being crushed and beaten by Itachi, and it is believed that it will be wiped out without a few moves. Sure enough, Naruto stood up just now. Hoshigaki Kisame chopped off Naruto's clone with one blow, and Itachi used Amaterasu. Itachi and Kisame glanced at each other, and exchanged a secret sentence in their eyes. The idea is tricky. At this time, Kurenai Yuhi saw Naruto standing up. Asuma was not healed yet, and was about to ask a question, but found Itachi and Kisame were still there. She thought it was Kakashi and the others who came to support and repel Itachi and Kisame, but now it seems that is not the case. Naruto, what about Kakashi and the others? Kurenai Yuhi resumed his fighting stance, staring at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Itachi warily. I didn't call them, Naruto said. Huh? Yuhi Hong looked at Naruto in shock. I can do this kind of battle myself, I don't need to inform Kakashi and the others. And Kakashi and the others came here just to give away the head of Itachi. Naruto said. Kurenai Yuhi didn't blame Naruto, nor did she care about Naruto's big words, she only thought that Naruto was young and vigorous. She stood in front of Naruto, holding a kunai. Naruto, hurry up and take Asuma away, I will stay behind. 28% Chapter 87 The Peacock Tsukuyomi Previous Chapter Next Chapter. Advertisement, Senior Yuhi Hong, let me come. Saying that, Naruto burst out with a powerful momentum, which shocked Yuhi Hong all of a sudden. Even Itachi and Kisame were a little shocked. How could this level of chakra appear on a 12-year-old kid? Itachi, you guys really have a lot of geniuses in Konoha, Kisame said excitedly. Itachi didn't say a word, watching Naruto's eyes move slightly. In his opinion, Naruto couldn't be better off with this kind of power. Not only does this mean that he has reason to let this capture fail, but it also means that Konoha has a new pillar. The death of third generation doesn't shake Konoha itself. If Naruto knew Itachi was gratifying, he would definitely roll his eyes and kill him. To exterminate the clan for the village, to be a traitor for the village, to use distinguished heavenly gods for my younger brother for the sake of the village. Itachi God, it's really too big, Naruto? Kurenai Yuhi looked at Naruto with a shocked expression. Is this the same Uzumaki Naruto he knew? What is this powerful momentum? Too horrible. Senior Kurenai Yuhi, go and take care of Asuma, just teach me here, Naruto said. Yuhi Komo nodded, and obediently hid behind Naruto. Now she has become a hindrance, so naturally she can no longer be brave. Turning his gaze to Itachi, Naruto deliberately stared into Itachi's eyes, and almost said directly, use Tsukuyomi for me. But Itachi just didn't want to, he didn't want to really beat Naruto. So he turned to Guisha and said, go ahead. Kisame, who couldn't hold back the excitement for a long time, rushed towards Naruto immediately, and the big sword Samahata made a horizontal cut towards Naruto. Naruto didn't hide, and directly took the Samahata, with chakra attached to his hand. Huh. Naruto sensed that the knife was sucking his own chakra. It's interesting, but unfortunately you can't finish my chakra. 8 inner gates. King gate, open. At 18 seconds, he opened the 6th gate, slapped Kisame's knife away, and then kicked him in the face. Kisame is also a master of individual skills, and his reaction speed is extremely fast. Facing Naruto's kick, he just turned his head and dodged. Pulling out the knife held by Naruto, it was another vertical chop. But Naruto suddenly disappeared in place. Huh. I didn't even see where this guy moved. Kisame was a little surprised, while looking around for Naruto. Above you, Kisame, Itachi reminded. Kisame looked up and found that Naruto stepped into the air at some point. To the peacock. In midair, Naruto kept using boxing skills in the air. Due to the fast punching speed, Naruto's fists in midair have formed countless afterimages. Advertisement and through the friction between the fist in the air, countless flames were shot out and rushed towards the dried persimmon ghost dragon. This kind of martial art, Itachi said solemnly. The person who created this physical technique is simply a genius among geniuses. And those who can use this kind of physical skills or even more terrifying physical skills geniuses. Itachi looked at Naruto. You have learned Might Guy's martial arts to such an extent at the age of 12, you are even more talented and omnipotent than I imagine. On the other side, Yuhihong, who was taking care of Might Guy, watched Naruto hit Kamui with Might Guy's 8 inner gates. Her expression was only shocked. For Naruto's display of strength, she has no better expression to express her emotions. Uzumaki Naruto, how much are you hiding? Thinking of how she commented on Naruto's special Jonin strength 3 months ago, Yuhihong couldn't help but blush. This is not particularly Jonin's strength, this is clearly cage-level strength. Facing Naruto's peacock, Kisame showed a bloodthirsty smile. Water-style explosive water blast. Kisame gathered chakra in its throat and spewed enough water to form a lake towards the ground towards Naruto's peacock. For a moment, the flames faced water-style, sending out a gorgeous and beautiful scene of two-sided battle. After a while, Kisame's water-style was vaporized by Naruto's towards peacock. Burning the flowing water with flames, Naruto counted as a small victory. But Kisame didn't suffer any harm, so it wasn't a victory. It was just a fruitless attack and confrontation. The first confrontation ended in a draw, and Naruto didn't want to make another shot. Back on the ground, Naruto withdrew the 8 inner gates. Why don't you continue to fight? I just got excited. Kisame looked at Naruto and said excitedly. Naruto ignored Kisame, but looked at Uchiha Itachi. Aren't you going to make a move? Before Itachi could answer, Kisame interjected first. I don't need Itachi to do anything, I can deal with you by myself. As Kisame said, he was going to fight Naruto again, but Itachi stopped him. Forget it, Kisame. What? Guisha was stunned, a little puzzled. Konoha's support is coming soon, come again next time. Hearing what Itachi said, Kisame put away the knife in disappointment. Little ghost, let's fight again next time. Are you going to run away? Naruto stopped in front of the two, not wanting to let them go easily. Itachi looked directly into Naruto's eyes, and suddenly Mangekyo turned. Tsukuyomi. Open black lens bracket ding. Hosts Mangekyo Sharingan strives to learn a new pupil technique, Tsukuyomi. Close black lens bracket. 1 second before entering the world of Tsukuyomi, Naruto showed a nice smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes turned into Mangekyo unconsciously. Tsukuyomi world. Itachi intends to teach Naruto some lessons, at least make him unable to stop the two of them from leaving. However, the reality does not seem to be so smooth. Originally, he planned to hold Naruto on the stake and stab him to death, but now Naruto stood in front of him completely unrestrained. And Itachi also discovered that Naruto's eyes are also Mangekyo Sharingan. How is it possible? Itachi stared at Naruto and asked, how can you have Sharingan, who are you? Advertisement. Itachi doesn't know about Naruto's true identity. He knew that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, but Itachi didn't know why he was chosen to be a Jinchuriki. Could it be that Naruto is actually of the Uchiha clan? Itachi thought. Anyway, my Sharingan is not someone else's, so you don't have to worry about how it got there. Naruto said, it's better for you to leave as soon as possible. I am very clear about the deal between you and Konoha's high-level executives. Now Danzo was killed by me, and third generation was killed by Orochimaru. The only ones who know the truth about your matter are me and Konoha's 2 immortal advisors. Danzo is dead? Itachi was a little surprised, then frowned. Why did you kill him? He worried that Naruto would be bad for Konoha. Naturally, Naruto knew what Itachi was thinking, and couldn't help laughing. Do you want me to be a traitor? As long as that old guy is still alive, I won't have a good life. Like my eyes, do you think he'll let me go? Itachi was silent for a long time, then said, be careful, their goal is the tailed beast. Itachi chose to understand Naruto's killing of Danzo. Although the result of Naruto's doing this is to further weaken Konoha's strength, but since things have happened, Naruto has no intention of continuing to be unfavorable to Konoha. Itachi didn't want to make things worse. Releasing Tsukuyomi, Itachi's eyes dropped a little blood. Naruto's eyes turned back to normal, and his eyes were not far from being overloaded. No matter how much time has passed in the world of Tsukuyomi, it is only a second in the outside world. But it was this second that made Kisame realize that Naruto's eyes had turned into Mangekyo. Mr. Itachi. Leave first. Without letting Kisame say anything, he disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Kisame could only leave immediately. He is very respectful and obedient to Itachi. Naruto rubbed his eyes. Instead of chasing Itachi, he turned his head to look at Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma. Let's go back to the village, Naruto said and carried Asuma on his back. Aren't you going to chase after Uchiha Itachi? Kurenai Yuhi asked while helping Asuma. Naruto shook his head. It's still too difficult to kill Uchiha Itachi next time. Yuhi-hong doesn't know if it is true or not. Although she feels that Naruto's strength is far more than that, judging from the strength displayed by Itachi, the outcome is indeed to be discussed. For Naruto's safety, she doesn't want to ask too much from Naruto. The three of them went directly to Konoha Hospital and sent Asuma to the hospital for treatment. Soon, the group who heard the news of Asuma's hospitalization arrived. Asuma. 3 inches is Asuma's subordinates, they have deep feelings for Asuma. Don't worry, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, your teacher is fine. Yuhi-hong comforted the three of them. That's good. The three breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Naruto aside. Strange, why is Naruto here? Naruto glanced at the three of them. The ward became crowded and troublesome, so he planned to leave first. Senior Yuhi-hong, I'm leaving first. Naruto got up and said, I'd like to ask you to help me report what happened not long ago, so I won't go see those 2 old guys. Sunset read. Advertisement, okay, then go and get busy with your own affairs first. Shihahong said with a smile. If it wasn't for Naruto, she and Asuma would both be dead, so she would naturally do this little favor. Naruto nodded, then turned to leave. He didn't tell Yuhi-hong about what Itachi said about the purpose of Akatsuki's organization being the tailed beast. He was worried that those 2 cowardly old immortals would keep him in Konoha and not let him go to Tsunade. After Naruto left, Shikamaru looked at Yuhi-hong and asked, Master, why is Naruto here, and what happened not long ago? Kurenai Yuhi will run into Uchiha Itachi, and then go to intercept them with Asuma and briefly talk about it. In it, she talked about how she and Asuma were defeated, but omitted Naruto giving her artificial respiration to save her. Just thinking about this kind of thing makes her face blush. She was kissed by a boy 15 years younger than herself for so long. And now she vaguely felt that her corset was a little uncomfortable, and artificial respiration was not just about blowing air. Naruto drove away the person who defeated Asuma-sensei and Kurenai Yuhi alone. Ino covered his mouth with a shocked expression. At this time, she could suddenly understand why Hinata and little Sakura would like Naruto. Compared with Naruto, Sasuke is 1-to-1, 690-10. There is no comparison. That guy Naruto is hiding so deeply. Unlike Ino, Shikamaru was more suspicious of Naruto. He is good at thinking and can always see the deeper level of things. Since you were here, I will ask you to take care of Asuma, and I will go to the Hokage building to report to the 2 consultants. Yuhi-hong bid farewell to the 3 of them, then returned to her room and hurriedly changed her clothes before going to the Hokage building. Her clothes were soaked, and she was really uncomfortable and naked. Kurenai Yuhi, who changed her clothes, came to the Hokage building, told the 2 consultants about Itachi and Naruto, and was driven away by the 2 consultants. Uzumaki Naruto has such strength? Utatane Koharu asked suspiciously. It's really unbelievable, you have to know that he is only 12 years old. Mitokado Homura said, but Kurenai Yuhi should not have deceived us, after all. Asuma is still in the hospital. 11. If only Asuma was still awake, the confession of the 2 people must be more valid. Besides, the little girl from Shihi's family is still too young and not strong enough, so it may be exaggerated. Utatane Koharu said. What about Itachi? Did he really do the root thing? Mitokado Homura asked. I don't know, but he appeared in Konoha at this time. I think there are 9 out of 10 chances. Turning warm, Koharu said. Even if we know he did it, we don't have the ability to deal with him now. Konoha needs a new Hokage too much. Urge Jiraiya to leave quickly, or let him do it. I don't believe that I will kneel down for him, and he still refuses to show face. Have you ever seen Konoha Sannin give face to anyone? Even Sarutobi can't do it well, let alone us. Mitokado Homura sighed. Yeah. Konoha Sannin, hey, one of these three guys will inherit the will of Sarutobi. The two advisors were angry at Sannin for not being able to live up to expectations, but they didn't think about why the three of them were like this. The decay of the high-level Konoha is the main reason why Konoha's talents are so weak. If you were more lenient with Konoha's White Fang, if you can support in time during the Nine Tails incident, if you don't persecute Uchiha Shisui, let Uchiha Shisui stop the Uchiha clan with distinguished heavenly gods. Rebellion. If the Senju clan can be protected like Konoha's other big clans, Konoha should have grown into a big tree by now. It must be the unshakable existence of several other ninja villages added together. Chapter 88 Tsunade. One night stand or long-term lovesickness. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. After Itachi and Kisame left Konoha. Mr. Itachi, when you were fighting just now, I saw that kid's eyes became the same as yours. Kisame finally asked his doubts. Itachi was a little worried, but said calmly on the surface, you must have misunderstood, he is not from our Uchiha clan. Really, I thought he was your younger brother in Konoha. But speaking of which, the two of you look nothing alike, that guy is definitely not your younger brother. So I must be wrong, ha ha ha. After all, there is only a short time of 1 second, and Kisame himself can't be sure. Since Itachi said no, he naturally agreed. Itachi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest advantage of doing the mission with Kisame is that the other party obeys and trusts him very much. If Kisame can't be tricked into letting the organization know that Naruto has the Mangekyo Sharingan, he's probably in danger. Of course, this is when Itachi thinks he knows all of Naruto's cards. As the only person in existence who has a Mangekyo, he is well aware of the power of the Sharingan. With such a whole card, no one thinks that Naruto will have stronger means, but Naruto does. The next day, because of the urging of the two advisors, Jiraiya informed Naruto to set off today to find Tsunade. But before leaving, Naruto had one last meeting with Hinata and little Sakura. I didn't expect you to have Konoha to do missions at this time, little Sakura said sadly. Naruto held little Sakura in his arms and comforted him, it's all for a better future. If Tsunade doesn't come back, Konoha's Hokage will be gone. Although he can also control other Hokages with distinguished heavenly gods, but if he can control a beautiful woman with big breasts, it will definitely be more interesting than controlling an old man or grandma. Looking aside, Hinata was a little awkward in words. Naruto let go of one hand and hugged her too. Before I come back, work hard to become stronger, don't be lazy. Hinata blushed in Naruto's arms. Although she was already an old couple, her shy personality was still unavoidable. Hinata said in a voice as thin as a mosquito. After staying with the second daughter for a while, Naruto turned and used Flying Thunder God to leave. Konoha village entrance. Jiraiya was staring at the door boredly. Why hasn't Naruto, a pervert, arrived yet? Could it be that he lost time with his two girlfriends? But thinking about it is really enviable. How can I have two girlfriends at this kid's age? I don't even have a girlfriend. Advertisement, Jiraiya said self-pityingly. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him out of thin air. Old man, sleepy. I said don't secretly leave the Flying Thunder God stamp on me. It doesn't matter, anyway, I won't assassinate you. Is this a matter of assassination or not? This is a matter of insecurity. Sense of security? Naruto gave Jiraiya a blank look. Does an old man like you feel insecure? Old man? Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He doesn't like straight-talking disciples like Naruto. The two bickered all the way and headed in an unknown direction. Jiraiya is not sure about the exact location of Tsunade at this time, so he can only go to towns with gambling venues and Land of Smoke Willows to explore. At this time, Naruto casually said, maybe it's in the Booklet Street, which attracted Jiraiya's attention. Pamphlet Street is a well-known casino, and Tsunade is very likely to be there. Following the idea that there is no clue anyway, Naruto and Jiraiya came all the way to Pamphlet Street. The Booklet Street is not small. In order to find Tsunade faster, Naruto and Jiraiya can only search separately. Naruto to the east, Jiraiya to the west. The two went to casinos and inns to inquire about a woman with big breasts. When it was finally dark, Naruto met Tsunade in a small casino. At this time, she is still gambling with others, but it seems that she only has the money left for the last bet. Small. Damn it, why is it so big? Tsunade watched with dismay as the last of his money was swept away. Because you lied, you are obviously big, but you want to say small, how can you win? Naruto walked up to Tsunade with a lollipop in his mouth and said. Tsunade glanced at Naruto, and observed all the characteristics of Naruto clearly at a glance. Konoha forehead protector is tied to the right hand, Konoha is ninja, it looks like it should be genin. Golden yellow, with a handsome face, not like, it doesn't look like a cigarette, but a lollipop, it's a little ghost. Advertisement, where did the little devil come from, he is so lewd at a young age. Said Tsunade deliberately stood in front of Naruto. Naruto is only as high as Tsunade's neck, and some things can be seen at a glance, and the people around are envious. Isa. Naruto took half a step back, his height was indeed flawed. Naruto said with shame, Master Tsunade is really rude. Oh? Recognize me? Tsunade crossed his arms and said, I thought you were a pervert who came out of Konoha to perform a mission and wanted to touch a decent woman. Naruto looked around at the people who were staring at him, so he said, how about we talk in another place? Tsunade couldn't help sneering, talk? What are you talking about with me, a brat? Don't bother me, I don't have time. Naruto was about to leave as soon as he pushed away. I can give you $500,000. Tsunade was stunned, it was not the first time she met a rich businessman who wanted to buy her with money. But who was she? One of Konoha Sannin, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja, Senju Tsunade. How could it be possible to bend down for a mere $500,000? Let's find a tavern and talk about it while drinking. Pamphlet Street Bistro, come on, what are we talking about? One night stand or long-term lovesickness? Tsunade asked, gulping down his wine. Naruto was speechless, but he was also looking forward to it. None, I just came here on behalf of Konoha to seek you back as Konoha's Hokage. The third generation is dead, you know that? Tsunade's drinking hand paused, obviously she knew that Orochimaru had come to her. Tsunade took a sip of the wine in his hand, and then slammed the bottle on the table, attracting the attention of the people around him. Tsunade looked at Naruto with displeasure and said, Konoha High Level sent you such a brat to find me back? Isn't that too insincere? Jiraiya is also here, by the way, he is my teacher, Naruto said. Oh? Jiraiya's disciple? Tsunade was slightly surprised, no wonder it's so lewd. That's not the point is that you go back? Not going back. Tsunade pouted, then stretched out his hand and said to Naruto, the talk is over, give me $500,000. Naruto smiled, did not refuse, and directly gave Tsunade a seal scroll, there are 20 million here, how about going to another place with me? Advertisement. Tsunade's hand holding the money froze for a moment, to see Jiraiya? Naruto shook his head and said, no, only me. Tsunade thought that the place Naruto said was in a room, only himself and him. So he smiled coldly and said, you don't think I'm a casual woman, do you? And don't look at me as beautiful as a flower, I'm 55 years old now. Of course I know that you are not a casual woman, and I don't want to do anything with you. I just want to fight with you. If you win, the money is yours. There are no other conditions. If you lose, the money is still yours, but you are going with me. Naruto laughed. Tsunade looked at Naruto's confident eyes, feeling inexplicably amused. Where did this kid get his confidence? Okay, deal. Tsunade took Naruto's money directly, but I have to collect the money first, anyway, the money is mine anyway. Naruto bit the lollipop and smiled, not caring. Walking on the way to the back mountain. Where's your little follower? Naruto asked. You mean Shizune? I sent her back to clean the in-room, Tsunade said. Oh. Naruto looked up at the moon, and the Sharingan in his eyes flickered away. Today's moon is very round. Tsunade glanced at the moon, it was indeed round. But the words came out of Naruto's mouth, but it was a bit inexplicable. What a weird kid. Tsunade pouted. My father is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, my mother is Uzumaki Kushina, and my name is Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto added. Oh. Tsunade looked at Naruto's face seriously again. I said, why do you look so similar to the 4th generation? So you are a child of the 4th generation. I'm still Jinchuriki, Naruto said again. This time Tsunade didn't speak, she looked at Naruto silently, with sympathy and worry in her eyes. It is not a good thing for Jinchuriki to leave Konoha. Although she has been away from Konoha for many years, she still has some feelings for Konoha. Finally at the back mountain, a terrifying nine-tails aura erupted from Naruto's body, making Tsunade alert. Hey, kid, can't you? Tsunade thought Naruto was going to release nine tails in order to defeat him. Please call me Uzumaki Naruto, old woman. Naruto looked at Tsunade with a smile. The nine-tails aura on his body had already broken through the sky, but his consciousness was still abnormally clear. 29% Chapter 89 Granny? No, I said wife previous chapter? Next chapter advertisement. In fact, Naruto can avoid fighting Tsunade and just use distinguished heavenly gods when she is not looking. But Naruto rarely has the opportunity to fight against cage-level powerhouses, and lacks awareness of his own strength. So he wants to play this game. At this time, Naruto has completely turned into Nine Tails mode, emitting this golden light all over his body. Let's have a serious fight, Tsunade-senpai, Naruto invited. Tsunade also became serious, but before the fight officially started, she said angrily, "Didn't you call me old lady just now?" Naruto smiled awkwardly, "I'm talking about my wife, you must have heard it wrong." Slick tongue. Tsunade blushed, stepped in front of Naruto and received a strange punch. The strange force fist hit the ground, creating a crack of more than 10 meters. Open black lens bracket ding. Host's physical skills were moved by this strength, and he learned it vigorously. Close black lens bracket. Naruto stood not far from Tsunade, watching the landslide. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Weird power is really not an easy thing to catch. With his current physical fitness, it is also very painful to receive a hard punch. Surprised, Naruto launched a counterattack, Lightning Rasengan. A ball of lightning was thrown by Naruto and hit Tsunade before he could react. Boom. Dust surged up from Tsunade's position and covered it. This kind of fighting experience must be bad for the lungs. After a while, the dust and mist dispersed, but Tsunade was nowhere to be seen. What? I don't know when Tsunade appeared behind Naruto and punched Naruto. Naruto hastily turned around and controlled his 9 golden tails to block, but was still punched by Tsunade and flew away. Stepping back a few meters, Naruto stabilized his figure. Just now Tsunade's strange power punch didn't hurt him, and his 800 Lightning Rasengan didn't hurt Tsunade either. Presumably, he used the body replacement technique, a technique that often has bugs. Add nature transformation on top of Rasengan, you kid can do it. Tsunade praised. Naruto pouted, I told you to call me Uzumaki Naruto. The fight continued. This time Naruto no longer used ninjutsu, but flew forward and punched Tsunade. Not to be outdone, Tsunade punched out, and the two punched each other, punching to the flesh. Boom. Advertisement with a loud noise, the ground centered on Naruto and Tsunade collapsed. Strange power. How did you know this trick? Tsunade was a little puzzled. To be honest, I have been smart since I was a child. I will learn any taijutsu and ninjutsu as long as I have seen it, Naruto said. Huh. Tsunade obviously didn't believe it. How could there be such a genius in this world? Then you come and learn from me. As Tsunade stomped his feet, the ground in front of Tsunade burst open instantly. Painful feat. Another use of strange power, which requires skill and perfect control of strange power. Ding. Being provoked by Tsunade, your weird power is out of breath, and you will learn to pain your feet on the spot. Close black lens bracket. Not to be outdone, Naruto also stomped on the ground. Boom. There was a loud noise like a thunder, and the ground in front of Naruto that was trampled by Tsunade fell apart again. Even more powerful than Tsunade. Tsunade looked at his feet in disbelief. Did this guy really learn at a glance? No one else in Konoha can do this trick. Tsunade can only believe this fact. I have to admit that you are a super genius, but you can't beat me just like that. Saying that, Tsunade untied his 100 healings mark, and the diamond-shaped mark on his forehead transformed into 4 Katsuyu and extended around. A Tsunade that removes the 100 healings mark will have greater strength and extremely fast recovery, and in this case the Tsunade is undead. Ding. Your sealing technique has mastered the 100 healings mark, and the 100 healings mark solution. Close black lens bracket. 100 healings mark. A diamond-shaped mark appears on the forehead. Fine-tune chakra to achieve instant healing, strengthen attacks, and increase speed. Skilled users can rely on the low output and fine-tuning of chakra in Baihao Zian to achieve youthful appearance and improve bodily functions, the desire to maintain bodily functions at their full potential. Suddenly, a diamond-shaped seal appeared on Naruto's forehead, which shocked Tsunade directly. How the hell can you learn this in seconds? Really? Naruto smiled slightly. I said, no matter what kind of ninjutsu, I can learn it after reading it. Sealing is also a kind of ninjutsu, right? Tsunade. Is this still playing ball? His strength has reached the middle level, and he has to fight to win against Naruto. But is it really worth it? Fight to the death with Naruto in order not to return to Konoha? After hesitating for a long time, Tsunade chose to close the 100 healings mark again. At the same time, reluctantly handed over to Naruto the 20 million nurturing fees that Naruto gave him. Just act like nothing happened, Naruto. Good guy, if you can't beat him, just play a rogue? Naruto didn't intend to get used to Tsunade, his eyes instantly turned into Mangekyo. Advertisement, Senior Tsunade, look into my eyes. Tsunade looked subconsciously, and then he was tricked. Naruto modified Tsunade's awareness of fear of blood, his nostalgia for Kato-dan and Senju Fujiki, and then modified his awareness of himself to the point where he obeyed his own words. So new Tsunade appears. Tsunade looked at Naruto with complicated eyes, then sighed, Master. Just call me Naruto outside. Naruto said from the Nine Tails mode that was released. Okay, Master. Tsunade said subconsciously, Naruto. Not long after, Jiraiya came to the back mountain. This level of fighting has long attracted his attention. King Whole Mountain was knocked down in half. This is King person who knows who made it. Either Naruto or Tsunade. As for Orochimaru, all he has now is the snake. When Jiraiya came to the back mountain, he happened to meet Naruto and Tsunade who were walking back. The atmosphere is very harmonious, it doesn't look like a fight just now, but what Jiraiya cares about is. Tsunade is half a step behind Naruto and is following Naruto. Naruto, Tsunade, Beej. What happened to you? Jiraiya was puzzled. Hello teacher Jiraiya. Naruto greeted Jiraiya with a smile. Jiraiya. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a complicated expression. She now retains her memory, character, and most of her will. She is still the same person, but has become Naruto's person. Senior Tsunade has agreed to go back to succeed Hokage. Shall we head back to Konoha immediately? Naruto said to Jiraiya. Shizune is still on Pamphlet Street, Tsunade reminded. Oh, we're going to pick up Shizune and her piglets before going back, Naruto added. What happened? Jiraiya didn't think that Naruto could persuade Tsunade to go back, it doesn't make sense. He is ready for a protracted battle. If Tsunade does not return to Konoha to succeed Hokage, he will pester Tsunade for a day. As a result, now that Naruto is out, he persuaded Tsunade to go back in a few hours? This is unreasonable. The process of the matter is that Senior Tsunade thought I was too handsome, and then planned to return to Konoha to marry me and become Hokage by the way. Huh. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade. Annoyed by the sight, Tsunade clenched his fist and threatened. What are you looking at? Don't you want to taste my fist? Jiraiya was tempted to say, yes, another try, but thinking of the consequences of peeking at Tsunade taking a bath when I was young, I was a little scared, and said with an embarrassed smile. How could it be, how could it be? Naruto, is what you said true? Jiraiya looked at Naruto and asked. Advertisement. He always felt that this matter was a little weird. An old woman in her 50s fell in love with a 12-year-old boy? Real or fake? Of course it's false. Naruto didn't intend to put the matter between himself and Tsunade on the bright side, which would not be good for his reputation in Konoha. I just bet against Senior Tsunade, and she won. I will give her 20 million if I win, and I will give her 20 million if I win, but she has to return to Konoha with me as Hokage. It turned out. You won? Jiraiya was incredulous. Can Naruto beat Tsunade? Then am I not Naruto's opponent? Of course, otherwise Senior Tsunade would go back with us. Naruto said with a glance at Jiraiya. This reason Jiraiya can barely accept, but he is still a little suspicious. Will this guy Tsunade really keep his word? By the way, where did you get the 20 million? Aren't you Genin? Jiraiya found another problem. Did Naruto inherit Minato's property? When I was doing a sea-level mission, I robbed a local tycoon, so the rich help the poor. Naruto laughed. Ext. If every ninja is the same as Naruto, then there will be no local tyrants in this world, or no ninjas. But now that the matter has been settled, Jiraiya accepted no matter how weird the process was. Now Tsunade is back as Hokage more than anything else. Of course, if he knew that Tsunade had obeyed Naruto now, he would definitely not think so. Not only will he not be happy, but on the contrary, he will fight Naruto, the scoundrel, for 300 rounds, and bring about a heroic self-destruction in the style of saving the United States. Back to Pamphlet Street, Shizune was waiting for Tsunade-sama's return with his back in his arms, but Tsunade came back with two men. One is Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sannin who is as famous as Tsunade, and he is familiar with this. The other was a handsome genin with blonde hair. She didn't have the slightest impression. What? Tsunade-sama, you want to go back to Konoha to succeed Hokage? Then Orochimaru? Shizune subconsciously asked his question. Orochimaru? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade warily. It was strange that Tsunade agreed to return to Konoha so easily, but now that Orochimaru is involved, things seem to be not so simple. If Tsunade and Orochimaru had a union, or they were originally together, then if he asked Tsunade to go back to be Hokage, then he invited Dongzhou to Beijing, and he had bad intentions. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, knowing what he was thinking, and explained, Orochimaru wants me to heal his hand, on the condition that I meet Kato Dan and Nawaki. Jiraiya was silent for a while, and asked, you refused? No, Tsunade said, but I didn't say yes either. Don't you want to see them? Jiraiya asked again. Tsunade got a little impatient, looked at Jiraiya and asked, don't you want me to go back? Hee. How come? How come? Of course I hope you go back. Yuanyayu said with a smile. He doesn't want to let Tsunade's suspicion chill and give up going back to Konoha, then he is also Konoha's sinner. Chapter 90 Let 10,000 Snakes Fight Orochimaru. Sasuke is imprisoned. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. It will take several days to go all out to go back to Konoha from Bamboo Street. During these few days, Naruto did not choose to muddle along, but learned medical skills from Tsunade. And successfully blew out of blue and better than blue. Looking at Shizune, who also learned some skills from Tsunade, he was very surprised. She never thought that there would be such a genius as Naruto in this world. As for Jiraiya, he was also amazed by Naruto's medical talent. In his opinion, Naruto is no longer a child of nature that can be described, he is simply the chosen one. Ninjutsu was learned in seconds, body art was learned in seconds, fairy art was also learned in seconds, and now even medical skills that require accumulation of knowledge can be learned in seconds. This is simply not something humans can do. Now he somewhat understood why the great Toad Sage told him not to do anything. With a monster like Naruto, no matter what troubles happen in the ninja world, he can deal with them. This day, the four of them were on their way back to Konoha. Suddenly, Naruto, Tsunade and Jiraiya stopped at the same time. Shizune reacted a little slower and bumped directly into Tsunade in front of her. Ah! Did something happen? Why did you stop suddenly? The three of them didn't answer Shizune, but looked to the grove on the right. Since you're here, don't hide it, Orochimaru, Tsunade said flatly. Orochimaru. Shizune was taken aback. Hehe, Tsunade, I didn't expect you to break the contract. You didn't even come to see me. Anyway, I was a partner in the past. I'm very sad. Orochimaru said hoarsely. Companion? Tsunade was noncommittal. If you're here to negotiate a deal, then I refuse, and you can go. Are you so ruthless to Kato Dan and Fujiki? Don't you want to see them? Orochimaru smiled slyly, and at the same time Yukushi Kabuto beside him was ready to help Orochimaru use summoning. Tsunade's mood did not change, and he said lightly, they have all left this world, so what if we see them? Orochimaru found out about Tsunade's unusualness, and she was still very excited when he talked to Tsunade a few days ago. But now there is no emotional change, not only on the surface, Orochimaru can feel the indifference of Tsunade from the inside out. What's the matter with you? Orochimaru looked suspiciously at Tsunade, and then at Jiraiya and Naruto aside. He had a hunch in his heart that what the two had done. Advertisement, I'm fine, and I'm ready to return to Konoha to serve as the 5th Hokage. As the culprit who killed the 3rd Hokage, I have an obligation to capture you. Tsunade took a fighting stance, as if he was really ready for a fight with Orochimaru. Jiraiya on the side also stood up, ready to fight Orochimaru at any time. Before 3rd generation was killed, he occasionally fantasized that he could bring Orochi back to Konoha. But now, Orochimaru has completely stood on the opposite side of Konoha, which cannot be forgiven. With 1 against 2, Orochimaru is not confident. But if Jiraiya is dragged out, it can be implemented by using Tsunade's blood phobia to take him away. Only, now there is an extra Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru still remembered that Uzumaki Naruto would Flying Thunder God technique, under the shadows. He worried that the wolf was not Uzumaki Naruto's opponent. And Orochi cannot be Naruto's opponent, and 10,000 snakes may not be able to intercept him. Uzumaki Naruto is an unexpected nuisance. Sanin's party, why are you here, Naruto? Orochimaru tried to keep Naruto from participating in the war with his mouth, but Naruto obviously didn't want to talk about it unless he wanted to watch the scene. Naruto yawned, and his hands quickly closed in mudra. Hai Shu. Shenwei summoning technique. Boom. Huge smoke rose, and a huge snake appeared on the spot. 1,000 snakes? Orochimaru was shocked. Do was stunned, Jiraiya was dumbfounded, Tsunade and Shizune were also incredulous. Isn't Uzumaki Naruto Jiraiya's disciple? Not a descendant of Mount Myoboku? How did you play with the snake? Naruto ignored the astonishment of several people, jumped directly onto one snake's head, stared at Big Snake and said, "Lord, let them go." 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru. Naruto-kun, you really amaze me. Orochimaru has already recognized Naruto's strength. To subdue 10,000 snakes, Naruto's strength is not inferior to his complete victory. Advertisement, there are many things I can surprise you with. Naruto pouted. Orochimaru smiled slightly, turned his head and said to Do, withdraw. He dropped a smoke bomb in his pocket, and the two disappeared under the cover of smoke. Seeing this, Naruto stepped on one snake's feet and said, "You can go back." 5. If it can, it really wants to swallow Naruto into its stomach and torture it for 7 days and 7 nights, let the stomach acid corrode this guy to death little by little. But unfortunately, there is no such possibility. Cursing Naruto 10,000 times in my heart, 10,000 snakes silently returned to Ryuchi Cave. After 10,000 snakes left, Jiraiya immediately pulled Naruto and asked, "Naruto, when did you subdue 10,000 snakes?" "The day after I returned from Mount Myoboku." Naruto said after thinking for a while, "I found Mitarashi Anko, and asked her to send me there with the inverse summoning technique." Hearing Naruto's explanation, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Naruto had unknowingly connected with Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru was scared away by Naruto just now. "So that's the case, but you have already obtained the inheritance of Mount Myoboku. Why do you want to subdue 10,000 snakes?" Jiraiya wondered. "Mrs. Gamawin is weak. I need a stronger summoning beast," Naruto said bluntly. The corner of Jiraiya's mouth twitched. The reason for being too weak was something he hadn't thought of. Although Toadbunta lost to 10,000 snakes, he is not too weak, right? As for going to Ryuchi Cave specifically? But Jiraiya didn't blame Naruto either. As long as Naruto is on Konoha's side, such small things are his freedom. A few days later, the four returned to Konoha. Jiraiya and Tsunade went to meet the two advisors to discuss the handover of Hokage. Naruto went to Kakashi first. This time Kakashi didn't win Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, and he didn't need to lie in Konoha Hospital for recuperation, so Kakashi is still the captain of their 10th squad. And as a member of Class 7, when he returned to Konoha, he had to report first. Asking for flowers. But after seeing Kakashi, Naruto learned something unexpected. Sasuke is imprisoned. The appearance of Uchiha Itachi nearly a month ago has confirmed his crime of destroying roots. Advertisement. The agreement between Uchiha Itachi and the high-level Konoha is that he will destroy the Uchiha family, and at the same time he will sneak into the Akatsuki organization as an insider. The condition is that his younger brother can survive, be protected by Konoha, and thrive in Konoha. Now that Itachi killed Danzo, he completely stood on the opposite side of Konoha's senior management. As the only remaining people who knew the truth, the two consultants were naturally furious. Who knows if Itachi will put the next target on the two of them? It must be known that Itachi's action coincided with Orochimaru's action against third generation, so it's hard not to wonder whether there was a conspiracy between the two. Itachi violated the agreement, so the original promise to protect his brother will naturally no longer be valid. So the two consultants found an excuse, suspecting that Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi conspired and imprisoned him in Konoha prison. Kakashi tries to stop it, but he's just a jonin with no political power, so it's of no use. 0. I really didn't expect things to turn out like this. Naruto sighed. Naruto, do you think Master Tsunade might release Sasuke? Kakashi hoped to find a breakthrough from the newly appointed Hokage to rescue his subordinates. Naruto rolled his eyes. Tsunade is his now, saving Sasuke is just a matter of his words. But is it really necessary? Anyway, Orochimaru will come to pick him up soon. Picking him up in Konoha village is no different from picking him up in Konoha prison, right? Maybe there is a chance. Mr. Tsunade is a reasonable person. Naruto gave an ambiguous answer. He hasn't decided whether to save Sasuke or not, so he plans to throw the ball to Sasuke himself. He intends to meet Sasuke in Konoha prison and ask his opinion. But Konoha prison is not a place where you can go if you want. Naruto has to wait for Tsunade to get her permission after she officially takes office. It's interesting to think about it. Tsunade wants to listen to Naruto, and Genin Naruto wants to listen to Hokage Tsunade. Naruto's answer gave Kakashi some confidence, and he planned to ask Tsunade for her help after he officially took office. Master Tsunade's inauguration ceremony will definitely be held within a week. After Master Tsunade is inaugurated, you and I will go to meet Master Tsunade. Kakashi thinks that Naruto and Tsunade know each other, so taking him there can play the emotional card and increase success rate. Naruto didn't have any opinion on this, and agreed to Kakashi superficially, okay. There are no missions in the past few days. You can go back and rest. I will come to you when there are missions. The two separated, and Naruto walked towards his hut. But when he approached the hut, he unexpectedly found a kid standing outside his door. Konohamaru. Why did this kid come to you again? Naruto was speechless, but why aren't the other two brats here? This time Naruto didn't hide from Konohamaru. He could see Konohamaru's loss from a distance, and he didn't think he was here to make trouble.